Scott, good morning. Geez, the early bird catches the worm, they say, but geez. I'm an early riser. That's for damn sure. I'm usually generally a 5 o'clocker, whether I like it or not. It seems like no matter what time I go to bed, I'll pretty much get up the same time. Some people are really afforded this ability to, man, sleep in. It's not like you got to get up for a job or go to school. Neither of the above apply to me. So it's not really a great thing. I'm a 6 hour sleeper. That's it. No matter what time I go to bed, I'm up at 6 hours later. It's really amazing. Well, there's reasons for that too, but I won't go into that. But yeah, I'm an early riser. And gosh, I remember the days that when I was working, I'd go to bed a certain time and then I'd get up early in the morning, but certainly a lot later than 5 o'clock, generally, according to what time I had to go to work. And on the days I didn't work, I'd be able to sleep in certainly until after 8 in the morning, which seems like an eternal amount of time compared to now. Anyway, geez, listen to me. Probably say, what is this guy doing up so early doing a show? Well, I get up early. And when my mind is fresh in the morning, I always like to do shows when I get up. Seems like there's other people up too, but more likely they're not in the Philippines. That's how I know. Because most people, if they're going to be in the Philippines, they're not going to be up this early. I'll guarantee you that. Unless they just can't sleep very well. So I know a lot of my audience. A lot of my audience is not from the Philippines. Have to do a poll sometime, actually, when my show is on at a time where I get most of my viewers. And maybe I could run that poll. Scott Ingram, King of Hatred. Well, I'm sorry you think that way, Scott. No, I'm not going to remove your comment. Let's rap. King of Hatred. Enjoying human suffering. What human suffering am I? Talk to me, Scott. Human suffering. How am I suffering? I'd certainly like to know. King of Hatred. Well, I'm not the one that goes around for 3-4 years calling somebody a child molester. I'm not a one that does copycat shows strictly for hatred purposes. I don't know what you call, how you define hatred, Scott, but I call a spade a spade. So you want to elaborate a little more, Scott? The King of Hatred. See, I'm not removing your comment. I'm going to challenge you. And enjoying human suffering. Oh, not my suffering. I know, I see what you're trying to say now. The fact that I put somebody in incarceration for some extreme violations, defaming, threatening, other things like that. So, in other words, I don't have the right to do that, is what you're probably implying. Is that what it is, Scott? But then again, Scott, you're not in my shoes, are you, Scott? No, of course not. You just follow the cattle, don't you, Scott? Of course you do. You follow the cattle. Oh, if somebody says somebody did this or did that, You're one of these people that are very shallow that's probably going to believe that without evidence. Right, Scott? Like the cattle, you want to go with the rest of the cattle. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That is not being straight up. That is being evil and hateful. Tell me how. Then you ignore it and blame others that do it on a smaller scale. Small scale? There's no smaller scale here on YouTube. They just lay it out. The hate flows, Scott. People like yourself. Yeah, I know your name. You've been on YouTube for a long time. You've been around for a long time. I know who you are. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Scott. But then again, you don't know me personally. You know I've been on YouTube for a long time, right, Scott? You've heard all the bickering that goes on YouTube. And where a lot of the hate is directed to me. But do you ever think of why, Scott? Did you ever think of why? That these people are inadequate. That they're miserable with their lives like you. Just for you to come on and put a statement like that. I'm going to read it again. Awesome. A live stream from the king of hatred and enjoying. No, I don't enjoy human suffering, certainly not my own. But I'm not suffering from anything, if that's what you mean. But if it's meant otherwise, meaning that I'm enjoying other people's suffering, well, I think you got that wrong. Let's see. Look how you talked of Warren and Fazio, laughing and happy about a painful death. Painful death. Well, first of all, Scott, what you didn't understand is that Warren is not dead. Warren did not die. Okay. Secondly, Fazio, as far as a painful death, no, he went peacefully. His heart stopped, had a blood infection. Sure, his foot was probably hurting, but he's had that for years. It's his own stupidity, Scott Ingram, that he didn't take care of the problem when he could have. He'd still be alive today. So you better kind of rephrase some of the things you're writing on here, because you're not making any sense. I wasn't really laughing and happy about Fazio dying. I'm very indifferent to it. He wasn't a friend. He did some pretty evil shit to me. Oh, but the shoe's not on the other foot, Scott Ingram, is it? If he had done to you what he did to me, such as another fella, guess maybe you'd understand, but you're not wearing my shoes, are you, Scott? But thank you for your comments. It's nice to know how you think. I don't mind you making a statement like that. But unfortunately, you have to back up something like that. Scott Ingram. Yeah, I know who you are. I know the name. Look how you talked of Warren H. and Fazio, laughing and happy about a painful death. Listen to this guy's statements rating cats and dogs. This is Scott Ingram. He's been on YouTube for a while. If you read what he says, and react to that. Scott says, awesome, a live stream from the king of hatred. You got to define that. King of hatred? No, if anything, a lot of that has been bestowed on me from YouTubers who seemingly are very miserable. And they want somebody else to feel it's just as miserable as they are, right, Scott? Like you? Then I studied the narcissist. He says, that is not being straight up. That is being evil and hateful. Then you ignore it and blame others that do it on smaller scale. There you go, Scott. And this is a guy that listens to me all the time called Raining Cats and Dogs. How easily people point the finger of blame to others, Scott, and you're one of them, among many. Nobody was mocking the death of Michael Fazio. The life, perhaps, because what the man did, not just to me, but a lot of people, that would be considered, Scott, hatred. That would be considered coming from a very miserable person, a very lonely person that didn't have much of a life. And his whole entire life was YouTube. Not part of his life, like people like me and others, but his entire life. Now, of course, you could feel sorry for him because he was lonely. And yeah, I do have compassion for that. I talk about loneliness all the time on here. And how there's a lot of people that are in that position. And that it's very sad, Scott. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Scott. Main Cats and Dogs says, as if you're the only one talking about it. What about Kevin, right? What about Popeye? What about Ricky? You're not talking about them, Scott, are you? So do you think Ricky is right in what he did? Do you think Ricky was right on slapping Fazio? And everything else Ricky does, scamming people out of money for a so-called purpose, but it goes in his pocket to pay for cell phones for a girlfriend? Why not pick on them, Scott? Why are you targeting me? Why, Scott? Yeah, you're right, Rating Cats and Dogs. You're absolutely right. Look at Popeye, how hateful he is. But you're not attacking Popeye, are you, Scott? No, you're not. I think before you make a blanket statement like that, Scott, you need to examine where it's coming from. Like you. What you say is a matter of interpretation. Your interpretation, not everybody's. Kevin and Popeye were reasonably respectful. No, they were not. Ricky is a psychopath. Is that really who you want to compare to? Oh, you're the one that's calling me names on here. I didn't come on and talk hateful about anybody, did I? You decided to see me on, and you decided to come on your own accord and start attacking me. So, pot calling the kettle black, perhaps, Scott? I know, they're all holier than thou, Rating Cats and Dogs. I know, that's the way it is on here. That's the way it is. Scott don't have much to say. And he can't back up what he says either. Listen to that. Scott says, Kevin and Popeye. Oh, in regard to Fazio's death, I guess Scott's saying, right? Yeah. Right, at least I debate, they delete. Very well put. I'll allow the debate. When people don't want to hear truthful comments, they delete or they block somebody when they are trying to pose a question to somebody like, why don't you answer this? I don't need to listen to this. I'm going to block you. I see that all the time. I used to block people a lot. A little different reason why I block them, because they were just going to interrupt my channel. I've always challenged anybody on here, hey, say what you want to say, but back it up. If you couldn't back it up, it's just going to be an asshole, I would block you. That's what I did. Now, I didn't block you, did I, Scott? I could have seen your first comment and said, or just blocked you, and not gave you a chance to define what you're talking about. But I didn't remove you from the channel, did I? I gave you an opportunity to say what you had to say and back up what you had to say, Scott Ingram. There you go. Not much to say now, Scott, huh? I like that. Kevin and Popeye were reasonably respectful. Ricky is a psychopath. Is that really who you want to compare to? No, you're making comparisons, not me. But then look what you just. Well, Ricky is a psychopath. Would we be lying about that? I'm glad you recognized that, though. Maybe there's hope for you after all, Scott Ingram. Anyway, hello, Rating Cats and Dogs. Early in the morning, this is what I'm faced with here. Try to come on, put a good show on, and an idiot like this who's basically trying to label me as this and that is doing the same thing that he's accusing me of. He could have came on here and said hello or something. No, 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 no. His first statement, he comes on here, awesome, a live stream from the king of hatred and enjoying human suffering. Well, that's a nice how do you do. So who's the antagonist here? Not me. I'm just doing a show. That's the first statement he had to put on here when he saw I had a live show. So who's the antagonist here? Me or Scott Ingram? See? Miko says, Frank, did you see that short Brevis digging hole on a beach? That kid is... What was that hole in the beach supposed to be for? Fazio's grave or something? What was the statement that Brevis was trying to make on that? Scott Ingram says, I don't hate you. I just feel sorry you can be so horribly nasty to people and not recognize it. Oh, let me answer that, Scott. No. What you say, I can be so horribly nasty to people and not recognize it. Oh, I recognize everything I'm doing, Scott. You call it being so horribly nasty. Scott, since I've been on YouTube, and it's the truth, only thing I've ever done on here, which was stupid even to defend yourself to anybody on here, really, Scott. Good morning. But all I would do, Scott, I would just defend myself. That's all I used to do, which was stupid. And it was worthless to do that, because who I'm dealing with on here, people like you. That's all I ever did. You say you don't hate me, but you just feel sorry. You can be so horribly nasty to people and not recognize. No, I recognize what I'm doing, Scott. Believe me. And my information, Scott Ingram, is derived from people's own shows. Their own shows. What they say, what I see visibly on their own show, Scott Ingram. So how can my information be wrong? If I'm going to make a judgment on anybody, it's going to be based on experience, Scott. Which is what people should do instead of just pointing a finger. See how that works? Gabrielle says, Scott, you can't recognize how dark and twisted a guy like Fazio was off YouTube. He was a miserable instigator full of hate. See, people recognize this. You're the majority of opinion here, Scott. No, you maybe don't know what Fazio did with me. Or maybe you don't know the whole story. Maybe you heard drips and drabs, but you really don't know. So right up, you come up here and make a judgment on here out of the blue. The first person to make a statement, and you're accusing me of being hateful, but what do? Look at your comment. The first thing you put on there, you were attacking me, Scott. See? This is what I mean. Marvelous Mark says, I don't think he's mean to be hateful so much, Scott. Oh, I think the tormenting of years gets to him and loses his cool. Well, there's some truth to that too, Marvelous Mark. I'm not going to deny what you just said. I think you've been tormented on YouTube for so long that I think you develop a very low tolerance level. So there's some truth to what he said. Yeah. Gabrielle says, Scott, these people doing tributes for Fazio are just to get views. You're right. I'm surprised you can't recognize that. Kevin and Popeye trashed Fazio for years. And they did, Scott. They did. Yeah, and Popeye only became friends with Fazio because of Allo. Because Allo, who goes back and forth on the old proverbial fence, has been both pro and con against Fazio. Yeah. So what do you say to that, Scott? I got some backup here with people that understand what's going on. But you just blatantly came on my show, Scott, and you're acting just like the people that I'm talking about, and you're acting like what you're accusing me of. How do two rights make a wrong, Scott? How? You just came on and attacked me, is what you did, Scott. I haven't said anything yet on my show, and what was I even going to talk about? But boom, you see, I had a live stream on. The first thing I had to do is go make a comment like that. How fair was that? Miko says, Frank, Michael took a dim view of the big ego. I know. Scott Ingram comes back and says, I don't think he needs tribute. I just think totally trashing a guy that died. Well, Scott, you support people like Popeye and those people? What happened when Mike Cason died? You're forgetting that, Scott Ingram, aren't you? That Popeye said the only way he's going to get out of that hospital is with a toe tag on, and how they reran his video to music and taunting him, his dead body that they displayed that was on the hospital bed. But you don't think of those things either. So these people are wonderful people, Scott, right? But yet you choose to come on here and taunt me. What about Aloe talking about fucking kids up the ass and killing people? Popeye with his nasty statements. Roberto with all his nasty statements. Statements like, if he ever seen me in the street, he'd want to beat me up, but he'd consider causing bodily harm to my woman. So you think that's right, Scott? So you're over here pointing a finger to me? You just blatantly just come on my show out of the blue, and basically you start attacking my character, which means you're not any better than anybody else. Raining Cats and Dogs said, look, through the years, I listened to both sides. Then I went with Frank because he was talking the truth. Gabrielle says, taking money for a hotel you never planned to build is also a horrible thing. See, Scott? People are backing me up here. Gabrielle says, conning a lonely man like Warren out of thousands of dollars is also a horrible thing. So you're sticking up for Warren in some sense, and Fazio, but it was a play-for-play thing between both of them. They were using each other, but Michael Fazio used Warren for thousands of dollars. But maybe Scott Ingram maybe weren't aware of that. No, he just wanted to target somebody. Pick and choose, spin the wheel. Oh, okay, Frank's on. Let's attack him. Or let's believe what the cattle say. You know how cattle work, Scott Ingram? Do you know how cattle work? Well, I'll tell you how cattle work. They follow each other, Scott. And you're part of the cattle that comes up with ridiculous accusations, okay? Backed up by nothing except hearsay. You're one of these people that's very shallow, that because somebody says something rotten about somebody, okay, it must be true. I work differently, Scott. I work with proven situations. That's how I work. If I talk about somebody, it's because I must have heard it. I must have seen it visually and audibly on their show. That's the difference between me and other people, Scott. Come on. I commented because I saw it all on Frank's videos on the hate channel. Oh, so you like listening to hate channels. That kind of stuff attracts you, huh, Scott? Which tells me you know better than them, Scott. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Scott Ingram. He's been around YouTube for a long time. And as you can see from his comments on here, he's no better than the people who put on the hate channel. There you go. Scott is actually pretty much admitting or exhibiting that he's no better than these people he's talking about. Raining Cats and Dogs says, there you all go. Chopped up to make Frank look bad. Scott, the sheep, Ingram. Scott, the sheep, Ingram. You're part of the sheep. You're part of the cattle. Congratulations. Scott, I know who you are. And through the years, I've seen all your comments on shows, and they were not very, very well taken. I've heard you attacking people too, Scott Ingram. My memory is not that bad. So you come on my show to attack me? Normally, you'd be blocked. But as you see, I'm a fair person. I'm actually giving you an opportunity, ain't I, Scott, to allow you to say what you have to say. And right now, the consensus of opinion for the few people that are on my show is that you're full of shit. That you're not any better than the other people that you're making reference to. But no, you attack me because you could, right? Right, Scott? Now, I'm not making fun of somebody's death. Apparently, you don't listen very well on my shows. Give me a second here. Good morning, dear. Now, how fair is that, Scott? How fair is that? I know, life ain't fair, Scott. I understand that. But you're making these assumptions, and you're making these accusations based on what? On what? Hearsay? Is that what you're doing? Join the cattle, Scott? Scott the sheeping. They're all sheep on here. They're all sheep. They're all sheep. Hey, Scott, let me ask you something. How'd you like, you got a family, Scott? You got a family? I'll assume you do. Got a question for Scott. Scott, you got a family, okay? Maybe you got a good job or a good position in the community, and somebody comes out and calls you a child molester, Scott. Is that something you think you would tolerate, Scott? Because, social media gets out to thousands of people, right, Scott? So am I a hateful person for putting a legal case against the guy who did it? Or anybody else that might do shit like that? Is it not my right, Scott Ingram? Oh yeah, you got a dossier. I know who you are, Scott. I've seen through the years your comments. You're not new to me, Scott. You're not new to me. You make me feel brand new. You know what? The more negative comments that anybody puts toward me, the stronger I become. True. I know you'd like to hear that, but very true. It gives me strength. The truth is straight. That's right. The truth shall set you free, Scott. Ever think about that? It says, you try something with me, I have plenty of assets, and you won't like. Oh, now Scott is threatening me. Now, I'm the bad guy, but Scott is coming on here threatening me. Oh, I have plenty of assets. So, what about your assets? What? What, Scott? Assets. And you won't like the outcome. The outcome of what, Scott? Scott, you're sounding like the people you're talking about. Or you're sounding like what you're trying to accuse me of. Listen, nobody's threatening you, Scott. Did I threaten you on here? But you just came on. Didn't he, folks? Look what he just said. You try something with me, I have plenty of assets. Well, you can't spell, first of all. Assets, you spelt it wrong. You don't have a lot of intelligence, apparently. You might have assets, as it's properly spelled. But you don't have the intellect to be able to spell the word properly, do you? Yes, I know, Corso. Not only is Warren H. still around, but he has a channel here on YouTube. Yeah, he goes with different names. Ignite is one of his well, it's not recent, but he's had that for a while. Warren is Ignite, if you couldn't figure that out. Apparently you don't know much, Scott. But I love that statement you made. Let's all look at Scott's statement, everyone that's on here. There's 52 people. Scott just said, if you try something with me, I have plenty of assets. Oh, you corrected that, huh? And you won't like the outcome. Really, Scott? What did I do to you, Scott? I told the truth, Scott? And you got very defensive, as many people do on here when you present the truth to them. They become little crybabies. Are you becoming a crybaby, Scott? Hey, you're lucky I'm allowing you to make these comments. You probably expected different. I was going to block you or something, right? But I didn't block you, Scott, because I want my viewers to hear what you have to say and see what a moron you are, to see what a hateful person you are, something that you're ironically accusing me of Scott Ingram. 50, I got almost 50 witnesses on here. What do you say to that, Scott? I think you're outnumbered here. Oh, Scott. Well, I'm sorry if your life ain't going that well. That you had to find the precious time out of your life to come on here, and the first thing you do is attack me. Which goes to prove everybody wrong about me. That I'm a reasonable person. See, I'm listening to Scott. I allowed him to make his comments. Haven't I, folks, right? Did I not? I didn't block him. Right. Yeah. Another troll came in here and says, "You're no better, Frank. Look at your hate comments on Big Kevin's show." Well, were they hateful comments or were they truthful comments? There's a big difference between being hateful and truthful. And you have to find that fine line. You have to find a definition of what's a hateful comment. There's a big difference. When somebody calls you a name, the first thing you examine, if they're calling you a name, is there truth to what they're saying? That's the big difference, Mr. Scott Ingram, and to Mr. Cole Dreaming. That is the big difference. Is what I say the truth, or is it not the truth? If it's the truth, then it's really nothing hateful, which is kind of reflecting that person and what they say and do with their time on social media. Like everybody's innocent. Everybody wants to take the high road, Scott. Are you taking the high road, Scott? Gabriel says, Kevin talks trash about everyone, but I bet Cali Dreaming won't call him out. Yeah, Kevin trashes everyone. He's even trashed my girlfriend many times. The horse thing, the actual toy that looks like a little romper room horse. Oh no, Kevin's innocent. No, Kevin is one of the biggest antagonizers on YouTube. But I allowed Scott to have something to say. Scott Ingram says, I know I'm right. He is unbalanced. He's like most toxic narcissists. Uses truth as an excuse to behave. That was a convoluted statement that doesn't make you look very well here. Listen, let's read what you just said here, Scott. Like a little baby, you go, I know I am right. Listen, let's read his statement. Let's read Scott's statement. I know I am right. He is unbalanced. He, like most toxic narcissists, uses truth as the excuse to be hateful and evil. That's a convoluted statement right there, Scott. Reread what you just wrote. Narcissist? Oh my God, I'm the absolute opposite of that. You always hear me say it, I'm one of my biggest self-critics. If you criticize yourself, you can't be a narcissist, Scott. Let me define, what a narcissist is. But your ideology of what a narcissist is completely convoluted. Completely. Kevin only responds in kind to people that... No, he doesn't. And Kevin is the biggest antagonist on here, and you know that. And everybody who follows me knows that too. Anybody who's ever seen Kevin's show. Kevin likes to trigger people. It's all for money. It's all for views. It's all for subs. And if you can't see that, Scott, well, I don't know what to tell you. No, Kevin is not innocent. He's never been innocent. Even before YouTube. How do you think he got that bolo knife in his head? You're really going to follow that story that he told you? No. He probably screwed somebody else's woman is what he probably did. He was a womanizer. He drank a lot. He chased tail a lot. And he probably got what he deserved. What do you say to that, Scott? Listen to Scott's statement. Kevin only responds in kind to people that trash him. Boy, are you convoluted, Mr. Ingram. You are really convoluted. Right. Raining Cats and Dogs says, well, so does Frank. Okay, let's listen to Scott Ingram's new statement. Frank sometimes does go to hate in response. Sometimes he starts it. However, he goes over the top with the hate in response to any tiny slight that he perceives. Well, now you're talking about perception, Scott. You're talking about perception. How somebody perceives something compared to somebody else's perception of something. Is it reality? Is it truth? There's a big difference between someone being hateful and somebody making an observation based on what he actually heard, actually seen, Scott. You can't change that. If it was heard and seen, you can't change that. That's an action that is already transacted. Okay, and you can't change that. You can't change what they say. Oh, you could do an edited show or something and change people's words. You could even use different forms of editing to put somebody's voice on something of something they never said. Oh, that's never been done on here, has it, Scott? It certainly has. Well, it's like this, Scott. And maybe you're a person that likes to be abused. Maybe you get off on that shit. But you know what, Scott? You don't wear my shoes. And you couldn't shine my shoes either. But my point being, if you had a family, okay, and you want to protect your reputation, like anybody does, you're not going to be really happy about somebody coming on here as a good example of the guy that's sitting in jail right now. And we're going to get to something on that too soon. Someone's calling you a child molester. Would qualify somebody being a child molester? Did they rape a child? Did they touch a child? What did they do? Oh, you mean this thing about a mushroom song, Scott? A song, Scott? Where no bodily parts were identified as its defining words anatomically, and you think that's a crime. A song, right, Scott? A song. So someone's going to be a child molester because they sang a song that had to do with somebody else, and the wordage that was used was very, very tame and was actually in respect of the fact that there was a child of a young age there. Was graphic words used? Let's get back to that song. No, it wasn't. Hey, pee-pee. I use that terminology all the time. So does my girlfriend. Hey, I gotta go pee-pee. I gotta go pee-pee. I really didn't know that pee-pee was a hateful word. I didn't know that was a sexual thing, Scott Ingram. I had no idea. Now, if I turned around and I used some graphic language and actually called an anatomical part some of the slang words that we refer to them as, something that begins with C, or even its actual anatomical word called penis, I could say that. I never said anything like that, Scott Ingram. Now, I'm bringing this up, not you. I initiated this particular example, Scott Ingram. You didn't. But I am bringing it up because I was waiting for you to get there. And Scott says, no, it was the circumstances of singing it with an 8-year-old boy in private company. Dude, right next door to the parents. My brother, who's an adult, was sitting right on the deck, 12 feet away. Open sliding door, living room, Scott. Private? No. Hidden? No. In a bedroom? No, he doesn't have a bedroom. Living room, Scott. But we're not going to dwell on this. That's old hat. But you like to bring things like this up, don't you? I'm baiting you, Scott, and you don't see it. I'm baiting you. You see, I'm the one that brought this up. I baited you. I wanted to get a response from you. That's exactly what I did. Scott Ingram. Gabriel says, laughing my ass off, Scott. You're so cringy. Yeah, he certainly is. Certainly is. Okay, Scott. We've allowed you to be on this long, and that's pretty good for me. Have to go. Phone ringing now. Yeah, right. Scott just can't handle the comeback I've had. Very clever comeback, don't you think, guys? I put this guy in a position he wasn't expecting. How does that feel? How does that feel, Scott? I got the best of you, Scott, and you know it. My phone is ringing. I have to go. No, man. I outdid what you said. I presented the truth in front of you and you couldn't handle it, Scott. It's exactly what I did. Pretty clever of me, huh? How I handled this, folks? I think so. Speaking of, I may have an announcement later today. Speaking of people who have done me wrong, who have clearly done me wrong. But you see, Scott Ingram doesn't think that way. Because you see, Scott Ingram is not wearing my shoes. But I guarantee you that if Scott Ingram, who perhaps has a wife or significant other, or maybe children, a family, peers, whatever, if Scott Ingram has somebody on social media which has a potential for thousands and thousands of people to see, if he was labeled as a child molester, I don't think Scott Ingram is going to be saying what he's saying to me right now, or what he tried to portray, this deluded image, this unfounded, accusatory verbiage that he came on my channel, one of the first commenters, instead of a hello, Frank, decided to attack me. Well, now I'm sure he wishes he didn't, because I chased him away. His phone was ringing. I gotta go. Yeah, that's the way it works, Scott, when you're confronted with the truth. See, the truth hurts a lot of people, Scott Ingram. It really does. When they have to reflect upon themselves and what they do, and they realize what somebody's saying about them is actually the truth, that it's not hearsay or made up, or just coming from a person that just doesn't happen to like you, or, happen to be somebody that follows the cattle and can't think on his own accord, so they have to believe everything they hear on social media. Really? Scott, are you married? You know your wife well enough? What if somebody said that your wife is cheating on you? Well, how about that's a good one, Scott Ingram? What if somebody accused your wife of being a cheater in a relationship? And you know your wife real well, right? And you know to yourself, my wife would never cheat on me. That would be hurtful for you, wouldn't it? Right? Because you love your wife and you know her better than anybody else, right, Scott? And you know she'd never cheat on you, right, Scott? Or you would hope she wouldn't. But as far as you know of your wife, as an example, she's a good lady. She loves me. She would never cheat on me. You know what, Scott? I don't think you'd probably like to hear that. You're going to say, how dare you accuse my wife of being unfaithful to me? And Scott, you wouldn't be very happy, would you, Scott? Now maybe you understand, Scott Ingram. Jeez, guys. Raining Cats and Dogs said you spoke well. Corsico said you should engage your audience more often. It's good. I try to. It's too early for breakfast. It's really early. I'm just having a cup of tea. I don't even have my witch's brew in here. It's just simply some green tea. Normally, I'm probably gonna have to put something in here again. There's certain ingredients I put in my tea for various reasons, not just to decorate my cup of tea. There's actually certain ingredients I fortify my tea with. Hey guys, this is a great lesson. I'm glad there were so many people on to hear this. Scott came on and I took care of him too sweet, didn't I? I presented him with the truth that he didn't want to hear, didn't I? I challenged him, didn't I? I allowed him to talk, didn't I? Didn't I? Didn't I? Didn't I? I did. I most certainly did. Breakfast today, probably not going to be much. I don't know. I'm just, cereal actually is not the healthiest thing in the world, actually. A lot of it is fortified with sugar and really a lot of carbohydrates, which can turn to sugar. But it's a better alternative to eating some fatty piece of pork bacon or something. Give me credit for a little bit on something, Eggs are fine. You could have a couple of eggs a day, every single day, even 3 eggs, maybe even 4 eggs a day, and it'll still be good for you. You just don't want to go over this there's these LDL, there's this different lipid levels that you just don't want to go above, as far as cholesterol is concerned anyway. Let's go back to cholesterol. You don't want to have too much cholesterol because your body needs cholesterol and utilize it. But if you have too much cholesterol, that's a problem. But eating several eggs a day, it's actually very healthy. Eggs are one of the most nutritious foods in the world. But we're going to get off that subject. Let's see. Did I mention that Mr. Korsko, did I mention that I saw Warren H. accidentally posting as Abel Hornet? He's used that name Abel before. That's how I know it's him. Yeah, he goes into different names. Ignite is one of them, too. Yeah, he never expired. He actually paid a couple of people. Sweet Skates, he paid some money to, and Barry Jordan, he paid money to spread the word. He didn't give him a lot of money, but he gave him these little bonus things. Keep up the charade, and I'll reward you. Yeah, the guy didn't know this. See, Warren made a fool of himself, and that's when he tried to get people announced that he was dead. He couldn't come back. He could not come back on as Warren H. anymore. All these years now, he couldn't go back because it would prove him to be a liar. Warren has never left. And how do we know it's Warren? Oh, it's very easy. As to what he says, how he phrases his sentences, the things he has to say. I mean, it's so easy with some people. It's really easy. Warren never died. And he never had this terminal cancer that he claimed he had either. Never. And they're going to attack me. Really. Go after the people that deserve to be attacked. I'm just a dude just trying to put a show on here. I can't help it if there's a certain amount of envy and jealousy going on because I'm actually living in the Philippines. That I've actually achieved what I wanted to achieve, and that bothers some people. Why? You might ask, even if you don't. It's because they haven't gotten to that level yet. They might not even be able to, they're not even ready for their retirement to come out here. Or maybe they're not financially able to get settled out here. There's a lot of reasons people have why they get envious of other people. Maybe they tried to meet a good woman out here, they just couldn't find anybody interested in them. And they're jealous that somebody actually got their shit together, right? Right, boys? Yeah, that's a well-known Warren account. Yeah. Oh, Norman Wonder. I'm sorry, I didn't acknowledge you. So, Norman Wonder.
Go Frank, gonna go now.
So early, huh? Oh, the light's light out. Okay, have a good day. Be careful if you're riding a bike.
Okay.
Okay? Be a defensive driver. All right. Be careful. Okay. Okay, of course, let me go back to this. Did I mention that I saw Warren H. accidentally posting as Abel Hornet? He forgot to change over to his other soccer account. Boy, you people are really gullible out there. All the people that really believed that Warren H. died. God, what, you knew? Goodness. And then you said, That's a well-known Warren sock account. Yes, it is. Very observant, Gabrielle. Very observant. Yeah, Abel, he's used that many times. Yeah, he got caught with his pants down. See what happens after a while? And right after he reposted it on Swampcast. This is an excellent show this morning, Ashley. Excuse me, I gotta fortify my tea here. So hold on a second here. Good morning.
You have anything?
No, I didn't put everything in there. I just threw some tea bag in there. That was it. You know that the black pepper intensifies the turmeric by 2,000%. What is it? 2,000%. You believe that shit? Oh, I made a spoon spin around. Oh, and a little honey. Here, hold on. That's it. Oh, it's dancing on the outside. Whoa, look at on the outside. Okay, guys, I'm back. I had to do something to my tea here. So what did we just experience this morning? We saw Scott Ingram making a total ass of himself. A total ass. He couldn't back up any one of his statements. Couldn't back up any one of his statements. Obama for president. Yeah, that'll happen. That'll certainly happen. I know. It's all right. There's going to be some news maybe today, guys. That's why I came on. I just have to verify it. And don't ask me what it is. I will, when I get the verification of something, don't try to, squeeze it out of me right now. But sometime today, I'm going to make an announcement. And you might like to hear it. But I have to do the verification first and make sure I got the facts right. But you're all going to be very pleased if it's... I pretty much already know, but I have to double verify it with my attorney. But yeah, I'm going to come out with something today, I think, probably be today, that some of you might like to hear. But I have to have, I got to double verify it with my attorney though. But I might have an announcement today. Well, it's, when Scott Ingram comes to my show, he's a fan. Nobody forces anybody to come to my show. It's very voluntarily. I must have something to say that they like, because why would anybody come to my show? I'll be honest, there's a lot of shows out there that I don't go to because I don't feel they have anything interesting to say, or their topic matters are probably not in line with my line of thoughts and interest and so forth and so on. But people do come to my show, so I must be pretty relevant. I must be, well, I think I've arrived. That's the word I like to use, is I've actually arrived. If I'm so popular, people like to talk about me. Controversial. Some people call me very controversial. Well, sure, that's a good word. Controversial. Is it because of the fact that I grabbed the bull by the horns? Nothing wrong with grabbing the bull by the horns, unless you want to get you want to get gored by the bull's horns. I don't think you'd want that. Joseph Bean said, British Scott Ingram is back. Yeah, he was making comments on my show. I just now removed him, but I allowed him he chickened out and said, "Oh, I gotta go. I got a phone call." But he was attacking me left and right, left and right. No backup. I caught him by surprise, and I laid it on him in a very kind way, in a very intelligent way, in a very approachable way, and he went running off. Yeah, Scott Ingram, yeah, he was. He was. Joseph Bean says, okay, British Scott Ingram is back. Remember him? Frank, he used to vlog years ago, bald guy. Yeah, I know who he is. I know exactly who he is. Absolutely. Hello, Mason. Are you a subscriber? I don't. You must be new. You must be new. You make me feel brand new. Welcome to my show, Mason. Welcome. Yeah, we're going to possibly have an announcement today, if you just tuned in. I just have to do some verification on something, okay? I can't say what it is now because I have to double verify. Because I want to be accurate on what I have to say later today, hopefully later today. And I'm not giving any hints or anything on my show either. But I might have something very pertinent to say today. I'm not going to give a clue what it is. Avengers, hello, 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 hello. Hello, it's me. Long, long time. Actually, I like, what's her name show? Hello. Oh, what's her fucking name? Singer. I can't say my brain cells are all firing at once in the morning, I can tell you that. Adele. Her song is one of my favorites. I forgot that's in the title or whatever it is, but, you know, hello is in the lyrics. It's kind of a haunting theme. There's something I like about that. Corsico moved, but not to Bickerton. Moved, but not to Bickerton because of the case. Huh? What are you talking about? Corsa Prio. What are you trying to say, Corsario? Don't be cryptic, okay? Mason, are you attacking me? Oh, then you have to go if that's meant for me. Boomerang, Hobgoblin is being moved. Is he? Do you know something I don't know? I never said that. Speculate all you want. I haven't said a word yet. Jesus Christ, give me an opportunity. Sniff, sniff. Okay. Welcome morning. No, I haven't said anything yet in regards to anything, so don't speculate anything. I'll have something to say. It'll probably be today. More than likely today. At a later show. Okay. I could be talking about anything. Who knows? I might be pregnant or something. You never know. I mean, you don't know what I'm going to talk about. Bummer only bathes on laundry day. It might seem that way, huh? But let's not put him in as a topic right now. Thank you. We have a kind of a legal case going on right now, in the process anyway. So that kind of stuff we have to keep down on my show, and I've kind of talked to you guys about it before. I'm not jeopardizing the case by, I will never show paperwork, nothing like that anymore. I will never do any of that. The details of the case are within the court system. I can make certain statements about things without revealing things like evidence or things like that. That's okay. Certain things just wouldn't be proper. Oh, every other laundry day. Okay. Yeah, do a Warren H tribute. No, I just give him the New York Raspberry. That's I give him, if you know what the New York Raspberry is. The Raspberry Award. Yeah, Warren's a pretty sick guy. He played a big part, too, in something. Him and Fazio actually together. The information system had to do with my tenants and all that. Warren was a participant in this, too. Warren was a participant on trying to get me busted or something or go to jail and all that. Oh, yeah, Warren played his part. But the funny thing, though, Warren gave me money several occasions. See how people are psychologically imbalanced on here? 1 minute they're giving their money. It's just like John Blaze was giving me money for a lawyer that turns on me. And Warren is giving me all this personal information about Michael Fazio and even giving me and Gil the money voluntarily. Never asked him. And then he turns on us too. So there's a lot of psychological misfits out there. They're athletes. They're all athletes. They know how to jump over that fence real well, no matter how fat or beast they are. It simply amazes me to this day how they can jump these fences. I can't even jump these fences, but they're like gazelles. They're like gazelles. Chloe says, I love your videos. Well, thank you, Chloe. Boomerang says, I kind of miss Mr. Fazio. Well, Chloe says, I'm subscribing. Thank you, Chloe. Appreciate it. Whoever you are. You got to understand my skepticism on here because a lot of people go into sock accounts on here and they'll claim to be very friendly with me on here, but they're actually somebody that actually doesn't like me a lot, trying to pretend to be friendly with me. But I have, I always have that 1% doubt with anything in life. I don't care what the subject is, what's about it. I always have 1% doubt. It protects me. Gabrielle says, I missed the hypocrisy of Fazio. It was funny watching him lie. Oh, God, did he do that very well. Should be in the Grand National. If anybody was a narcissist, boy, that guy was one of the biggest narcissists on here in history. His idea of what a real man was, he just never lived the life of a real man. See how the psychology works on there? Their actions prove their deficits. Think about what I just said. And I just made that up. It just came out of my head. What a great line. Their actions prove their deficits. Wow. And that just came out of my head. I'm going to say it again. Wow. Their actions prove their deficits. Wow. Pretty good one. Mark it down. Will you, raining cats and dogs, so I don't forget that. He built a great hotel in his mind. It's called mental illness. There's a lot of that on here. Can you imagine, and like we call it the copycat channel. We got people going under my name, and you got the Swampcast channel, which is more current. Did they spend that kind of time copying whatever somebody puts on and maybe adding a little notation or graphics or a little extra verbiage? Imagine if people have time on their hands like that to do that. Talk about penis envy. Well, let's just call it penis envy. It's not envy because of penis, but it sounds good. that they're so envious or unhappy with the fact that somebody is happy and got their ducks in a row and they're living the life that they want to live, but that bothers them. Why does that bother them? Raining cats and dogs and everybody else? Why does that bother them? Because it be perhaps that they're living a miserable life. They're just not happy until somebody else is unhappy. Isn't that what it really is? Okay. Yeah, he's actually deranged. Oh, I figured he'd be on Discord. We'll record him. Wes says that, Frank, you don't know me. Likely. This Brevis guy is making some really unhinged, well, he is unhinged, first of all, sir. Some really unhinged threats on Discord. You need to know, be careful, he's a real, I know, I met him. Yes, he is weird. Gabriel says Brevis is actually Russ Bundo, and he's been making these threats for 8 years. Worse he's ever done was drive by Fazio's house. Leo from Frio says, did he owe the councilman of Florida heaps on back taxes for the messy Yeah, there was something going on with that for sure, yeah. Boomerang says Andy did a video. Tim K got served. Oh, is current? This was current, Boomerang? So Tim K comes back from his trip to America, thought everything was coming together for him, right? And he got served. Great. Oh, Boomerang says somebody invited you to Discord. I said, I don't go to Discord. I know that a lot of people that you thought were very tame were not. Remember Chris and Sabu? Chris and Sabu would go to Discord, and he was not the character that walked around Fuente Square that we thought was a very tame, kind, humble person. Talking, hello, Mrs. Buttersworth from Arkansas. Hello, Tom from Poughkeepsie, New York. Oh, no. That guy was hell on wheels. I heard about his part on Discord. Chris was fucking deranged, man. He was. Okay, I want you guys to hang in there for about 3 minutes or so. That's right, I'm going to go out for a smoke. That's exactly what I'm going to do. It's just that if I bring the phone outside, I'll hit a kind of a dark spot where my signal will be a little bit disconnected. So why don't you guys talk among yourselves for a few minutes? That's exactly what I'm going to do. Exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to influence my COPD that I'm supposed to have. Wishful thinking to many, but I proved that I did not. Boy, I could really go out of my way to prove things. I think that's my bad thing. I always prove myself right, which I shouldn't have to do, but it sure pisses people off when they've made a blanket statement about me about something and I prove them to be wrong. I guess I'm pretty good at that. I guess I'm good at something, huh, guys? One last comment I'll read before the film, The Warriors, the guy with the bottles. Who does his eyes remind you of? Oh, reminds me of Crazy Eyes. So Tim K got served. I'll have to check that out, guys. Look at that. We got 55 strong at this hour. Thank you very much, guys. You've been a great audience lately. I mean, I'm sure some of it has to do with the fact that Fazio passed on. He's not doing any more shows, so it's kind of bringing more traffic to my show. But either way, it's okay. No matter how I got the viewers down here, it's absolutely appreciated. Yeah, it's appreciated. It really is. And I say that with my heart. It's appreciated. As long as people behave on my show, everything is cool and copacetic. I'm fine with it. You saw how I took care of Scott Ingram, didn't I? Boy, I laid the law down on him, and I said it in a very kind way. Okay, I said it with, I think, very backed up information. I made him look in the mirror on himself, and he had to run away. Oh, I got a phone call. I better go now. He was laying it on me. Unfounded accusations, everything else. Comes on my show. On the attack. And he's saying that I do bad to other people on here. But what did he just do? He came on and attacked me. He was acting just like what he was accusing me of. Ain't that rich? Isn't that rich? Okay, give me a couple of minutes, guys. Actually, the truth is I gotta hit the fucking CR, okay? Nature does call in the morning, especially after I'm having tea. So you guys kind of talk among yourselves, and I'll be right back. It might be an interesting day today, actually, but we'll see. We'll see. Still here. Boy, that was quick, wasn't it, guys? Actually, I went out to have a cigarette, really. So I lied. Not initially, I didn't. See, I don't. Half a cigarette down, that's all I do. It's more of a nervous habit than anything else. Anyway, I am back. And as I said, oh, let me read anything that I didn't read. Raining Cats and Dogs says the film, okay, we got The Warriors, okay. Bailey Stitch, what is up? Sky. Steinmetz says rickshaw, multiple myeloma, and renal failure, dead. Okay, listen, I want to verify that. And no, he hasn't been doing those shows. I'm familiar what's going on with him. And I'm going to tell you about my predictions. I mean, some of it is based on common sense, but we're going to talk about that in about a minute here. Speaking of that, first of all, do you have any verification that Rickshaw died? I've heard somebody say that once before, but this is YouTube. A lot of rumors get spread. Yes, I know he had bone cancer of sort. I know he went for chemo, and I know he did mention when he did do a show that he was in the hospital that he had was going to get kidney failure. And that was a real big concern. You see how all of a sudden it hit him? So let me get to that topic now. A lot of things I say on here are made from common sense. I don't have the ability to predict somebody's future, although I have an uncanny way of, putting two and two together and figuring something out. Let's go through this list of things where my thoughts, or we want to call them predictions, based really on common sense, really, have come true. And I'm going to try to remember what I can here. A long time ago, even with Big Kevin, I said because of his weight, he was going to have some terrible knee problems. He did have to have operations too. That came to be true. Let's go down the line. And not in any particular order. Not in any particular order, just randomly. Okay, Michael Fazio. I thought it was going to be 2023 that he would have kicked the bucket. I've examined his lifestyle, what he ate, the fact that he's been obese for a long time, and the fact that he had this infection that he thought was under control. If you ever remember his legs, and he showed those graphic pictures that made you want to puke if you were eating, he thought that things like distilled water would help and a change in diet or something. I knew of his demise. I knew it was coming. I just put all the facts together. I know a little about human physiology. I know a little about biology. And I use my education on such, and I don't need a degree to read. And you look at somebody's lifestyle. Well, it happened. I thought it was going to be in late 2020, from mid to late 2023, but I was wrong. But it did happen, didn't it? Let's look at Pennsylvania trucker in the heated argument, if you want to call it a heated argument between me and him. I says, you better be careful, man. Don't want to get into an accident with that truck. What happened? Pennsylvania trucker did have an accident, and he's kind of fucked up, and he's recovering. That's why he hasn't been on. He might make a comment every now and then. He's in recovery. Wow, scary, isn't it? Okay, let's go down the line here. Let me think here. A lot of things I predicted came true. Okay. I knew that a particular character on here that was attacking me for a long time, I knew he was going to wind up incarcerated. Okay, but that's comes together with facts presented and things said and done and seen and all that. It wasn't really a prediction. It was something that was going to be a reality, and that did happen. Even though he claimed it would never happen to him, it happened. Didn't it? Big time. Okay, there was Rickshaw. Yeah, I knew something was going to happen with Rickshaw. And I've even mentioned it on my show, because even from years ago, Rickshaw was experiencing some really interesting symptoms. And I have this theory also. Rickshaw was extraordinarily tall. He was like 6'10" or something. A lot of people with extraordinary height, well above the norm, they have a lot of problems. And I used to think of, because I used to watch his show here and there, and he'd be complaining of a lot of different health problems. I knew something was going to go down with that guy, and it did. Let's look at Ricky. Ricky is approaching 60 or so. Ricky has had a horrible diet the best of his life, which is apparent by his weight. Because of his weight and everything, Ricky has high blood pressure, and he's taking medication for other things besides high blood pressure. If Ricky takes a certain amount of drinks, he could pass out, and he even mentioned it one time. He had 5 drinks one time and he was in a bad position. His blood pressure shot to the roof. It just shot up. It was very dangerous. Ricky does not eat proper foods. Ricky has been obese the best part of his life. So in combination with his lifestyle, not to mention his attitude, Ricky's probably next on the list based on my theories, or not really theories, based on basically common sense, really, on his lifestyle, his age, the drinking, all that stuff. Absolutely. Okay. Big Kevin, well, he's not out of the woods. Big Kevin still has a lot of weight to dispose of. Excuse me, I'm not looking at the comments at the moment. I'm actually staring across the room thinking. Big Kevin is, he's been obese for a very long time. As a result of that, he had to have knee surgeries and other things. He is on medications, numerous medications. He's approaching 62. And you keep in mind that he's been obese for a long time, which already has caused, surely, problems with his liver, having a fatty liver, a lot of fat surrounding, a lot of lipids and fat surrounding his heart. Big Kevin generally, especially when he had all his weight on, couldn't walk from his door over to the pond that he lives next to. Big Kevin, be on the list. I think Ricky's going to go first, and I think Big Kevin's going to be following. Now I can look at my... So Rick Shaw had multiple myeloma and renal failure, dead. All the talk of Fazio still, and no memorials to a man who died of cancer. Yeah, I haven't heard anything on Rick Shaw. So can you tell me what's going on with his child that he had living with him? So can I assume that his kid, boy, you know how Rick Shaw used to end his show saying, Rick Shaw out? Another one bites the dust. It's getting scary. What's happening with his kid? Now, he did bring his family over. I imagine that they're all going back to the Philippines, including the child that he had stay with him. Can anybody kind of update me on that? He was 6'8"? I thought he was 6'10", if you're referring to Rickshaw. Boomerang says, Frank, did you share Mike Fazio dead pictures? I have came across them on a forum. No, I'm not going to do that. I have the picture right here. I'm not going to be that low like Popeye and the other people would do, or Roberto, or people of that nature. I didn't even like looking at it. Despite the differences we had, and believe me, there was a lot, you'd think I would get glory out of posting his dead photograph. I've never done that, and I never will. Never will. Okay, Steinman says, it looks like, yeah, he does have a brother out there, you're right. It looks like he has a brother, a family in the area. Yes, he does. So his situation isn't bad. He raised funds for Faye and his family to come, yes. I imagine his son will return with his wife after the funeral. Well, that's pretty sad. That's pretty sad. I didn't hate, hate's a strong word anyway. I didn't hate Rickshaw. I thought that he bitched and whined quite a bit. He just didn't seem like a happy man. That seems to be the denominator on here with a lot of people. People are just not happy with their lives. And that's why they attack so many people, including myself. They attack me left and right. Anybody that's available or they think is vulnerable for attack, that's what they do. Rick Shore, and I predicted that too. This is too fucking scary. Man, I'm on a roll here. It's just observation, guys. It's all it is. No special powers. It's observation. And if you've been on YouTube long enough and you've seen these people's shows and you heard everything they have to say and they shared some of their health problems, and you've got to take a big look at the big picture. Were they obese? That's a real critical one right there. There's a lot of obese YouTubers out there. I made an observation here. I went to, and no matter where I go, I see this anyway. I went to a Valentine's Day, we had a Valentine's Day outing at a resort, as you know, recently, if you've been following me. And I was, you didn't see all this on camera, but I've witnessed this, from being there. The majority, probably 75%, there was a lot of foreigners there, 75% of the foreigners were obese. They just looked like they looked like the walking dead. It just seems to be a pattern. And is it like the elephants that go, when they know they're dying, they go to this special elephant graveyard area to die? Animals, when they are sick, they will retreat in the corner somewhere or find a private spot. It almost seems that, and I use this expression with Statue of Liberty, give me you're tired, you're wretched, you're poor, is the Philippines, I did a show about that exactly under that title, is Philippines an elephant graveyard? Brilliant, right? I see that. They come here with pre-existing health conditions, which they shouldn't do. Don't move to the Philippines if you've got some serious pre-existing health conditions. Don't do that. Steinmetz says, he looked pretty anemic and bad before he went to the hospital to find out what was wrong with him. It's like as soon as he returned to the States, his appearance looked sickly. Yeah, he seemed to have gone to hell. I said that I didn't think it was a good move for him to come back to the United States. I really didn't. He bitched and whined about everything in the Philippines because he just made some bad choices. The house that he built, wasn't much of a house. It was like a thin little structure. The rooms were like, really small. He had no water pressure, always fighting with the barangay or township or whatever you want to call it. And I got to sneeze. Sorry. I really do have allergies. If you never believed that before, believe it now. I do have allergies. So that was his mistake. He should have stayed there. And should have took his son away from the rest of the family either. I didn't agree with everything he says. But he also, too, was doing a lot of e-begging, getting money off people. And buying toys and buying things like guns and buying shit like that. People just don't know how to manage their money. Jeez. Raining Cats and Dogs says, is this not thing from olden days, like doctors used to say, go to hotter climate for bad health conditions? That's according. They used to say, send your sinuses to Arizona. I used to see that on the commercials, for commercials for airline commercials, to try to get you to go to Arizona. Send your sinuses to Arizona, they'd say. Well, that wasn't true either. Didn't make any sense physiologically. Because they were saying that a really dry climate could clear up your sinuses, but that's not true. That's not true. You need a little bit of humidity to keep your sinuses moist. And I never understood that analogy of sinus problems and allergies. Go to Arizona where it's hot and humid. No, let me tell you a little secret. If I run my air conditioner at night, I have a small, very basic humidifier that many times I will use because the air conditioning is going to remove the humidity from the room too, besides cooling it off. That's why you see condensation on the outside of the air conditioner. It's removing humidity from the room. So if you have sinus problems, and even if you don't, it's going to dry out your throat, it's going to dry out your sinuses. So I compensate by putting, now look, the room was humid to begin with, okay? That's another reason why I got the air conditioner on. You also want to get rid of the humidity That's why I got the air conditioner on. But at the same time, you want to get cool, so you figure you can't have both, but you could have both. You could run that air conditioner. Yeah, it's going to make you feel comfortable by removing the humidity, but then it's the humidity that you actually need. So at least you're going to get cool from the air conditioner. You're going to get cool. So you remedy the problem by running a small humidifier in a room to compensate for the lack of any humidity in a room as caused by an air conditioner. Make sense? Oh yeah, dry air is bad for the throat, bad for the sinuses. Still got 45 strong here on here. We're killing it, literally killing it lately for my show. Don't get me wrong, there are people that have 1,000 people that view them at the same time. We're not on that same level. I accept that fact. I accept that all the time. I mean, it is what it is. Ready Cats and Dogs says, I've got a little weather situation clock. I think that tells you dry, comfort, humid. Yeah, I like to get one of those. I like to get a digital one. You can see at night even, red or blue, whatever. Something that can read out the barometer. It reads out all that shit. If you ever go to these little kiosks, if you want to call them that, in the malls, and they sell all these little gadgets. You ever see them in the malls? And they have all these gadgets there. One time, a little too expensive. I didn't want to buy it. I didn't want to spend. I could afford it, but I didn't want to buy it. I didn't want to spend the money on that. It was pretty big size too. It read out, I don't know, time and date, month. It read out the temperature, the humidity, barometer. Pretty cool little gadget. I should have just picked it up, really. I should have just picked it up. I got this tiny little thing. It's made of metal. It's not even working right. It's supposed to tell the temperature and the humidity level, but it's not accurate. But yeah, that would be a little gadget that I wouldn't mind buying. Lily Watts says, Sapphire Roma says, what is this? What is what? Lily Watts says, hi. Hi, Lily Watts. And since she says, what is your opinion on makeup? I already did a show on that, on makeup. Boy, I cover it all, Lily Watts. Just the other day, I did a whole thing about makeup on women. I went more than that. Why women wear pumps, why they paint their lips ruby red, phallic symbol. I did a whole show on that. Apparently you missed it. Too bad. Who's saying to be quiet to who? I don't understand. Raining Cats the Dog says, that's the one digital. Very good. It tells time and the temperature and the humidity thing. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having that. Well, I do got a Gcash. If you want to donate, we'll buy one and we'll display it. Go to my description box. If you want to support my show, I said every time. I'm just going to mention it once on my show. I'm not going overboard like people. I'm definitely not e-begging. I'm just saying if you support the show. Right now, I'm not monetized, but there's one way you can give if you're in the Philippines, buy my Gcash. I also said that Gcash is only available to people in the Philippines. However, if you got Remitly or something like that, you can actually donate to the Gcash. So keep that in mind. So anybody wants to make a donation to support the show, you have an opportunity. You just go to my description box, and there is a number on there, and you can refer to that number. Thank you very much, and that's all we'll mention. We do it once a show. Oh, it's about female battle dress. No. Fav rapper. What does that have to do with anything? Fav rapper. Maybe this conversation is going on, people are blocked or something that I have no idea. That people having these conversations, I have no idea what they're talking about. Rain Castle, yeah, it might be a good thing for monitoring your sinus health. Hello, Emily. Emily. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Come along, come along. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Forget about lyrics. Me and lyrics don't go together, guys. You ever see all these, unless you repetitively listen to a song, I've always loved when I watch a concert video. Everybody knows the word. If they're an avid fan of a band, they're all mouthing every single lyric, all the song, all the words. They got it down. I mean, they got it down, especially the women. Everybody wants to be that singer on the stage, everyone. Or they're actually singing along or they're mouthing the words for support, which is great. Isn't that really incredible that you create something that everybody can relate to and they know the words to your song? That's an honor, man. I mean, that's a huge honor. So you see all these concerts, the camera always goes to the audience and people are singing along, maybe not vocalizing it, but you see them mouthing off all the words. Combination. I want to be that rock star on stage. Or, out of respect, and I love the lyrics of your song, so I'm going to sing along with you, or just kind of mouth off the words with my lips. What an honor that is. Isn't that an honor? I think that's an incredible honor. Hellhole. Working hard to pick up dead vloggers subs. Oh, that's not my purpose. Hellhole? If they're coming to my channel, I'm, like the Pied Piper. I'm not being a Pied Piper here. If anything, it's chasing the snakes out of Ireland. And they're coming here. The snakes are being chased out of Ireland. And they're coming here. Something wrong with that hellhole? Hello, Stitch You. Stitch You. So we're having a good show this morning, as usual. We've been having some great shows lately. Even the Swampcast channel, I'm sure, that's like scratching their head saying, oh, shit. What can I say bad about him now? Because every show he's been doing has been very factual. I've been very eloquent in what I've been talking about. But they'll find a way. They'll find a way. This is amazing. I've learned so much about human nature since I've been on YouTube. So in a way, it's been pretty incredible for me all these years because, damn, I learned a lot about human nature. Some things I never realized before. It would smack me in the face when I'd come on YouTube and make me realize what our world has turned into, especially the new millenniums, what they turned out to be like. But it's not really the millenniums. It's going back to Generation X and beyond that, before that. Everything coming to fruition. Remember, the sum of your life, how does that go? What you are is the whole sum of your life, something like that. Who you are today is the summation of your life on what you have experienced. Makes you who you are today. So if you've been used and abused and hated and ignored, well, that's a formula, not for success. It's a formula to be pissed off at life and to be miserable with your life. Ouch, your dog stepped on a bee. I've done that 2 times in my life. And boy, that really hurt. Ouch, I bet that dog was screaming away and licking his wounds. I've stepped in dog shit, though. That was never pleasant. Speaking of dog shit, I can think of a video that comes to mind. You gotta admit, though, I am interesting. And that's not a narcissistic statement. I add some color to the YouTube community here. A lot of people can't do that. No, I'm not rubbing my nose. I'm not being narcissistic or anything like that. Just talking fact. I listen to shit on here. I know what's on here. If a channel is really relevant or not, I know it. There's not many relevant channels, but there are. I mean, maybe not the popular ones that you're used to hearing on the Philippines genre, vlogging genre, but there are really good, interesting shows out there. I mean, actually interesting shows that actually talk about something and they're not attacking people left and right because of their own serious inadequacies. How do you hate somebody that you never met and sat down and broke bread with? There's actually no one on here that I actually hate, and you'd be surprised to hear me say that. Even this one person that you're very familiar with and his situation. I don't hate the guy. I just don't like him. And, for good reason. How's that for an honest statement? No, I don't hate the guy. I dislike him. I despise him. I don't hate him. And anything I do in regards to what he's done to me is simply a total need to do. Not a want. There's a difference between a need and a want. Sometimes in life you got to do things that you don't want to do, but you feel that it becomes necessary to do, to put a halt to it. When people are persistent and they won't stop and they ruin your reputation. I'm just doing a little bit of sweep up here. The other one, yeah. All right, I'll get to that with the other one. I just happened to see this stuff on the floor. Decided to start it up or something. We don't need this light on either. Okay, back at you. Let's see. How do I turn this around now? Okay, here we go. Let's see. What am I missing here? So Hellhost says, I'm working hard to pick up dead vlogger subs. I'm not working hard to do that at all. The subs are coming to me. I didn't put a gun to their head and say, hey, you got to come to my show and sub. That's a lame statement, Hellhost. So you have to go. Okay, Gabrielle says, hi, Hell. Say hi to Yellow Man. Oh, Blicky says, answer me, boy. And who are you talking to, Oh Blicky, or whatever your name is, or Q Blicky, or Oh Blicky? Answer me, boy. Answer what? I don't know. It doesn't make sense. If it doesn't make sense, you're off my show. People talking cryptic. I don't have time for cryptic shit. But Raiden says that his bee stepped on his dog. He's being an asshole, so he's going to be off my channel. Being sarcastic. See how easy that is? To keep a clean show on here. When you got these losers coming on here making lame statements. I don't have time for that. I'm getting too old for this shit. Anyway, guys, here's the deal. We might have something to talk about later on today. I can't confirm 125% what I'm going to be talking about later on. But as soon as I get definite information and it's verified, then I will share something with you later on today, hopefully today. I think it would be today. But I just can't do that right now because, as I said, on my channel, I want to be factual. I don't want to spread a rumor or hearsay or any bullshit like that. I got to back up my statements. So with that being said, I might be on later on as soon as I get verification of something pretty important. I will let my viewers know. Fair enough? Yeah, so I'll be on probably later, but only if I got something to actually share with you. Hope you understand that. Anyway, it's been a really big shoe this morning. Really big shoe. I appreciate the amount of people that have come on my show and have consistently been coming on my show lately. Makes it more interesting when we've got a wider audience on here. Whether they're trolls or not, they're still coming to my show, aren't they? I have definitely arrived. What is this button here? Highlight, save to your channel, unlisted video. I don't know what that is. And what is this thing here? What is that? I got these features on a phone, and I really don't know what they are until I play with them. Okay, besides a cup of tea, I think I probably have to have something solid. Maybe I will make some muesli or something, or related cereal. I might even eat vegetables. Yeah, for morning, for breakfast. It's not unusual for me to open up a can of red kidney beans and have that for breakfast. Ain't that a kick? So, let me get this straight now. Can somebody provide verification that Rick Shore passed away? I saw that coming. But the minute I knew that he was going for radiation chemotherapy, and the minute he said he had to try to prevent his kidneys from shutting down, yeah, I knew that was a one-way ticket on that. But well prior to that, he was always having some kind of physiological problem. If you've been following Rick Shaw, and I have, I don't watch every show of his. No, I never watched every show. Because he was just bitching and whining about everything. And I said, I got my own problems, you know. But I saw that coming too. I did. I saw that coming. Now, recently, Ricky put on a show, and he had some scanning done, and he had some bad blood vessel activity in his brain. Maybe gave him some medicine. He said, well, it's looking better. Okay, well, hopefully it is for him. But I will tell you that anytime you have any kind of blood passageway to your brain that's being affected with the blood vessels and stuff like that, it's not a good sign. And because of the fact that what encourages this happens when you have high blood pressure, and he has high blood pressure, bad. He needs to sleep with a CPAP machine so he could breathe at night. He's been overweight for a long time too. All this shit comes together, guys. You reach a certain age and you've got certain factors that will work against you, and it will. Now, Fazio, let's get something straight about him. I don't wish him ill in death. I just didn't really wish him good in life, because as much as people try to build him up because he died, he was not a righteous person. I'm just stating the facts. You can agree with me or not. Or you could disagree with me because maybe perhaps you just don't like me and don't want to listen to what I have to say, or listen to reason, or listen to truth. He was not a nice man. He lied to everybody. He lied about everything he did in his life, mostly. He scammed people out of money. He took tons of money off Warren Hunt. And some of the things he did, not only on the camera about me, and the mocking of me with the t-shirts and everything else, and what he did behind the scenes, and some of it was very public, but what he did behind the scenes with that tenant situation I had in Hawaii was absolutely vicious. So please don't expect me to go take this high road like some of the wimps out there. The very people who had a history of attacking Mr. Michael Thomas Fazio, all taking the high road. I'm not taking no high road. Not at all. I have no reason to take the high road. Call a spade, okay? He either did wonderful things for or to people, or he did not. Was he ever generous with people? Never. Generous with the locals? Never. Oh, you mean the thing about when there were blackouts or storm or whatever, that he provided a generator so they could go charge their phones? The fucker was charging them for gas. You don't know a lot of things. He'd argue with somebody in a trike over maybe a discrepancy of two couple of pesos or something. Lied about his hotel to make money. He did that to get people to come to his show so he could have something to talk about. He was not a righteous person, period. That's why I sit here chuckling and saying, look at these assholes. The high road. Because somebody died, they're taking the high road. Trying to build up his life as if he had a meaningful life in any form. Like he didn't do bad to people. He did a lot of bad to people. He did a lot of bad to me. And I dare not come on YouTube and go on the high road with Mr. Michael Thomas Fazio. I will not do that. That's it. Okay, might be on later today with possibly some kind of an announcement. I'll let you know. Meanwhile, it's a great show this morning, and boy, we really tackled the idiots, didn't we? I study. We really did. Scott Ingram comes out of retirement somewhere and comes on my show. The first commenter was starting to attack me. But boy, did I have a lot to say to him that he didn't expect. Not yelling at him at all. I made him see the error of his ways, the error of his ways. He couldn't back up any statement he made. He got so put off by this that, I gotta go, my phone is ringing. God. Harry Potter. Harry Potter? How do I look like Harry Potter? I don't even resemble Harry Potter, not even remotely. My camera's not on. How do you know what I look like? Harry Potter? That's the most bizarre statement on a list I should put on there, what I look like. No, I look like an aging movie star, according to Brevis's girlfriend. So is that right? Brevis was attacking me on Discord, huh? Boy, that guy's got some problems, man. It'll all catch up with him. It all does. It all catches up. It all does. It just does. It just does. It just does. Okay, I'm going to wait for a few people to show up here. We're going to go over a few things on here. Hello. I'm going to wait for a few people to show up here. I kind of have something to share and what I could actually legally share. There's a few things going on here. But I'm going to wait for a little more people to show up on here. White Eyes is back. Hello, Clint. Just waiting for a few more people to show up here. I want to share something. Okay, we got 15 in the house. Hoping for a little bit more. Then it went down to 12. Go figure. Anticipation. Okay, now please understand that there's only certain elements of anything in a case that I could discuss on here. These are, call it superficial things, but it's actually pretty important things, pretty eye-opening things. As far as like details in a case, because there's a trial that's going on, certain elements in the case can't be discussed, and we won't. We got 15 in the house because we just did a show this morning. And I said if I had an announcement to make, I guess I would. Now, by the way, on my announcement, I got to get total clarification from my attorney. I read the paperwork. Let's just say there was paperwork that was shared with me by my attorney, 3 different documents. 3 different documents. So the language of the paperwork is as such. Now, again, I've been waiting for clarification, but he's been busy. We usually communicate on phone messenger. But he did yesterday send me 3 different attachments on my email pertaining to this particular case. As you may have known, my attorney did put in some motions for certain things to happen. And from what it's looking like and all the language that I read on the paperwork is that, number one, the venue for this case will probably no longer be in Battaglia. It's going to be at another undisclosed location that I won't disclose, but it will not be in Battaglia because the particular place that the regional trial court will be a place that handles more cybercrime than Battaglia does. So therefore the venue is going to change on there. Okay. Different venue, different location rather, which is a little bit closer, which is better. A little bit traveling time closer. Okay, let me tell you what I could tell you without getting in trouble on this case or anything like that. From the language I've seen on the paperwork, and I had to go over it with somebody, not even my lawyer, because I'm waiting for him to verify this to make sure I got the language correct on here. And I should have waited for that. But pretty much what I read, and with intellect I do have, and from what I read, that it kind of looks like his dreams of staying where he's at is not going to happen. And it could have transpired already, or it will transpire sometime soon. He will be going to a prison. And it's not Argyle. It's not Bicuton. He'll be going to a prison that is very well known for rehabilitation, but it's nevertheless, it's in a rural area. And you got some people doing, it's a maximum security prison. It's a maximum security prison. You know, whether he's going to be able to use his phone or not, I mean, I'm doubting it. If anything, if he's not there already, it's actually in the process. I know he's not going to be happy about this, but then again, he tried to play his own lawyer. Other information I do have is that the attorney that was representing him at the arraignment has been removed from the case. It was only there to represent him at the arraignment, and she's now been removed from the case. Now been removed. Now, the whole idea of going to prison is that he will be there for the duration of the case. Now, the case could be resolved in one session. The judge could turn around and say, I'm going to throw it out. There's a lot of variables.
And I'm putting these variables up front. As I said, I can't predict. Now, a lot of times in the past, and the law system challenged this under the Republican Act 10175 4C4. That's 4 in parentheses C4 under the Cybercrime Republican Act of 10175. It's very common to get fines and imprisonment. There were times in the past that they've only fined somebody was according to the gravity of the case, but since that time there's been some changes. So there's probably a very good chance. Now, of course, I'm speculating on everything here. There's a very good chance that he's not just going to get away with a slap on the wrist. Now, the understanding, I can't produce the documents, and I won't, same as I won't produce Fazio's dead body. 50 people. Is that he's going to be remanded over to an actual prison. Actual prison. And it's kind of a place, it's a prison with no bars, really. It is a high security level prison, as it's labeled to be a high security prison. And I don't believe that it's a prison with a bunch of bars. That might be a plus, but maybe not. Who's knocking? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that interruption. Let's just say the documents were received by me via email, via my attorney. And this is all I can really disclose to you, other than the details of the case, other ramifications in the future, which I cannot predict. So to his dismay and disappointment, because he decided to play lawyer, because, he knows the law. And according to him, he didn't do anything wrong, and he still maintains that. Well, you know what I say about that. When somebody's in total denial. He didn't want to leave Mandawi, that's for damn sure. Oh, he was adamant about that. He did not want to leave Mandawi. Doesn't want to leave Mandawi because he knows he's got it too good there. But things are taking a change, and according to the language in the documents I've seen, and there were 3 of them, the motion that my lawyer set forward was signed over, and they use languages like the body of so-and-so will be going to this particular prison. They use the word the body of, kind of weird, the body of, Harry Potter. Yeah. Regional Trial Court has jurisdiction over BI Commissioner. The vagrant kept saying otherwise. I know he did. Well, he knows the law, apparently. That's why he's in trouble, because he knows the law, right? I know he's listening to this, and I'm sure he is. Now, I don't know if he's there already or it's in the process. Because there says, is at this facility or will be. So whatever one it is at the moment. You know how things take a long time with the Bureau of Immigration. This was signed over by the judge and the warden of this particular facility has signed him into this particular prison. He may not be there yet, but from everything I read, that's where he's going. I have no reason to believe otherwise. I've read the paperwork. It seemed like it was a little ambiguous to me. That's why I reached out to my lawyer, which I still haven't. I don't want to get into this, sir. Usually he contacts me by messenger, and he hasn't. But he did send me 3 attachments, and I read over it over and over again. And the conclusion I got from these documents is that it has been signed that number one, you will not be going to the Barilli courthouse anymore. There's going to be a different venue. It's a little bit slightly closer to me, but to my traveling, maybe 30, 40 minutes of traveling less to a court that deals more with cybercrime. Because Barilli didn't want to take on the responsibility of the cybercrime case, and they wanted to send it over to this particular regional trial court, which I'm not naming. And as such, and from the language that I read, and I will double verify this at a later time. Yeah. Oh, guess not. Yeah. So I might be a little bit ahead of myself here, but from what I read, it sounds pretty down tacked. I mean, it's sounds like it's a happening to me. I want to get the double verification from my attorney, and then beyond the show, have to refrain from anything that's pertinent having to do with the oncoming case. Um, so it sounds like good news. I got a very active lawyer, and he's a good trial lawyer for the things he does. And he does not, by the way, he does not specialize in cybercrime, by the way. He does not, but now he's learned a lot himself. But all the application of law apply to all the attorneys. They follow a certain protocol of law, whether cybercrime is his specialty or not, which is not, actually. He does handle criminal cases, though. He does everything from annulments and all that other stuff, and does handle criminal cases. So he does have the expertise of a trial lawyer. So that's my attorney. He was not picked out specifically because he was a cybercrime lawyer. I knew he wasn't at the time. But nevertheless, he is representing me on such. With that being said, in retrospect on all this all just like Fazio dying, this could have been prevented. And nobody needs to jump on my case for this because they know that the guy did it all to himself. Let's not mention any names on here. He did it all to himself. He has nobody to blame but himself. His cockiness and persistent cockiness has got him into a world of hurt. Now, is it possible that he can get a slap on the wrist and a fine and say bye-bye? Sure. It's possible, but not probable. But anything could happen. And as I always say on my show, I got an open mind about just about everything. Or the worst could happen, that this trial could continue. And if it's allowed to continue, because it's up to the what's the word of the judge. It's the I'm looking for a word here, discrepancy or whatever of the judge, and his reading of the initial affidavit and looking at the evidence. He can make a decision, and whatever his decision is goes. That's just the way it is. Remember, you're presumed to be innocent until proven guilty, even here in the Philippines. That's why there's something called a trial. Discretion, thank you. Bam. It's up to the discretion of the presiding judge. Now, what I've read so far, that this has been signed off already. He will receive paperwork on this. It's okay. I could mention this. It's not a crime for me to mention this. It's not a crime at all. It's an announcement, if anything else. And from what I read in the language, which I thought was a little bit ambiguous at first, so I had to read this over several times to read this over. So what it looks like is, number one, the venue of the trial will not be in Bareilly. I imagine that would apply for the next scheduled, which is an interesting question. There was a schedule for March 18th, but if they're changing the venue on this, that could be even beyond March 18th. So more time served. Steinmetz says, I told you not to mention names on my fucking show. You don't follow the fucking rules of my fucking show, then you get the fuck off my show. I specifically tell me no names on this fucking show. None. No names. I'm sorry that you had to be an idiot and I had to remove your comments from my channel. Visible comments anyway. The guy was an asshole. He continued to be an asshole. And even when he was charged, continued to be an asshole, continued to do the same shit over and over again. It's almost like a disease, like he can't help himself. Just like in Fazio's, this could have been prevented. All this could have been prevented. All of it. So he's headed to a new holding situation that's not as nice. Yeah, absolutely not. He may not have bars there. It's a very well protected area. I don't think they have bars. In fact, it's a very well-known facility. I'm going to give you a hint. If they believe in rehabilitation, whether this guy could be rehabilitated, I don't know. That doesn't mean his final place, call it his final resting place, is going to be at this prison. This is just where he's going to be sent for the duration of the trial. I don't even want to give you a hint, because you'll know what the place it is if I tell you what this place is famous for. The word is choreography. That's as much as I'm going to say for the place. Choreography. And you're saying, what the fuck? You know? As I said, there's limited information I can provide in regards to this case. But this would be public information anyway. So I'm not doing anything against the rules of engagement here. I think Joseph Beans has an idea, but don't mention it. No, he won't be in Bickerton. He won't be in Argyle. Be someplace else, which is actually known as a maximum security prison. Maximum security. You heard me right. Because of his imminent threats, because what he committed was a crime, period. This is not a civil case. This is a criminal case. LOL. Trolls will be doing videos of the vagrant dancing with other prisoners. Oh, very good, I study. Very good. Very good. That boy's going to be dancing. He's going to be a dancing fool. You are correct. You got me. It'll be the CPDRC, the famous dancing inmates. Seabrook Provincial Detention and Rehabilitation Center. Okay, you got me. And it is maximum security, by the way. No, he's not going to enjoy that at all. Okay, listen, my attorney says different, and I'll give you a big apology, a major apology. But I read the paperwork, and I'm reasonably intelligent, although the legal language seemed rather ambiguous to me. It just seemed really ambiguous to me, but I read it over again. Apparently, signatures have been laid down, and they're basically, the language is that the body, they call it the body of this particular individual, shall be remanded over to this particular place. If not already, will be. It's a process sometimes. I know he's not happy, and he's probably pissed. Did I say not to mention the guy's name or reference to him? Boomerang? I just got rid of somebody for that. Well, he didn't say his real name, so. And neither did I. And there's a name for this place, not just CPDRC, whatever. There's a name for this place too. I wrote it down, but just saw some pictures of it. All the people are in orange suits, and yes, there are jails there, absolutely. That's why you were attacked earlier, I think. Well, as I said, I am still awaiting double clarification from my attorney, but I could not help but sharing what I do know. I can't present the paperwork on here. I mean, I probably could, but I just don't think that's a great idea. Charles will take pleasure in notifying a brother about the change of address once it happens. You want to do a crime, you got to do the fucking time, legitimately. Hearsay's one thing, but really doing something terribly bad and doing it over and over again. See, guys, there's a big difference. I can get pissed at you, I study. You know, I can get pissed at you. And out of anger, I could call you some pretty mean shit, right? Sure, I've done that. The difference is, I study, if I went on my show every single fucking day, every day, and did the same thing to you, that gets to be a little bit heavy and warrants some form of action. Sure, I got pissed off at people on here, and I've said my share of things on here. I absolutely did. We all know that. I admit that. It's called anger. You say what you have to say, and you get it over with. But you don't put a show on every single day and call somebody what he did on almost every single show. For how long? For how long? That's some pretty serious shit. Considering social media could bring thousands and thousands of viewers, and everybody making an unqualified assumption that you are what he labeled you to be. Man, that's not fair. That's not fair to anybody. Every day. We're not talking about, hey, I let loose with my lips a few times, more than a few times. Sure, I have. And I said some things probably that were not cool out of anger, but the difference is, and it's a major difference, persistence, consistence, and the amount of people over a period of time, especially doing almost a daily show, calling me such. That qualifies for the situation that he's in right now. Slander of the highest order. Yeah, you got that right. Straight harassment, White Eye says. Like I said, I know what the general penalties and fees and all that shit are for something like this, but it varies. The judge has to make that decision. As I said, and I'm very honest about this, unlike other people. The judge could give him a slap on the wrist, and since he's already got a summary deportation, he could be on his way home. whatever he considers home, and whatever's waiting for him. That could happen. Do I think that's going to happen in this case? No, I don't. Oh, is he? Is he actually? I'm going to give out some more lies that I'm full of shit and everything else. Don't worry. He's probably got the paperwork, or will receive it anyway. Ain't that right? I don't know much about the military-industrial complex. Clown saying that he won't be moved. Well, tell that to the court. He tried to play it down like his harassment was just like your hurt feelings. I know, it's all he ever says. I hurt your feelings. Well, I don't have access on my other phone to play it on here. And actually, I don't know if I do. I don't know if I do. Well, finding that phone would be actually a great thing. But you could fill me in on the details. But I know what I'm going to hear. That ain't true. I ain't going nowhere. Well, I don't know. I got paperwork, and paperwork doesn't generally lie. And from the language on there, I could definitely tell you that's a decision that was made. And when he heard this, he probably got all pissed off. I have 45 and he has 2. Really? How interesting is that? I'm still talking to you guys. I haven't even gotten dressed yet. Because you guys are so important to me. Haven't even done my treadmill. Where is my other phone, by the way? I don't know where it is. Yeah. Well, he can think whatever he wants. As I said, I cannot present the paperwork. I mean, I actually could, but here it is. I kind of think that's not probably the best idea. In all honesty. I don't think that's the best idea. Let's see here. I don't think it's the best interest. Only way I can get there is, no, that's the problem on here. I got a thing on here. Well, shit, I'm not sure that's even possible. Let's see. And I'm sure he's not happy. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hold on. Here we go.
I'll play that in this fucking dumbasses show door because, listen to this. Because an announcement. He's going to prison. He's going to prison because he called me a name. He shouldn't. He do the crime. What crime is it to call you a name? So, okay.
Oh, he's
so
upset.
if the child calls him a name, is the child a criminal too? You know, is a child a criminal too if the child calls him a name? I'm going to fucking dumbass shut up. Listen to this. Because that announcement, he's going to prison. He's literally playing my show now. Because he called me a name. He do the crap. What crap is it to call you a name? So, okay. So if the child calls him a name, is the child a criminal too? Yeah, that's what I want to know. Is a child a criminal?
I think the boy's upset, huh, guys?
If a child calls you a coward or a pussy, is a child a criminal?
This is hilarious, I know.
Frank, dude, you're a fucking moron, bro. You're an idiot. Dude, you're an idiot. IDIOT, idiot.
Well, who's in jail? You or me?
There's no crime to call somebody a name. You know, so when you was in America.
There's no crime calling somebody a name. Well, why is he having a trial?
So when you was in America, somebody called you a name that didn't.
This ain't America.
I'm not upset. I think this is funny. Oh no, I'm not upset. Dude, you're a fucking bitch.
Oh, no, he's not upset. Listen to him.
Dude, you're an idiot. Dude, you're a fucking moron.
See, it's things like this that got you into trouble, and you're just repeating it again.
IDIOT, idiot. So you want to put me in jail for calling you a name? Okay, well that's fine. How about the video? How about the video where you and we're talking about Gilda's brothers committed murder?
Well, where's the smoking gun? Where's the gun? Where's the body? If that happened.
That's fine. I'll just present that to the judge. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna turn it over to the BI today. I'm gonna give it to the BI, and I'm gonna call the police over here and show them the video. There we go.
Boy, is this guy scratching at the bottom of the barrel or what?
Oh yeah, things like this. What, calling you a moron get me in trouble? Dude, I'm a
Moron? He's believing that all he called me was a moron? Wow.
grown man. I'm 50 years old, you fucking idiot. You're almost 70, you fucking moron. Move on with your fucking life. And I want you, when you see me the 18th, I want you to open your mouth and call a shot.
Well, it may not be on the 18th. It could be a lot further date than that, number one.
A liar to my face.
As I studied narcissism. Oh, no, please, not the BI, LOL.
And there's no smoking gun, you fucking moron. It's a video where you and her both admit it. You say it.
Oh, you talking about a parody that I made?
On video, confession, dumbass.
Has no relevance to this case whatsoever.
He blocked me when I asked him if he considered his... Called you a moron, coward, pussy, little bitch, small dick, no getting pussy motherfucker. Oh, cyber libel.
Can you believe this, guys? He still won't admit what he did. Even though people have seen the videos, and he's sitting there on his high horse in total denial, saying all he's ever did was call me a moron, this and that. If that was only the case, he wouldn't be in the situation you're in right now.
I want you to call Shaw liar to my face, and what I want you to do, when you see me, the 18th, I want you to open your mouth and call Shaw liar to my face, Frank. I want you to.
I obey the law, sir.
Call her a liar to my face. Say something to me, motherfucker. I dare you to open your mouth to me.
Yes, BI, I studied a narcissist, enforces immigration law. RTC enforces civil and criminal law.
Oh, no, it's a parody. No, it ain't a parody, big boy. That's a confession. And here in the Philippines, they don't look at it as a parody. Okay? They're not going to look at it as a parody.
Oh, the expert on law is now stating Philippines law. Where's that gotten you so far?
Bro, you're going to get in a lot of trouble. A matter of fact, who was that? Somebody vlogs and turns his shit in, bro. He sent me messages from the police station. They're going to be looking for you, by the way. God, he's so stupid.
I'm stupid, huh? Who's in jail, you or me?
Keep me here, but because he filed a complaint on me. But because I called him names. Oh, my God, I called him a name. Oh, he called me a name. He hurt my...
Well, I guess he's going to have to push somehow and be an advocate, which he's not indigent of this country, to change the laws, because the laws are the laws. He didn't just call me a name. It's the gravity of what he calls me. But he don't want to talk about that.
Fatalins, oh, he's got to serve prison time because calling me a name is an absolute crime. I can call my Mary Jordan called me a name. Everybody called me a name is crime. But me, Frank Battaglia, I can.
Well, he needs to talk to the court about that, to the judge, not me. If he thinks that what he said did not violate the Republican codes of the Philippines, then I guess he is going to have to try to change the law.
Call whoever I want to name and get by with it because I'm Frank Battaglia. I shouldn't have nobody calling me names. I can say what I want about people, but man, this motherfucker called me a name, so I got to go to prison, dude. Oh, this is what he sounds like. He sounds.
Wow. Denial at its best, and you're witnessing it. The guy has lost his monkey-ass mind over this. How apparent that is.
Like an absolute crybaby.
Yeah, Joseph Beans, he is going nuts. Ken Unger says, sounds like somebody is losing it. Yeah, sounds like to me. Clint Danson says, LOL, he's losing his shit. Clint Danson also said, triggered bad. And look at that. I mean, he's even threatening me now. I dare you to do this. That's a threat. About the courthouse and everything. He's daring me. He doesn't learn. The fucker's going to be going to prison, and he still hasn't learned.
He won't say anything like he didn't during court.
Yes, Clint, White Eyes. Yeah, he thinks he's just going to complain his way out of this. Yeah, I got you.
They're not going to fucking move me, dumbass. Okay, the DOJ is only. See, this guy here doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He goes, we're going to have him moved.
You're not going to move me. Well, you didn't know you'd be arrested for immigration, did you? But you were. You did not think you were going to get 5 charges approved against you, but they were. So, what do you say to that?
Dude, I tell you what. When they go to move me, why don't you come up here and we're with them, Frank?
Boy, this guy is really acting like a total moron. Complete denial of what he said and done. And he's basically, with all this going on, is basically still threatening me. Now, Patrick Glenn, you know how people, jump fence? Now, Patrick Glenn was making comments on my channel. I told him, I said, don't mention names. So I removed him. Now, of course, you know how it works here on YouTube. So now he's going to go, he's very against this guy, too. Very against. But now because he actually got his feelings hurt, and this is a situation where he got his feelings hurt. That's a real situation of getting your feelings hurt. Decide to go promote him or go on other side of the fence. How many times have we seen that, folks? Realistically, how many times have we seen that? Checkmate says he should be on a strict routine of elephant tranquilizer every day. Well, he's saying he ain't going nowhere, but according to the paperwork I read, that says different. So how is he going to challenge that? How's he going to challenge that? You can't change something that has already happened. You can't change something that is. And wishful thinking is just not going to change something.
And the only thing that's going to be introduced into this case is what he's actually done. They're not going to look at other evidence to have something to do with either the jurisdiction is not right or actually what he's trying to accuse me of does not pertain to the case, period.
Well, he needs to talk to the court about that. The judge, don't he? I don't know. I'm not going to talk to you about it, motherfucker. Trust me. What? I ain't violating any codes, bro. I ain't violating. I don't know. I'm not going to talk to you about it, motherfucker. Trust me. What? I ain't violating any codes, bro. I ain't violating any codes. You're an American. Violate any codes. You're an American.
He didn't violate any codes? Wow. How do you define this guy? I have no words, and usually I got a lot of words. You violated codes according to the fiscal, according to the prosecutor in Cebu. They're the ones that make that decision to determination. You don't. I guess he lost his monkey-ass mind. It was going to happen sooner or later.
This motherfucker told me that so I got to go to prison. That's what he sounds like. He sounds. Wow. Denial. That explains to me what you see. You guys hear this shit, right? Denial. Oh, see, he won't come on the show and face me. Frank will not come on my show and face me. He will not. Yeah. Copyright, motherfucker.
Clint Danson says he's so angry, he needs a nice hot cup of chamomile tea. You think?
I'm going to copyright your channel, bitch. Yeah, I'm losing it. Oh, yeah, I'm losing it, all right. Sure am. Oh.
Wide Eye says he went live as a response to you. Of course I knew he was listening. Then you restream him, and then he restreams you. Restreaming him, this is nuts. You got that.
Dancing says, he's losing his shit. Oh my God, bro. Who's that fucking idiot? Really? I'm not losing my shit. He's losing his shit. Oh my God, bro. Who's that fucking idiot? Really? I'm not losing my shit. Well, what are you, stupid? Does it look like I'm losing my mind, bro? I'm good. I'm like you.
He really wants me to answer that question?
I'm okay. He's losing his shit. Oh my God, bro. Who's that fucking idiot? Really? I'm not losing my shit. Well, what are you, stupid? Does it look like I'm losing my mind? Well, what are you, stupid?
Yeah.
Does it look like I'm losing my mind, bro? I'm good. I'm like you. I'm okay. Fuck you. And that's not to say I dare you to do something.
This is gold, Clint. This is absolute gold.
It's not a threat. I don't learn. I'm not going to learn. Listen to me. I'm not going to learn. When I get back to America, to say I dare you to do something is not a threat. I don't learn. I'm not going to learn. Listen to me. I'm not going to learn. When I get back to America, when I get back home to America, I'm not going to stop the name calling. You understand? I'm not going to stop the name calling. When I get back to say I dare you to do something is not a threat.
All right, what did he just say? What did he just say? This is a man that don't learn from his mistakes. When I get back to America, whenever that is, he's not going to stop doing the same thing he did. The guy's uncontrollable. The guy is demonstrably mentally ill. I mean, listen to his rambling on here. Total insanity. Total insanity. Wow.
When I get back home to America, I'm not going to stop the name calling. You understand? I'm not going to stop the name calling. When I get back to America, it's going to be a lot worse, bro. It's going to be a lot worse.
We'll share that with the judge. Copy it, folks. I made a clip of it already.
I'm going to explain this to you the best way I know how. Okay? I'm in jail for detention for overstay. That's why I was arrested for overstay. I wasn't arrested for your fucking case.
Well, but you now have charges on you for something else.
I wasn't arrested for your fucking complaint. That's not why I was arrested. Dude, you're a moron. You're an idiot. Your case was dismissed to begin with because there was no evidence. And there was no evidence.
So there's no case? I mean, he went to an arraignment. There's no case?
Again, so it's going to get dismissed again. So you're saying I'm guilty before I'm proven innocent. So you're saying that the judge is just throwing the case out, saying, okay, he goes to prison, we don't care. He can serve time in prison for this. So you're saying there's been a trial without me being there. Bullshit, dude, you're a fucking...
No trial yet. But there is.
Liar. You're a bald-faced liar, dude. You're lying straight through your fucking gapped-ass, sharp-ass fucking teeth. Dude, you're a monster. You don't belong here in the Philippines. You're not safe here in the Philippines around people. You're mentally delusional. You're mentally insane, bro. There's something seriously wrong with you, bro. Bad.
Really? I didn't know that. Kind of seems that your disposition got you a long way, huh?
Yeah, you don't go to prison and call somebody a name, dude. His feelings. What?
Yeah, I remember when he got arrested. He did look terrified, and he followed orders. He said, "Oh, don't worry." He thought he was going to get shot or something. I don't know what he thought. Don't worry, I'm listening to everything you have to say. I'm following orders. I'm following orders.
He's under attack because...
Raining Cats and Dogs says it isn't hard to understand. Is all this an act? Is his defense?
You don't know how to shut the fuck up. You don't know how to leave people alone.
Oh, let him laugh and heckle. He's the one that's going to jail.
He's fucking screaming. Hear that shit? He's playing that shit because you got that microphone so close to the thing. He's an idiot. That's right. You don't go to prison for calling somebody a name, dude. You don't.
God, he really believes that shit, too.
Don't go to prison for calling somebody. He wants me in prison because he's got his feelings hurt. I'm not going anywhere, dude. You're going to have to do...
Well, you better tell that to the warden of the new facility.
You're going to go through the DOJ, bro.
How's he going to challenge that?
Challenge that because I'll make them fucking shoot me, bro. I'm not going to prison. They're not going to be going to prison for calling you a name, bro. Don't think so.
I mean, wishful thinking does not actually prevent something from happening.
No, I don't think so, bro. I'm not going to prison for calling you a name.
Well, you didn't think you were going to be arrested for your immigration. You didn't think I could file a case against you on cybercrime that was approved, and it was, so, huh?
What you really want, I tell you, if that's what you really want, why don't you come up here and tell me that to my face? Why don't you come up here to the BI and tell the BI to send me to prison? Come up here.
I don't have to tell the BI anything. That's already been written, stamped, and approved.
You can't introduce this into the case, bro. You can't. You can't introduce new evidence into the case, dumbass.
I could introduce all kinds of things in the case. I could reintroduce a lot of things into the case.
What I'm trying to accuse you of, I ain't accusing you of anything. You know what you're doing. You know exactly what you're doing.
And what's that? What did I do?
You know what you're See, he's recording this on his phone. You trust me. What? I ain't violating any codes, bro. I ain't violating. He's an American, I'm an American. You trust me. What?
Oh, God, him and his crap about I'm an American, they don't care. Well, why are you going to trial if they don't give a shit about American against American?
I ain't violating any codes, bro. I ain't violating.
You didn't violate anything. So why did the fiscal approve a case to go to court if he wasn't in violation of the RA codes?
replaying my show. He's replaying my show because he's stupid. Because he's stupid, saying that this was an announcement, right? And here's me. This motherfucker's obsessed with me, dude. Frank, why are you so obsessed with me, bro? Why are you obsessed? Or are you
Oh, because I love you so much.
gay? Are you in love with me? Or are you wanting my dick, Frank?
We all love you. We all love you.
Is that what you want? Are you gay, Frank? Are you gay?
Now he's calling me gay. On top of everything else, now he's calling me gay.
I ain't violating no coach. Calling you a name, bro, is not. Freedom of speech is not valid.
Would you people please try to straighten out this parrot and make him understand what he did?
I'm gonna go. Sorry. I mean, he does what else I'm talking about. He's fine. See, he uses my words, monkey ass mind. So he can't come up with anything originally. He's gonna use my words. God, he's so fucking stupid, man. Yeah, I know.
No, stupid is, stupid does.
Oh, you do go to prison for knowing about it. Exactly. That's right. When you went to court, you didn't say shit. He got brave, turned red.
No, I'm not supposed to say nothing when I go to court, idiot.
The fucking beat and didn't say shit. That motherfucker was shaking like a leaf on a tree.
No one was shaken. Went there, sat down, listened to what needed to be said. It was very short. That was it. Well, enjoy your new abode. That's going to be coming up pretty quick here. And he's probably not allowed to take anything he has. There's certainly no Xbox.
He's stupid. Let's see. How dumb can you fucking be? I mean, seriously.
How dumb can you be? Well, where are you sitting right now? Well, I got 40 plus people. He's got 23. He should be making an argument with me. You know, defend yourself. So his lawyer basically is not representing him, certainly that lawyer. And that lawyer was removed from the case. It was just for the arraignment. That's all it was from. So there you go. Facts are facts. I read what I read. And if he wants to fight the idea of being imported to an actual jail cell, well, immigrations, they got to follow. They got to follow what the court orders are. And the regional trial courts and judges, they take precedence over that. Sounds to me that his feelings are hurt. That's what it sounds like to me. God, he sounds like a screaming banshee. He's upset. Sounds like he lost his monkey-ass mind once and for all. And then, guys, you heard it yourself. He was threatening me for the courthouse. See what happens at the courthouse. All this is noted. I mean, for a guy that wants his freedom, he's not really doing a good job on trying to achieve it. Have you not noticed that? The month of March, because he likes to open his mouth, the 18th,
and he can't speak right. You know what I mean?
Well, there may not be no hearing at the 18th because the venue has changed.
You see how he's going through and playing it and clipping it, right? Trying to make me look like an absolute monster. You see what he's doing, right?
Well, he's acting like an absolute monster.
He's doing that shit. So listen to what he said. But see, I'll play the whole video on what I'm saying, right? Because my belief is you shouldn't go to prison for calling somebody a fucking name that's stupid.
Well, tell you what, you tell that to the judge.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of.
Change the law systems out here. Why don't you do that?
Well, Mr. Jordan, I'm sorry. You called Mr. Battaglia a name, so we got to send you life in prison. You know, there's just...
No, they're not talking about life in prison. Of course not.
Sorry, but, you know, his feelings matter more than your freedom because he got his feelings hurt, Mr. Jordan. We got to put you in life in prison. Really?
Oh, this is not America here, son.
No, he's not going to hold me here because it's going to get dismissed.
Boy, he's so sure of himself. He was sure of himself that immigration wouldn't catch up to him either, wasn't he? He was sure of himself that I'd never be able to file an approved case against him on cybercrime. He was sure of himself about that too, wasn't he?
God, this shit's loud. Yo, bro. Unplug your mic, you fucking moron. See, this is how stupid he is.
Even his viewers are kind of stymied right now. They don't know what the hell to say.
Charge it on me for something else. What's that? Yeah, I can come back after a year after I pay my fines, yeah.
That's not true either.
Yeah. I'm not.
He's going to have a permanent blacklist.
I'm not deemed undesirable. I'm not blacklisted.
No, you would never be an undesirable person, would you? He will be blacklisted. He will be blacklisted. Once he's out of here, he's never going to see this country again.
What's up, Kev?
Well, you know, folks, it's pretty sad. It's very sad that his mind thinks this way. If he doesn't like the system, well, he's really in no position to change the system. The Philippines laws are what they are, and he may not agree with the Philippines laws because he's committed some atrocities. Whoever's writing me, please understand that your statements are being seen on my show. You could talk to me afterwards. Thank you. White Eye says, if I was him,
Really?
I would be petrified of being lost in a bureaucratic shuffle of the legality of this. A simple mistake of not being let go because one thing has to be settled in front of the other.
There's something wrong with you. You not realize it, bro? Why are you in everybody's business? Okay, if there's nothing wrong with you, if you're not mentally unstable, if she got flowers, dude, that I'm happy for her. No, I don't know who they're from.
He's the one that claimed, kept on writing on there saying he's the one that sent the flowers.
But I don't think she has a new man. She's a secret admirer. If she had a boyfriend, she'd say, from my boyfriend. She don't have a boyfriend. So, and you can't sing, bro. Shut the fuck up. Stop trying to sing. Because you sound like a dying cow when you're trying to sing.
Boy lost his monkey ass mind.
Listen at him. Yeah, people are listening to my show, going over and telling him what I'm saying and giving him advice. I studied the narcissist, bro. I don't know who the fuck you are, dude, but you're a moron, bro. Stop feeding him.
He's calling I studied a narcissist a moron. Now he's attacking somebody else.
Full of shit, bro. People are sitting back and laughing at you, bro. People are sitting there and laughing at you. Do you not realize this? No one likes you. Dude, I'm in detention. They're not going to move me to a prison, dumbass.
Yeah, he's really upset of knowing this, but we've all proved him wrong so many times, proved himself wrong. Now, if he never did anything wrong, he shouldn't be in immigration lockup. He broke the law. Okay, there's an actual case, charges that were proved against him for cybercrime. And of course, they don't come to that decision very easy in the court system. They just don't do that. So now he has to face the charges. Of course, he don't like it, but shouldn't have done what you did in the first place, really.
I can't stand him either. I don't like him. I despise him, bro. He doesn't belong here. Listen to how he treats people and how he talks.
I don't belong here? How do you treat people? Look at your track record.
To people. You really think this man belongs here? No, he don't. Oh my God, wishful thinking. We'll see. When I'm
Yes, wishful thinking on his part.
here, when I'm continuing sitting here until court the 18th. The 18th, because I'll get to meet my public defender the 18th. They're not gonna move the court date. Frank's full of shit. Frank don't want to spend no more money to go to Battaglia.
No, the venue is changing. So it's probably not going to be in Battaglia. It is changing.
So he's scared. He's scared. Oh my God! A regional trial court cannot tell the BI what to fucking do.
He still believes that. Where did he get his law degree, by the way?
Frank cries big cheers because no one will give him a thumbs up. I know shit, right? I didn't file. I do got to file.
Oh, that's going to ruin my day if somebody didn't give me a thumbs up. Just going to ruin my day.
I do got to counter shoot. I'm waiting on my witness, man. As soon as my witness goes up there and signs that shit, dude, I'm going to get it to him. That these guys plus counts against him, yeah. Okay, cool means. Not looking good for you out there. I'm not going to prison, dude. I didn't violate no codes, dude. See, this is where we know.
He's not violating any codes. Then why are they doing this then? If he's not violating any codes, then why is this happening to him?
Frank, I heard from a little birdie that Frank bribed some people.
And now he's saying I bribed people. Boy, that could be another charge right there. And what about the bribery, the $50,000 he took from CW? And we all heard that and seen the video that he was going to bribe the prosecutors to throw this shit out. How about that one?
Stop lying to everybody, dude. Stop getting on here and lying to people. That's all you got to do is stop lying to people.
No, I think lying is what got you in trouble in the first place.
I got 2 instances, videos pertaining to bribery. One, he was on a recorded phone call with somebody, a personal phone call, where the money that Ricky and other people raised should have went to bribe the system. And the other one where he blatantly comes out with it and says, "Thank you, CW. Thank you very much. This 50,000, it's going to really help. This way I could bribe the authorities."
You want my dick, bro? You want to suck on my dick? Sorry, bro. I'm not gay. I don't swing that way.
Well, not that we're aware of. But we don't know.
Try to straighten out this. You're the clown. Okay, see, look. You know why he didn't want to go to America and file a case? You know why he didn't go to America? Because America wouldn't allow this kind of bullshit. What you call? He called you a name?
Well, I'm in the Philippines. Why am I going to go to America to file a case on you in America? That don't make any sense.
So what are we gonna do here? So how are we gonna prove? Well, he called. Okay, so he called you a name. It's called freedom of speech. They'd have told him no. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, you better tell that to the judge and explain law to him. I guess the judge does not understand law. Is that what you're saying? I guess these laws were written for nothing, I guess. According to this law professor here.
Yeah, I have the evidence of him guilty of murder. Yep. Bye, white eyes. Bye, bro. I'm just gonna time you out right now, white eyes, dude. You're as dumb as Frank. Really.
See what he does? If they don't agree with his opinion, he gets rid of them.
He was shaking, dude. His hands were shaking like hell. Mexican boy.
Nobody's hands was shaking. Boy, oh boy, the chronic lying with this guy is just absolutely amazing. Nobody's hands was shaking.
I hear you, bro. He will pay good money to see you in orange prison jumpsuit. No, I don't think so, bro. You gotta get put in time.
It's going to be orange. Orange.
I too. Show the paperwork. If I'm really going to a new abode, show the notary stamp. Show the signature of the prosecutor. Show the signature of the judge. Show the paperwork. If I'm really going, show the paperwork, bro. Come on, show it here on camera.
You'll be receiving the paperwork shortly.
Come on. Let's see it. Let's see the proof. Let's see the proof instead of talking about it. Show us something, man. Show us something. You know why he won't show? Because there is nothing to show.
Well, he said that many times and had no evidence either, didn't he? But sure fooled him. What you doing, Ginger? What's wrong?
Idiot. So stupid he is.
He's always with this shit. Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence. Well, you'll get to see it.
My goodness. Never in my life heard somebody so dumb.
You must be listening to yourself.
They're not going to come to take me, John Smith.
Who's a betting man out there?
I'm going to make them shoot me, bro. Make them before I go to the hospital.
Oh, they'll gladly do that.
Go ahead, bro. I'm going to make sure they fucking shoot me. I'm going to make sure they injure me is what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to blame. Then Frank's going to get all the blame for it.
Someone shoots him, and I'm going to get the blame. Is this logical?
He said, after I was here, bro, and I'm still here fucking 10 months later almost.
Not for long.
Immigration will only follow DOJ, bro. If you do this, you're going to piss the commissioner off. You do realize that, right? You're going to make the commissioner mad.
No, I think he's done a good job of pissing off the commissioner himself.
What it is because I have my cell phone. He wants me food, this, that, and the other shit, right? I'm able to contact my family, my lawyer, this, that, and the other shit. And see, the thing, what he doesn't realize, if I get moved, I'm going to be able to bail out of jail. Because I'm not upset. No, I'm not. I am not upset, bro, because my voice is like, this is how I talk normally, dumbass. Anyway, if they move me, if they allow it, I can bail because this is a bailable offense. It's available. Hold on. I get the paperwork and shit.
Okay. It is also my understanding that he's not going to be able to get bail, and the reason he won't be able to get bail, Ferocious Friday, yeah, is because of the fact that he's an illegal alien. He still has all this immigration charges on him and unpaid fees and all that. Now, if that wasn't the case, probably he'd be able to get bail. But from what I understand, there's not going to be any allowable bail. And my attorney filed a motion on that anyway. So if I was him, I wouldn't be counting on bail. I really wouldn't. Got a little connection problem here going on his part anyway. 42 here, he's got 20. No competition here, of course, you realize that. So apparently the guards are expert lawyers. So they're getting advice from immigration guards.
That's what you want, though, right, Frankie? Is that what you want? You want life in prison because you got called a coward. You got called a...
That alone, what he just said, is actually cyber libel. So give this man the Golden Shovel Award because this man is still going at it. And he's got real charges against him. Isn't that amazing?
Me to go to prison because you got called a name because you got your feelings hurt. No.
Oh, God, how many times are we going to hear that shit?
It's called freedom of speech.
What is this about this freedom of speech he thinks he has in this country?
Well, he's so sure of himself that immigration would catch up to him, wasn't he? Sure. Well, you had help with that. Fine. I know exactly who helped you. He sure himself about that too. I know exactly who helped you, motherfucker. God, really? I just said, well, you know, bro, I'm glad you're Mikey fucking boy. See, this how stupid he is. Calling your names is not a fucking crime.
And why is there 5 approved charge counts against you then?
I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I'm considering adding another charge. Checkmate. He's on a roll.
My viewers are talking, brother. What's that? Yeah, I'll come back.
Yeah, he's under a sock account too. Who am I? Who do you think that is?
Yeah, my fine, yeah. That's not true. Yeah. I'm not. This will have a permanent life. I'm not being undesirable. I'm not likely to. No, you don't have to be undesirable. No, they can't get me blacklisted. There you go, guys. This is the for freedom of speech thing right here. There's the freedom of speech thing. You guys can read it right there.
His interpretation, perhaps?
God, bro.
Well, if there was freedom of speech of that nature, they wouldn't have the Republican laws in the Philippines that cover things like, for why he has charges on him. He doesn't understand. The fiscal doesn't just throw out something. They don't want to, overload the court system. That's why they throw a lot of cases out that don't go to a regional trial court, because they don't want to overload the system. There had to be something in the evidence that made the guy say, hey, I'm proving this, and for good reason. So there's logic involved here, but there's no logic with his thinking.
So stupid. So he thinks he's so smart. Dude, he's going to continue to play my show. He's messaging his lawyer right now. Ba-ding, ba-ding. Lawyer, he's talking about me again. He's not having no regards for my feelings. Yeah.
Feelings have nothing to do with it.
No, I have no problem with their system. Their system is the way they want it. But you're abusing their system.
No, you're questioning the system.
Supposedly, court venue change. Trump turned that into transferred into prison, yeah. But he's getting transferred. Well, the venue didn't change. They're not going to change the court date. Once the court date's set here, they don't change it, bro.
No, not really. If they're saying that it should be at a different regional court, then that's where it's going to be. As far as the original date that's scheduled, yeah, I think that's probably going to be changed.
Oh, I asked my lawyer about that. My lawyer told me that once the court date's set,
He ain't got a fucking lawyer.
that they don't change the court date. Unless the judge has a death in the family.
Well, the judge changed it. It's been transferred to a different court.
Where the judge has something to do. They don't change the court date, bro. Sorry, I'm not telling you. Unless it's a holiday, and there's no holiday to March 18th, so they don't change the court date. He's fucking stupid. This is what I'm talking about. He gets on here, and that because I'm able to use my phone, right? He does not like the fact because I'm able to use my phone. I'll sit here, bro. I'm in detention for overstay.
He's not going to be using his phone once he's in prison, I'll tell you that.
I'm not in prison. I'm not in jail. I'm not going to fucking jail for calling you a fucking name.
Well, tell that to the judge when he makes that order. They already made the order. You're going away. You're going up the river, pal.
I'm sorry. No. Sorry, it's not working that way. And I'm waiting on a request right now to come back so I can go to the hospital. Waiting on my lawyer to get that request
Oh,
written so I can get my ass to the hospital so I can see what's wrong with me and maybe get a medical leave to get the fuck out of here and go home.
oh, he's going to try to get a medical leave to go home. How many times has he tried that one? Didn't work.
His case.
But dude, thanks for sharing that. You see, guys, they have hospitals in Cebu. Did you know that? He knows that. If he had a medical condition, then they would send him to a hospital to take care of it. They're not going to send him home to America because he's got medical conditions. I know the Philippines is backwards in some ways, but we actually have hospitals here.
So what's up, Mike? Oh, so he's even saying I don't have a lawyer now. So the judge appointed. Whoa, hold on a minute. Hold the phone, guys. Hold the fucking phone. So the judge appoints me a lawyer in court. Says I have a public defender. Now Frank's saying that now we know he's lying. Now we know he's.
No. The public defender that was brought to court is no longer has been removed from the case. That particular one was there only to be there for the arraignment. So it had to do with his pleading. But that woman is no longer going to be there.
Liar. God, you're so dumb. Play my show, Frank. Come on. Play my show, Frankie Wanky. Frankie Wanky, play my show, Frankie Wanky. Frankie Wanky, play my show. Play my show, Frankie Wanky. You know, I showed my nieces and my family that video of him singing that song with that little boy. They called him.
Here we go with that again. God, give him some more straws.
Him. That word. But they ask if that's what he was. So you got a problem? I tell you what, why don't you go to Alabama after my family, big boy? And my friends, I told my friends too. My friends even heard it. My friends called it that.
What part of the woods would I find them?
Said that about him. Face what charges? I haven't been charged with anything yet, dude.
He's been charged with 5 fucking counts of cybercrime. Hello?
You're accusing me. You're bringing charges upon me.
They're not accusations. They're full-fledged charges now.
Okay, so sir, he's saying he wants you charged with this. I'm accused right now. The accused, not the charged.
No, he's been charged. 5 counts.
The accused. I don't have charges against me. I'm being accused of
Then why are you on trial, Einstein?
crimes I did not commit. I'm
That's up for the court to decide.
being accused. I haven't been charged with anything yet. There's a difference between being accused and being charged.
Well, that's what happens when you try to become your own lawyer. Listen to this lunatic.
Is he not charged?
Well, I don't really know how much more. I got things to do here. How much more of this I can listen to is just a repeat and redundancy of every show he's ever done on here. And the boy's burying himself and burying himself and burying himself alive. Who does that? Who wants to bury themselves alive? And that's exactly what this guy is doing, man. Jesus Christ.
So show us the venue change. Show us the venue change. Put the paperwork up on screen. Show us. Instead of talking, show the proof. Show the proof. Show the video that you have show the whole entire video that you have of me saying these horrible things about you. Not clips, entire video.
Yes, Vincent. He probably has a new court-appointed attorney based on his overstay. Okay, it may not be related to your case. LOL. You're correct.
Where'd you get your law degree? Oh my God, just wait until the court case.
No, I actually got a lawyer that actually knows this information. Yes, wait for the case. You got that part right.
Sounds like it will be in. It's going to be in Barilli. It's not going to be in Cebu. It's going to be in Barilli.
Oh, so he's making the rules now. He's overriding the court's rules.
No, it's going to be Barilli, bro. They're not moving it to here. The court's in Barilli because it was served in Wabwa. Wabwa does their court shit in Barilli. That's where it's at. So that's his fucking problem, not mine. Big announcement, blah, blah. Yeah, we know. Do you think the judge will listen to his video? Yes, because I have a right to defend myself. I sure do. I really do believe the judge will listen. Oh, Brevis. Oh, Brevis in Borca. Nice.
Correct, Vincent. Tough, not related.
Oh, I have a lawyer. I have the judge give me a lawyer. So yeah. All right.
Well, they gave him a lawyer for the Raymond, and that was it at the time.
Try to listen to this motherfucker, guys. I'm sick of listening to him and his fucking nonsense. But all he does is lies. All that motherfucker knows how to do is tell lies. He don't know how to tell the truth. He wouldn't know the truth. He'd jump and slap in the fucking face, bro. That's the problem. What's up? I think you're one confused with charges versus convicted. Oh my God, here we go. So we're gonna argue about this again, right, bro? We're gonna argue about this again. You just want to continue to argue with me about what I say. You want to contradict what I say, right? I tell you, I've been accused. I haven't been charged with anything, but yet you want to say that I've been charged.
5 charges.
What have I been charged with?
Cybercrime.
Please explain this to me. Am I sitting in fucking prison? Did the judge
You will be.
bring down a sentence and said, sir, well, we're charging you with this. You're going to jail.
Yes, sir.
No.
You will reside in jail until the case is over.
We're accusing you of this, Mr. Jordan. You've been accused. It's not charges, bro. No. Not charges. I'm being accused, dumbass. Mother,
He doesn't understand the difference.
you don't know the difference between an asshole and a hole in the ground. I swear to God, you don't. Here it is. Right here. But listen to this shit, guys. Here we go. We'll play it. Found it. Good.
You know, you're gonna have to shut that door. Shut it right now. I got it a couple minutes. Can you shut the door? Appreciate it. Yeah.
Can you shut the door, baby? Oh, don't abuse your girlfriend.
Yeah, we know people, a friend of mine, I've known people.
Here we go.
Friends. Bam, bam, bam. That's the justice of the Philippines.
Oh, wait, here we go. Here we go.
That was an interesting comedy, wasn't it?
We have went to lunch. The shine of your gun so you can get ready to usually have somebody sky else that come by this house. Keep it real hard, kid. Sit that gun,
Shine them up, baby. Shine them up.
shine it up. See, the thing about this country is that American. I'm not able to purchase a weapon. I can't do it. She can. She can. And she did. The last time that we were in school, that's exactly what we did. Yeah, poor brother. Her brothers have guns. And you've never seen, listen, you've never seen the family. And I know a few things that we don't talk about with the kid. Yeah. And one of her
This is too funny.
brothers, it's okay I say this.
It's okay I say this. Now, if I did something like that, would I come online and say that? It was a fucking parody. It's not even me.
Is it okay that I say this? Not by his name, but it's okay that I say this? Let me tell you what Filipino justice is out there. Let's just say that she has a relative, and he had problems with a couple of people. They kept on coming by his house. They were going to be a threat to him and his family.
Nah.
Who is he anyway? Who is he?
He took justice in his own hand. Bam, bam. They were found dead on the road.
Vincent Tuff says, yes, Frank, I understand now his problem. I think he isn't thinking correctly and is actually scared of the ramifications of the slander espoused against you. Correct. Very correct.
The war was very slow here. It never went anywhere.
Law is very slow here.
Case closed, and that was it. They take justice, and this is where we have to stop. You know, you're going to have to shut that door.
Justice in the American way.
Shut it right now. I got a couple of money. Can you shut the door?
Oh, we're just listening to Obama. We're doing a simulcast here. And he's starting to realize he's going to be going to prison and the venue is going to change and everything. He's upset about it.
Appreciate it, yeah. Thank you. You know, I only got a couple of minutes left on here. But yeah, we know people at the family line. I know people friends. Bam, bam, bam. That's the justice of the Philippines. You don't always depend on the law. You know, you can do it quietly, you can do it discreetly. Oh, good morning, news. Excellent day, huh? There you go. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Big Kevin. Breaking news. Out here, they do check the law on the road. Unfortunately, they can pull it along. Yes, dear? For what? For one piece.
Shine them up, baby. Shine them up. Whatever there is to shine. Shine the silverware. Shine that silverware.
Just here. So that clown on TV was blocking people.
So you're talking about that,
This one here.
well, I know somebody that shot somebody. That's the way Filipinos do. Bang, bang, bang. He admitted to it, bro. He admitted it. Man, oh man, dude, is he really that fucking stupid? Just,
I think you better ask yourself that question.
does he not fucking know anything? Yeah, I know it's a crime.
And then bring somebody out of Frankfurt. Someone shoots him, and I'm going to get blamed. Is this logical?
Your can is going to be. Yeah, whatever.
I'm out here, bro. I'm just go here and fucking 2 months layoffs. Not for long.
Yeah, especially on video, yeah. I'm not being moved. Frank, I'm not being moved. Show the paperwork, bro.
Well, it's not what you want. Not everything in life is what you want.
Let's see it. Show it.
Immigration will only follow the European, bro. You do this, you go get this commissioner on. And you realize that, but you're going to make the commissioner mad. Well, I think he's done a good job of pissed off. So,
I think it's on the commission. If I pissed off the commission would be trying to hold me instead of giving me my deportation order. Yeah.
They want to get rid of him out of that incarceration so bad. They're glad to turn him over.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm afraid the narcissist.
what it is because I have my cell phone.
He wants to control things.
Yeah, you're right, Vincent. Freedom of speech does not have a limit, Frank. It is something that the fool needs to learn.
I take my family, my lawyer, and that type of shit. And see, the thing what he doesn't realize, if I get moved, I'm going to be able to bail out of jail. Because I'm not upset. Oh, man.
And my understanding is that he's not going to get any bail.
That's it, bro. Because, this is how I talk public, dumbass. Anyway, if they move me and bail out, I can bail because this is a bailable offense. It's available for
Well, like I said, it is a bailable offense, but because he's an immigration illegal, they're not going to provide him with that right. I think he's down to one person listening now.
You're right, his face on that video. Yeah, I know he won't play it because he's fucking scared, dude. He won't play it. Oh, shit, man. Is he not allowed to fucking turn a microphone on? Or fucking... Excuse me. Of course he won't play it. Because he don't want his girlfriend to get mad at him for playing. Absolutely.
She's sitting right here listening to this.
Yeah. He won't get mad. Well, anyway, the warrant, I can't fucking shit. The warrant said I can bail out.
Nope.
There's also my understanding that he's not going to get bail. He's the one who get bail.
Oh, here we go.
What she's trying to do that.
Here we go.
It's a fact is the legal that immigration judge something.
See, the thing is,
That was
the warden told me. The warden up here knows a lot about the BI. He deals with immigration
Warden's not a lawyer or a judge.
all the time. And so he's been working for immigration damn near all his life. So he knows a little. So he knows a little bit more what Frank's lawyer does. You know. So
Knows more than my lawyer. Really? Why did he become a lawyer then?
I talked to him about it. He told me that I'll be able to bill out, but I'd have to go to immigration first week and the last week of the month to make sure that I'm still here and to get shit paid. So blah blah blah. Exactly what I'd have to. That'd be fine. If I can get out, then I can go to Manila and get my fucking
No, he's a risk. They're not going to give him bail because he's a risk.
shit to get my fucking money going back. I'd be happy as hell. Absolutely. So he's calling the warden a liar, basically is what he's doing.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that at all. I'm saying the warden is not a lawyer.
They know.
apparently gone to expert.
All right, guys, I had enough. I'm sure you did too. Thanks for listening. Oh boy, is that one guy confused or what? Apparently he knows every letter of the law. He should have been a lawyer instead of a moron. So there's the story. From what I've seen on the paperwork and the language, he is being transferred. Yes, the case is being transferred to another venue. I don't think he's going to be able to get any bail. I will actually provide the information on that. And what I understand, he will not be able to get bail. He's going to go to a real prison with real prisoners and large population, and he's going to just love the death out of it. He will be there for the duration of the trial. As I said, whatever transpires with the trial, transpires. That's the bottom line. I have no control beyond the point. It is now, he should be arguing with me. It's the Republic of the Philippines versus him. Okay, I'm not even the entity on this. It's the Republic of the Philippines versus him. Comprende? We're in a good spot in the house, but no guarantees. It's the internet company. It's not really the phone. Anyway, I want to relax the rest of the day. Just got back doing some chores, which we do. What an incredible display of ignorance that we witnessed today. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Let's get something clear. It's the Republic of the Philippines against the guy. It's not really even me at this point. It's the Republic of the Philippines. He doesn't make the rules. And I guess that's what he doesn't understand. And his guards are not lawyers. I've already seen the paperwork. So Let him argue with the court system, not me. And he continued to insult me. Little dick, everything else. He doesn't think that adds up. He doesn't think that could be introduced. Of course it can. Anything could be introduced. Anything. Fear to rebar, you're back. Straight up truths. You got that right, dude, yeah. Oh God, he made a total fool of himself today. Of course, all the redundancy that you're used to all the time. I ain't got no proof. Oh God. That alone is insanity, really. Prosecutor wouldn't have proved the case if there was no evidence, obviously. So let's just get over that one right away. And he's basically telling the court, he ain't going nowhere. And he says he's going to shoot himself if he has to go to jail. So he's concerned. He's concerned about the reality that he's going to go to jail. Well, who caused all this ruckus? Not me. No, sir. I'm just finishing it. Stick to my, excuse the expression, guns. Shine them up indeed. My God. Excuse me. That was gotta be maybe one of the worst. No, it's not one of his worst shows as far as like anything in his favor or making any sense at all. He's done worse than that. But I must admit, this was not a good one for him. No. This was definitely not a good one for him. Not good at all. It's come a time when, there's extra evidence that could be introduced. I mean, the court does allow certain things. They will. That was an embarrassing show. Even I had a hard time listening to it, even though there was a simulcast thing going on. Even I found it hard to listen to. He's not said anything new since day one. Nothing new that none of you all out there haven't heard 800 times before. The guy broke the law, and now he has to pay for it. What's so hard about understanding that? There's nothing hard about that at all. And being in denial is not going to change anything. His gripe right now is with the Republic of the Philippines, not me. You'll see the letterhead. Doesn't say my name on it. It's the Republic of the Philippines, not me. You break certain codes, they take over. Codes that they set, not that I set. Keeps on harping about, he called me a name. I called him a name, and they start to say small dick and every damn thing else. That's cybercrime. Oh, that absolutely is. That absolutely is. He don't know when to stop. Agante says life is tough when you're stupid, but damn, Agante, I mean, how stupid can one be? Look, I've been around a while, obviously. I'm in my 60s, you know what I'm saying? I've been around a while. You would imagine I would. I've been places, I've seen people, I've met people, I heard things and all that shit, but man, I have not witnessed, and I'm being honest with you, this is not, like put down time or nothing like that. I have never seen ignorance. If ignorance is bliss, then he's a happy man. Fear to rebar. He forgets the good people he scammed. Cliff, Prince, Cyrus, and many others. Prince Cyrus is what it is, yeah. So he forgets. He's got a very short memory. A long tongue. Well, that was one of the most embarrassing shows I've ever heard him do. Complete and utter denial. And I'm sorry. I want to apologize in advance here to my viewers. There's going to be a little redundancy on my part, but you can't help it on this situation because what I heard today, he got frantic when he heard my show and heard of what was going down, he couldn't help but bam, he was on. He heard that news and he freaked out, totally gone monkey ass mad. He went monkey ass mad. Monkey ass mad. Boy, he did. Every one of us is responsible for our own future. Oh, I'm going to turn in this. I'm going to turn in that. I'm going to turn in this. Nothing that he's ever mentioned on here has any relevance to this case at all. Now, I'm not going to talk about what evidence I had because there is actually an ongoing legal situation going on there. So please understand that I'm going to watch my language a little bit here and watch what I have to say. I'll talk very generalized. When evidence is turned in by the fiscal, and for those that don't understand how it works, I'm going to be redundant. I hate it. I'm sorry. If it bores you, I'll totally understand it. I get it. They made the initial decision that of what they received, deemed to be enough evidence to send it to a court of law. They don't have time to mess with this shit. They really don't. The dockets are full. They don't have any time for this shit. A lot of times they will turn it down, but they did not turn this down. Now, I ain't going to talk about the evidence. I personally think that his show itself speaks for itself. So whatever you heard, we probably have, or at least examples of 5 counts of what he's done. You don't need to put in 300, 400 counts. In his case, it could be more like 2,000 counts, but you don't need all that in a court of law. Okay, but remember, each count is kind of like a separate case on its own. I find you guilty on count 1 of this and that. I find you guilty of count 2 of this and that. I find you guilty on count 3 of this and that. I find you guilty of count 4 and 5 of this and that. Each of them carries a penalty. Individually, every single one of them. Every single one of them. You know, you might say I have no compassion for the guy, and you're absolutely right, but if you ever listen to me, I try to cut him a little slack. In some ways, I try to cut a little bit of slack by saying that, dude, come on, man. You're really doing this from your jail cell? And you're already aware at the time that you had a case filed against you? And he kept on doing the same kind of shows. Then it graduated. It elevated. It got to a point where he was now fully charged. He keeps on saying he's accused. He's not accused. He's charged. And now he has the opportunity, well, for the evidence to be heard. And he has the opportunity to get counsel and counteract the charges, whatever he wants to do. But I could tell you, in all honesty, that any counsel that would represent him by the state, you know, one of those freebie jobs, they know the law. Even the novice lawyers or training lawyers, they have an idea what's going on. They'll read over the material. Eventually, they'll see the videos that accompany all the, what you call the discovery. Okay. And they're going to see that, oh shit, well, sir, you know, we're going to have to get a good defense on this, and everything you show me so far is irrelevant to the case, or out of jurisdiction, or can't be provable. There you go. It's probably him himself here making comments. How pathetic is that? How pathetic is that? That's really pathetic. Oh, he was very upset. If you couldn't hear that, he was very upset on this show. He sounded like a defeated man. He's been in there almost 10 months already. I understand his frustration. But he's right. It is for immigration. But the reason he's being held until they, you know, had to appropriate him somewhere else. They were basically waiting for a case or trial to get going. They had to wait till after the arraignment. And that's why he stayed in there. But now, things are different. They're much different. Now he's got a real case, real charges. Real charges. Not accusations, but real charges. And as such, he can't stay where he's at. Even if my lawyer didn't push for this, that was going to be the protocol anyway. Because now we're getting into this different type of criminal case. So now he has to be in an appropriate environment. And he thinks he's getting bail, but I believe he's going to be gravely disappointed on that part. Because if they gave him bail, he'd be bailing out. He'd be bailing out of town. He'd go back into hiding again. And they figured this out. I'm sure they did. They're not stupid people. Hey, checkmate, what's up? God, it feels like I have to blow my nose, but I don't have to blow my nose. I get congestion, but I'll sniffle, but I don't really have to blow my nose. Then again, I'm so used to that. Why am I even questioning it? Allergies suck, and I take something for that, but there's really nothing that's 100%. That's the way it is, I guess. So hopefully you guys had listened to that crazy, crazy, crazy show earlier. He made a mess of himself, man. He was shitting on himself left and right. He had feces all over him. Figuratively speaking, of course, but then again, he might have been shitting his pants, so maybe it was actually not figuratively. Oh God, man, I've never seen somebody in a state of denial as bad. I've seen crazy things on court things on TV and stuff like that, but never like in real life have I ever encountered somebody with the intellect level of a rusty nail. It was so evident it's evident on everything he puts on, and that's by demonstration. Not just by opinion, it's by demonstration on his own shows. So disclaimer on that, by demonstration. Oh, I've got it. What do you think? And the more he does this kind of shit, the more it prompts me to go to my lawyer and say, you know what? What do you want for this? Let's add this other bribery charges in there. And by the way, that's written up already. All done. Just paid for his time to write it up. All done. Ready to go to prosecute. All I have to say is do it. You know how he was going to bribe the prosecutor 50,000 pesos? And that's on camera. That's on camera. It's ready to go. Keep on running his mouth, and he's never going to be out of the court system. Even before he goes to jail. For whatever the judge decides to sentence him. He's going to be in jail for a long time. Because, why? Because he can't shut his mouth. Okay, Kirjum Koyodiraka. Just feel safe and smug, Francis. Oh, hi, Roberto. How you doing? Your time is coming soon. And hard. You are going to regret. You hate Phil. Oh, hate Phil. Okay, that's the goober. That's the goober. Hate Phil rants. That's got to be the goober on one of his sock accounts. Hi, goober. Hi, goober. Take a chill pill. Take a chill pill. Fear to rebar. What's the worst and best case scenario at the next hearing? He's deported and blacklisted. He's incarcerated and returns to court. Yeah. They're going to keep him in a lockup. He's going to go to another jail. It's going to be a high security jail until the trial will be over. That's how it works. And it ain't going to be no country club like where he's at right now, bros. It ain't going to be no country club. No, sir. If he thinks he'll be able to get on social media and start attacking me again where he's going, just ain't going to happen. Just ain't going to happen. You see what I'm saying? It just ain't going to happen. God, right now he's probably banging his head against the fucking wall. He's probably throwing things in his room. Figuring, who could I talk to? Who could I talk to? They could understand my situation. Who wants to listen to my bullshit? No, he's not in a good position, I'll tell you that. No, he's not in a good position. But the damn thing about this, he just keeps on making it worse for himself. I mean, okay, any one of you all out there, you're in that situation, right? Just imagine you are. Aren't you going to do things that maybe going to help your situation? You're going to behave, not make threats when I see you in court, or intimidate me and antagonize me, intimidate me to drop the case, or else. And all these threats he's making while he's still incarcerated, while he's still fucking incarcerated. If you were in that position, would you do what he's doing right now when he's facing charges like this? What would you do? Tell me. We got 28 watching. Put your nose in this. Checkmate says overstaying and cyber crimes are two separate entities. Absolutely, Checkmate. That's the point. He keeps on saying, I'm not in jail for any crimes. Well, excuse me, pardon me, but if it wasn't any sort of crime, he would not be locked up in detention. He'd be on the streets, right? I'll be damned, man. I'll be damned. Fucking A, I pay my fucking fees. Why the fuck shouldn't he? 7.5 years he got away with this shit. Fuck that. And for all you legal people out there that pay your fees, it's not right to you, is it? I understand. I understand completely. Who the fuck does he think he is? Who the fuck does he think he is? Oh, I'm not going to pay this because my alcohol and cigarettes are more important. Really? Is that the way your mind thinks? Well, I know it does. I absolutely know it does. If you were in his situation, would you be ranting on social media when he's not even supposed to be using that fucking phone? Yeah, he does. Well, he's still using what is supposedly regarded as his girlfriend's channel, which is still his, although she posts on it. Then he's got Travel America. Okay. And then he has another one. Huh? Fear the Rebar says, so specifically, he's facing the Republic of the Philippines. Not right. That's correct. Yes, for 7 years overstay and possibly charges of being undesirable. That's absolutely correct. Then he's facing the Republic of Philippines on top of that. That ain't bad enough. And they're going to recognize that too, 5 cybercrime counts against him. Combine them together, it spells out big problems. Big problems for him. Well, he'd be a good catch for some woman, huh? Yeah. I can see the attraction regarding all this legal shit. How he did admit. Everybody heard it. I'll replay that anytime I want. Not at the moment. I don't want to get up. Well, he admitted that he was choking his wife and hit her in the back of the head, having to do with the custody of the kid. Of course, you heard all this other stuff on there, his death threats to me and all that shit. But he didn't commit any crimes. He said, again, the freedom of speech. I can say whatever I want, he says. Well, apparently not. He don't make up the laws in this country. I don't make up the laws in this country. These laws are set forward decades ago on every issue of law that exists in this country. I can't change them. He can't change them. He thinks he could bend it a little bit. You can't bend the law. You either committed a crime of some nature or you did not commit a crime. And if you feel that you didn't, after hearing the evidence, if you could still say that, then you obviously got something wrong with you. After he'll hear it. He'll hear it. He's just in a state of shock. He's like a deer or somebody's headlights, you know. A deer got caught in the headlights of a passing car, and they just kind of freeze like a statue. That's what's going on right now. He's frantic. He's freaking out. Don't blame him. But hey, don't do the crime and you won't do the time. You won't have to go to court ever again if you just never have done that kind of shit to anybody. It's not his first rodeo, folks. I hope you know that. It's not his first rodeo. Dumagete Thug says, Fear the Reaper. The immigration part is already done. 1 year black. No. Ha. No. You're wrong. He's got a summary deportation back of April or something of last year, which is no longer totally valid. I mean, there is a summary deportation out for him, that's for sure. But at that time, they put together the summary deportation. There was no court case involved with him at the time, on record at the time. They didn't have any idea what was going on. There was a cybercrime case. That changes everything. Now, he's not going to be getting a 1 year blacklist and be able to lollygag back in the country again. That's not going to happen. Yeah, that's not going to happen. And in likelihood, what I understand is he's not going to get any bail. He's too much of a risk. So they're not going to give him bail. So that blows his theory sky high. Fear the Rebar says, don't think so, Mr. Thug. He's got a long way to go on the overstay. Dumagete Thug says, until immigration says otherwise, that's the word. Well, immigration don't have last word on this. Regional trial courts have the last word on what's happening to him, not immigration. Immigration does go in because they are immigration, but they're going to go by what's happening with the case too. So when they put together a summary deportation, the time that they did initially, it was reflecting that period of time and what was going on, but it was not reflecting that there was a cybercrime case against him. So whatever language was in there saying that he can get away for a year, then apply to come back after he pays all his fees and fines, is not going to be applicable. That's got to be him too, because that's exactly what he says, Dumaghetto Thug. He said that regional trial courts don't have a say on its immigration status. They most certainly do. They most certainly do. They're the ones that will advise immigration and make court orders. They most certainly do. You're very wrong on that. Frida Rebar says he owes the 7+ years as he needs a motion of recommendation plus fines. Well, whether the fines have been determined, has he paid them? And at this point, it ain't going to make too much difference. He's going to be deported, and he's not going to be able to come back, ever. The rest of his life to the Philippines. It's not going to be a little 1 year deal. And then he gets the lollygag back in the country. That's not going to happen. Study came in under Article, of the 1987 Philippines Constitution. the judicial power shall be vested in one Supreme Court, and in such lower courts as may be provided by law. Ballesteros and Fernandez. Local criminal courts are not kingly, not even the right word, to the national immigration policies. Kingly. Oh, somebody's trying to imitation a law office here. A law office would not come on here and comment, number one. And they're saying that local criminal courts are not kingly, whatever that means, to the national immigration policies. Well, when you become an undesirable and you have a criminal case against you, Balthazar and Fernandez, when you do that, they're not going to go easy on you when it comes to getting back in this country. They're going to give you a permanent blacklist. They don't want the trouble again. They don't need the trouble in this country. They don't want the trouble. And everything he's done will be noted and recognized. Go back and get some law lessons. Not superior. He could be more trouble to renter? What? This definitely is no lawyer. A lawyer would have more knowledge of structuring English sentences than that. Not superior. He could be more trouble to re-enter. He could be more trouble to re-enter, as you say. Well, we agree on something. Agree on something there. Now, the name the person is imitating on here is the original law firm that he went to approach a long time ago. They never responded with an affidavit. Why aren't you representing him right now? Money's still money. I know, he doesn't have any money. Wow, somebody plagiarizing a law company? Wow. That's pretty serious shit. I would say it was. Local criminal courts are not kindly, I think you meant, to the national immigration policies. Local criminal courts are not kindly. I would say it's kindly instead of kingly to the national immigration politics. Not superior. He could be more trouble to re-enter, as you say. Okay, well, we're in agreement with something. Hello, Arturo. I've been posting quite a bit lately, so don't expect anything more than 5 more minutes on here. Okay, and I'm kind of exhausted talking about the pre-trial things that are going on. Trial will begin soon enough, and yes, it is going to be. I don't think it's going to be its original date because there's going to be a different venue to this, to a court that handles more cybercrime. Exactly what I read on this in the paperwork. Because this particular court system in Battaglia is really not specialized with the cybercrime. So they're going to put this over somewhere that is a little bit more specialized. That's what's going on. Yeah, an uninformed troll, yeah. They're going by the first legal thing that the dude tried to go to. Sorry, but your slip is showing, pal. Okay. Boy, oh boy, what he tries to do, grabbing at straws, is so fucking pathetic. I don't care what they do. If they give him 6 months even in prison as a result of the trial, fucking A, even 6 months will work for me. I'm not picky. He's already been incarcerated, but he's never been in a real jail here yet. That's the difference. He has not been in a real jail. It ain't gonna be no bowl of gravy compared to where he's at now. I can tell you that right now, Jack. I can tell you that right now. It's gonna be a little bit different. No, it's gonna be a lot different. And he ain't gonna be speaking any talk shit to anybody in there. I'll guarantee you that. That's a high security prison. But they do have it sectioned off, though. They do have it sectioned off. The real hard offenders might be sectioned off from the, the relatively lightweight ones. I know that much. That I know. Baltzar. That can be a death sentence to Sir Barry, you know. Are you so heart empty, sir? Well, it's like this. Imitation legal agency. Somebody called you a goddamn child molester and ruined your family life or had the potential to do so, and you lost your damn job at a law firm because somebody called you a sexual predator and the word got around and ruined your goddamn reputation, shit, you wouldn't be saying any of this shit. That could be a death sentence to him. Are you so heart empty? Well, let's just say I don't have any compassion for the guy. But let's get rid of this person because no law agency is going to come and post. It's going to come and post on our YouTube channel. It just doesn't work that way. Just doesn't work that way. But at least whoever did the posting had a little bit of intellect in as far as the fact that they're pretty much saying that he's pretty fucked. Yeah. Yeah. No lawyer's going to come on. They're going to come on YouTube channel and post comments on here. That's not going to happen. It's kind of like professional ethics. Probably him himself or something, or one of his supporters, but no. Not at all. Okay. Need to spend more time with the miss. That was quite an embarrassing show for him yet again. He totally lost his goose, lost his monkey, shit his pants. You're out again? You're out again?
Yeah, I'm back to school.
Okay. Back to school. No, it's not a real lawyer. Of course not. Please, if you want to test my intelligence. No real lawyer would get on YouTube and even talk about it, really. As far as a lawyer's perspective, they wouldn't do that. Let's just round it up and that the boy got himself in a lot of trouble and it's his duty to try to get out of it. Whatever he wants to do. Now he's threatening me at the courthouse. That ain't going to help him. Oh, let me tell you something. He'll be handcuffed anyway. I'd love to see him try to attack me in a courtroom. If I was a praying man, I'd be down on my knees and I'd be praying for him to do that. Add another couple of years to his sentence, whatever the judge gives him. Checkmate says he's in need of Dr. Tar and Professor Feather. Where are they when you need them? I haven't seen a hanging in a while. What is he, from the fucking movie Deliverance or something? Haven't seen a hanging in a while. Oh my God. Guys, listen, man. You know what? The truth is, man, we're not going anywhere with this. I know it's fun to talk about on here, but there has to be a cutoff line because there's going to be a trial beginning. And I was really serious about saying that we have to do a cutoff because I can't talk about any intricate details. No, that I can't do. I'm not privy. I'm not able, or let's just say in a position to do that, nor should I be even doing that at all. And nor should he, actually. Both of us, really. So, I don't know now because they're changing venues. He still thinks it's going to be on March, but it's whatever the new court, it's a new venue. I know exactly where it is, but I'm not going to announce it on here. He got the paperwork already, or he will be getting the paperwork, so he'll know what's going on. He does already know. He'll know. He'll know. Then his mouth is going to drop. Then he's going to throw everything in his room against the wall when he sees it's true. Just like everything else that happened with him in the past. When things were presented to him legally, he fucking freaked. He fucking freaked. As he will. If not already has. Public information, as far as a trial date, stuff like that. It's public information, venue. All that's public information. All that. But this freedom of speech shit that he keeps on harping on, generally, this is not America either. You have freedom of speech to a certain point. Just like I said, you can't walk into an audience, into a movie theater or a rock event or something and yell fire when there's not a fire. That's a criminal offense, a very heavy-duty criminal offense. Because people could get hurt if there's not a fire. Get killed, get trampled on. That's a highly serious offense. Same as you just can't label somebody something that could totally ruin their reputation, either their careers, whatever they might have going, even if they don't have a career. This is public media. It gets out to thousands of viewers, thousands of potential. And that's what he doesn't understand. He said that immigration would never catch up with him. They're not going to get me, he said. They're not going to get me. But where is he now for almost 10 months? There ain't going to be no case on me. There ain't going to be no case on me. He ain't got no evidence. Where's it going now? Why do you think he's been stuck up in immigration for all this while? Pending a case. Immigration already knew that there was going to be a case on him. Because of that, they couldn't release him from immigration and do that summary deportation. That's why. That's why. That's why he's been in there that long. That's exactly why. Dumaguete. How much more could we talk about this, actually? It's a simple regional court case, not a major Supreme Court decision. You should take a break and save your sanity. Nothing wrong with my sanity. Nothing wrong with my sanity at all. But if you listen to his show today, the guy went monkey-ass fucking mad. He totally lost it. But then again, he's lost it quite a while now. But I do understand about the redundancy of all this. I've said that many times myself. But I get it. Dumaguete, I get it. You're right. You're absolutely right. But because of legal reasons, I'm probably not going to be able to talk about this anymore. There's going to be a new trial date coming up. I don't think it's going to be in the old venue because I really don't think so. Because they're setting him up already for a couple of things. They're setting him up for it's been written on paper already. The warden of the new facility is already informed. They have a language they call the body of Goober will be remanded to this particular institution. They call it the body. That's the legal language, the body of. So, two things we know. Change of venue. It's not going to be Barilli anymore. As far as the scheduled March thing, I don't think that's valid. I don't think so. They may just automatically have to reschedule. And it may be even longer than March, which means they'll be incarcerated that much longer. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine that. God, that's got to suck. Sucks to be him. Big time. So, don't mind the shows he does. He'll continue to do it because the man is extremely cocky. He's extremely arrogant by his own demonstration. Nobody wants to be locked up not knowing what's happening to them. Nobody wants to be locked up as long as he has. Nobody. Inclusive of myself, if that was me. I understand completely. I'm not ignorant to what he's going through. I'm not ignorant to his frustration. Not at all. I could only imagine. I'm just glad it's him, not me. But I'm a pretty strong person. If something happened like to me, I'd survive. Probably a lot better than he would. He thinks differently, but no. Hey, look, someone I love very dearly. I was separated from her for 1 year and 2 months. I missed the shit out of her. We communicated all the time and kept in touch, and everything was cool. She understood the situation because of the COVID. I couldn't get back. It was hard, but I survived in one piece. And as soon as the Philippines opened up again to come back, I was Johnny on the spot to go back. Brevis is e-begging for his new kid, baby Brevis. You guys love this shit, don't you? Ginger, no scratch. You guys really love this shit. You really get off on this shit, don't you? I hate to ask you what goes on in your lives, but I'll refrain from that. Okay, gotta go. I just want to say that was one of the most embarrassing shows he's done in quite a long time. But then again, they've all been pretty embarrassing and self-incriminating. Imagine, guys, if you had charges against you like that, would you really come back on YouTube? Would you really go back on YouTube and just continue what you started that got you into trouble in the first place? Would you really do that? I don't think you would. Because maybe you got more sensibility. Arthur Yellow, the troll, what did she do when I was gone? What she does every day when I'm here. Take care of the kids, dogs, chores, house cleanup, shopping, talking to her sisters and family on the phone. What do you think she's out there partying? Hardly. Hardly. Okay, Bonomo, gotta go. All right? You've had enough excitement for today. I don't want to overly excite you guys. I know you live on this shit. He made a total fool of himself today and for everybody to hear. And I'm kind of glad that happened. He doesn't make the rules. And he's got to understand that wishful thinking is not going to change anything at all. And what he thinks he has evidence to defend himself, truthfully, it's either out of jurisdiction or it's just totally irrelevant to the case. He's got to keep that in mind. If he wants to put something against me, he has a full right to do that. The full right. More money, another lawyer. A lawyer representing you, a real lawyer. He needs a real lawyer. A real lawyer. Not a kid just out of school, That's they're going to appoint him. The original lady that was there, she's no longer involved with the case. She was only there for the arraignment, as I found out. I'm just bored. I won't be there until September, John Smith says. Yeah, there's a lot of bored people on here, and I must be pretty bored to be doing shows because I'm home today. I'm not doing anything in particular. So I'm retired. I'm home and had the time to put on a few shows. So sue me for that. God, that was embarrassing. I can't believe it was coming out of his mouth, but I've heard it so often that I have to believe it, because how could he deny what he said? And he still thinks in his mind that you could just call anybody anything in this world. You can't. Whether it's United States, England, India, Pakistan, Switzerland, Netherlands. You can't. There's something called freedom of speech to a point, but when your speech harms somebody, and we're not talking about getting somebody's feelings hurt that he just keeps on regurgitating all the time, everybody's sick of it. My feelings are not hurt, but you hurt my reputation. Big difference. And then on the show today, he was telling about small dick, calling me small dick, and everything else he said. How's that going to help him? He's not thinking clearly. If he was thinking clearly, he would understand that everything can be used against you in a court of law. Every little external piece of evidence can eventually be used in a court trial. He doesn't understand that. He will soon resemble Papillon. That was a good movie, wasn't it? It really was. Speaking of movies, I want to watch one. Got the rest of the day here. Took care of some chores downtown, shopping. Now I'm just going to relax. I was going to paint over the wall outside, but not this time of day. And I don't got my skivvy dirty clothes on for painting. So no, actually I need to buy more paint. Actually, what am I talking about? Oh, I know what I got to do. I got 3 very high mounted light bulbs outside that I have to replace. Almost forgot about that. I got to take care of that. I'm going to get the ladder out and replace these bulbs. Okay. Well, I guess I do have an extra chore to do before I can relax and watch a good old movie. Very embarrassing show today he did. Very embarrassing. It was pathetic beyond belief. Watching a man grab at straws the way he is. You know what the funny thing about all this is before I go? Everything he says on his show is like an autobiography. Everything he's saying in regards to me. It's amazing how the psychology works. They're right about this. Boy, these people know their business. It's a reflection of himself. And what you're witnessing, folks, is real psychology going on. He's talking about himself, not me. He's reflecting upon himself. Everything he calls me, from liar to this, to that, to this, it's all an autobiography. That's the sad part. Revised Penal Code, blah, blah, blah. And who has been declared, or rather has been detained, this from February 2nd, too. Bureau of Immigration Detention Center. And there has been received in this person the body of so-and-so, accused in the above, Barilli, People of the Philippines versus. And that's where he's going, right there. Right there. Sure, you betcha. I don't fucking lie. Let's get this in here a little better. Detention during the pendency of the case. There you go. There you go. People of the Philippines. There you go. There you go. Hereby commit to you the person of Barry Lee Jordan, the above named accused. Detention during the pendency of the case. To the provincial jail warden of Calasan, Guadalupe Cebu. I don't fucking play around, you motherfucker. I don't play around. Fucking, don't let me go at it. Fucking piece of shit. Don't let me get at it. This was dated right on February 2nd, right after the fucking hearing. They had this fucking thing down already. See what I'm saying? See what I'm fucking saying? Am I fooling around here? Am I fooling around? Receipt of detainees has been received in this prison, which I mean they will. Barry Lee Jordan, accused in the above court case in Burley, charged with the crimes, because I'm sick of hearing his lies. Charged with the fucking crimes, charged with the fucking crimes, charged with the fucking crimes, charged with the fucking crimes. Not accused, charged, you motherfucker. Charged. Charged. You know what that means? Charged. Charged. That's what I said. You going to jail, motherfucker. And rightfully so. There's been no Mr. Nice Guy in this thing with me at all. And there ain't gonna be no Mr. Nice Guy. You were on there calling me names again today, mofo. This is what happens when you continue what you do. This is what happens when you continue what you fucking do. This is what fucking happens. You stupid, crazy guy. Yes, for the duration. Then they can decide what the fuck they're going to do with him after that. I don't give a fuck what they do with him. I actually don't even give a fuck if they just take him and get him to the States after the case, or just give him what they're supposed to, you know, just a permanent blacklist. I don't care. Let him do that too. But he's not going to get no bail either. He's not going to get bail either. He's not going to get bail either. I know you're watching, Barry. I know you're watching. This is a public document. It's a public document. Public document. Did you hear what I said? It's a public fucking document. Okay? Just because you didn't get it in your fucking hands yet. The mail system is around here. Just like every other fucking time. And I'm sorry, man. Top up some thumbs up on this one, folks. I'm just tired of this. You ain't gonna do this, you ain't gonna do that. Well, I did everything I said I was gonna do, and I promised I did everything I'm supposed to fucking do. As you keep on with the stupid questions, what did I do, what did I do? You tell it to the fucking Republic of the Philippines. You don't tell it to me. You tell it to the fucking Republic of the Philippines, not to me. Because it's the Republic of the Philippines against you, mofo. And if you think you could challenge the Republic of the Philippines, then bless your child, and all your corn muffins you could eat on top of that. Okay? Yeah. All right? Okay? You believe it now? Or did I write that up? And did I write up all the charges last time too? Did I? Did I really? I got sick and tired of hearing his mouth. I got sick and tired of hearing his shit. Tell me I got small dick and everything. He can't shut his fucking mouth. And he just fucking pisses me off to the point that I'll take this thing even further. You're forgetting, dude, I got the cash. And in your situation, cash ain't gonna help you. Not even a fucking good lawyer's gonna help you. Because you either did the crime or you didn't do the crime. You know what a lawyer's there for? To do the paper your money. In your case, that's for sure. That's for sure. That is for sure. I've even heard other vloggers talking about the same fucking thing. Lawyers are there to take your money. So is mine. But at least he's doing something for my money. But see, you're the accused, not me. You're the accused. You're the accused. You're the accused. Not me. Not me. Not me. Not me. That's it. Fuck this shit. Galveston, oh Galveston. Oh, wait a minute. Kelowna sun, oh Kelowna sun. Okay. Apparently the Swampcast channel is a little bit outdated. They said, nothing burger news. There's nothing burger news was my announcement. Apparently, they didn't catch the last show. Swampcast, come on. You're usually up on this stuff. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. We got to stop meeting like this, folks. Got to stop meeting like this. Go ahead, girls. You want to go? Got to stop meeting like this. Oh, got to refrain myself. Any more belly laughs, I'm going to bust a gut or something here. Okay, where were we? Where are we? News from Kelowna prison. Recently, 20-something-year-old jumped off the fourth floor. Committed suicide. His body hit the cement landing, the cement grounds. And about 4 cases have been reported. Big concern. There's COVID going around there. And they're getting a little bit concerned about that. Yeah. Well, you got a lot of people there, you know. But they have different sections there. I don't really think there's going to be a room with drapes, and curtains, and stuff like that over there. If you're unfortunate enough to be there. Yeah. And I don't think all the frivolities are going to be there, too. I'm not thinking so. Not at this place. This is a maximum security. Here, this is a maximum security prison. See what I'm saying? It's a maximum security prison, pal. That's what it is. Oh, Warren. Ignite, Johnny Wad. They're the same, in case people didn't know it. Warren is Ignite, and he's Johnny Wad. Those two I definitely know. Amongst others. I'll let you know when he is. The demand order is in already. You know how it works. Immigration's got to get their stuff together, and I don't think that he can bring any of his belongings over with him. You know, t-shirts, stuff like that. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be wearing an orange gown. Good afternoon, sir. How the hell are you? Oh man, I was going to go to a party tonight, but I'm going to sneak my way out of this one. That's why I already ate so early. I made a dish of broccoli and meatballs. In fear that I have to go there and deal with this shit. I got a slight headache. I don't really feel like going there. The 2 kids are tired from school, so I know at least one of them isn't going to go. Oh, gosh. I don't know if I could handle another party. Andrew says it was only a matter of time that Frisbee, the hobgoblin mantis goose, is cooked. Yeah. Well, he didn't want to believe anything. Let him believe this when he's in an orange jumpsuit. Of course, Brevis was making comments on the Swampcast channel. I haven't really been over there for a while, but I did go. I caught one of the shows about the Nothing Burger News.
Yeah. Of course, Brevis is making comments. Oh, yeah, Frank ain't going to do nothing with nobody. Brings up TGIF again. Well, I know. Brevis doesn't have his facts straight about TGIF anyway. Everybody saw the video. Whoever didn't see it, they know what went down. Fact is fact. Reality is reality. Good old Brevis. He had that nice shiner once. You remember he came on? And he had this fucking shiner. I said, what happened to you? He had some kind of confrontation. Well, duh, yeah, I imagine he would. That's kind of what happens when you run your mouth like that all the time with somebody. Duh. But it's good to see, though, that he's bringing his girly girl and the bye-bye, on some small trips. How nice. Being a good daddy. Concentrate on that, Brevis. Concentrate on that. Being a good dad. Stop being such an asswipe. You might get along with people a lot better. Of course, you had Flying Circus making comments in there. You had Don C., of course, Brevis, and, the regular wrecking crew, as I call them, the wrecking crew. There we go. Nice and cool in there. Who have nothing to say, but they say it anyway. You know how that goes. The wrecking crew. That's what I should call them, the wrecking crew. What they try to be. Wait till you see what's coming to you, they say all the time. What's coming to me? What? Bring it on. What's coming to me? What? What's coming to me? What's coming to me? Somebody want to be another jailbird or worse? Girls, shh, quiet. German shepherds are walking by, that's why. They're always barking when the shepherds. 5 of them, big, huge ones. One of my neighbors. Big dogs, too. Oh, I know. You mean with the digging in the sand? It's all right. He'll get his one day. I'm not worried about it. Already somebody got to him already. He had that shiner a couple of months back, whatever it was. Brevis is another one that can't shut his mouth. So he'll be in a bar someday drunk and he's going to say something to somebody and that's it. He sure didn't speak up to Mitch, did he? Never spoke up to Mitch. Only after he left he said he was locked and loaded. Well, wasn't he locked and loaded when Mitch came? Or he just got locked and loaded after Mitch left? No, I don't think he'll be streaming for the big house. There's another thing going on too. Besides people committing suicide and having COVID there. They're really coming down, which is a big deal over there. Contraband of all sorts, cellular phones, all that kind of shit. Besides, things like Shabu and all that crap. They're really coming down hard on devices. Yeah, I gotta see how that's gonna work out for him. Well, he knows now. He knows now he's gone. He already knows. He already knows. He's got his finger on the pulse of everything I do on here. He knows. It ain't going to be no nice ride for him. But, it's going to be close to Cebu. I mean, not terribly far from where he is. But it's going to be a maximum security prison. Sorry, no Michael Jackson rehearsals anymore. That was a thing of the past. Choreography, dance routines of Michael Jackson. But perhaps they could offer him a knitting class. Perhaps. Boy, does this guy deserve it. I mean, does this guy deserve it or what? Damn. And more, hopefully. I hope the case just drags on. Drags on and drags on. He'll be spending an eternity in there, which is waiting for the case to be over. Then if the judge initiates a sentence on him, holy shit. Well, it don't mean he'll be staying there. He might wind up in Big Town after all, but he ain't gonna like it. I'm gonna tell you that. He ain't gonna like it. Blake, is that you, Blake? The Blake? The real Blake? Barry's ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend? How you doing, man? Canosan Prison is next to the Cebu jail where they dance. It's a mountain there. Yeah, it's a mountainous area. How's it going, man? Is she living out there with you, or what's going? If you don't mind saying, if that's okay. I really don't even go to her channel anymore. I don't even know if she's out there anymore, to be honest with you. And what's going on? Are you in the Philippines? Is she out there now with you? You get married, or what's the update on that, man? I'm sure you're very happy about what you're hearing. Frisbee to Hobgoblin Mantis is so cocky he thinks he's untouchable. Who sent Shaw the flowers? Frank? I have no idea who sent her the flowers. I really don't. Yeah, I'm sure Blake is real happy. I'm sure he is. Me, am I okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Nothing wrong with me, physically or anywhere. I'm fine. Yeah, nothing wrong with me. I'm hanging in there. I got no physical ailments that are going to kill me or anything like that. Well, it's not a contest, Fear to Rebar. It's really not a contest as far as winning or losing. He sees it as that, man, this guy, but, you know, it's nothing like that at all. It's just justice. Now, Blake's girlfriend tried to do something, but I guess it didn't pan out or whatever the situation was, but I kind of took over that, did a little favor. You shouldn't talk about what you do in a bedroom with somebody, and that's what he did with his, you know, one of his last girlfriends there, which was really nobody's business at all, but, you know, who we're talking about. Frank, do you still think Shaw and Frisbee are Hobgoblin Mantis? Yes, I do. She goes asking out that does the shopping all the time for him. Of course she does. They just want to keep it on the low key because she's afraid that you know, she doesn't want to get her. You can't blame her. She don't want to get her family involved in this, Andrew. You can't blame her. You know, there's been enough shaming to her family already. The fact that she was dating him, and it was in the newspapers everywhere. Foreigner arrested. And a knife-wielding incident in a bar. Don't you think the family is a little back offish on that shit? It's a close-knit community they live in. I've passed through cars, so I know what it looks like there. And I know that, you know, your biz is your neighbor's biz, that kind of thing, I'm sure, as it is in these communities. They know everything that's going on. You think the family wants to be shamed by this guy? Of course they don't, man. How about some more thumbs up, folks? Of course they don't want to be shamed. I mean, the flower thing, well, kind of a setup. Who knows who sent her the flowers? I have no idea. I'd tell you if I knew. I have no idea who sent it. Of course, he's trying to claim credit for that. He's supposed to be broke. How could he send her flowers, right? I don't know. He's scheduled to be. I can tell you that. The warden already is awaiting reception of him, as in a letter. So he's down on there. They're probably making up his floor sheets or something as we speak. Oh, he's going to love it there. This will make up for all the fucking nasty shit he's been talking about since this case started. Never mind that little Holiday Inn he's staying in Mandawi.
No, this ain't going to be no Holiday Inn, I'll tell you that. Thank you, Blake. So, what's the story? Is your girlfriend out there in Canada with you? Haven't been keeping up with this stuff. He's going to eat whatever they give him. That's what he's going to eat. I don't think if they even allow... You know what? Anybody got to come in that prison's got to get strip searched. That's right. It ain't like Mandawi. He's got his girlfriend. Anybody coming in, they got to be strip searched. He was talking about how he could still sell his motorbike. Seems fishy. Yeah, it certainly does. There goes the alarm. I tell you when to eat, when to shit. Siren going off. You hear in the background. That's what he's going to have. What a disrespectable, low-class fucker this guy is. He deserves everything he's going to get and more. I have no mercy for him. I have no compassion for him. Nothing. He's going to get the full brunt of what he fucking called me. He's going to get the full brunt because what he did was not funny to me. And what I'm doing to him ain't going to be funny to him. And it hasn't been funny to him so far. That's not really Blake. Blake, I asked you a question. Is she out there with you now? Blake doesn't want to answer the question. No, it's okay. Galveston, oh Galveston, let's replace the words with call us on prison. Call us on, go call us on. Oh yeah, you're going to eat what they feed you, and that's it. Oh, that's what's going to be. That's what it's going to be. What they give you, bro, is what they give you. And if you don't like it, it's too goddamn bad. Too goddamn bad. They'll tell you when to shit, when to eat, when to clean your clothes. Yeah, Big Kitan. Well, what I heard, there's kind of a back-to-back thing. They're both pretty bad places. Big Kitan, of course, has a reputation, but I don't think Kalanasan is that much better. They're pretty close, my understanding. I've had a conversation with somebody about this. Not pleasant places, either one of them. I'm sure he understands what direction he's going now. I know he knows it now. I ain't going to no prison, he says. Well, you didn't think you were going to get found and locked up for your immigration, did you there, Bobo? No. You didn't think you were going to have 5 counts of cybercrime against you either, did you, Bobo? 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 I know Blake's happy. I know Blake's happy. And he should be. Him and his girlfriend. On what? Blake, what are you saying? Trevor says crazy because the longer the trial, the more he loses at this point. Oh. He already lost. The minute he entered the fucking country, the minute he came out of his mother's womb, he fucking lost. God, what a miserable fucking life. Blake is the boyfriend of his last girlfriend. That's who Blake is. And he said some horrible things about his girlfriend, too. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Blake is a decent guy that his ex-girlfriend met, who's taking good care of her. And whether there's still, he because of his job, he does go back and forth, but it's kind of hard. But anyway, they're working it out. Sounds like to me. No, not a little bit. Sheila. Sheila. No, not Anne. No. Two different people. See what he was doing with Anne. Anne was in a long-term relationship with this German guy. And she was pilfering his money. And her extraneous boyfriend, taking a wild shot who that is, was basically helping her out with that. Ain't that something? Man never changed. The man that doesn't have it in him to change. That's just it. That's why nobody has mercy on him, especially me. Oh, he's threatening me and he sees me in court and all this shit and waits till I get back to America and... Well, once he's in America, nobody's going to give a shit what he thinks about some American in the Philippines. It'll be a novelty at first. 10 years down the line when he gets back into America, and nobody's going to give a shit about that point. I may not even be alive in 10 years. What the fuck do I know? Took him for $400K, you're correct. No, I already ate dinner. I just put together some steamed broccoli with some, these were actually frozen meatballs, but they're from S&R. They were pretty good. Just I didn't really want to go to this party. May show up because it's a guy that the guy that's giving a party is for his dad, and the guy that's giving a party is one of my witnesses for my other case. But we're cool. Comes the other one coming home now. Yeah, that snore is good for something. It's good for something. Their hot dogs are really good. Their hamburgers are pretty decent, pretty good size. Their salads, kind of weak. But S&R's got mostly I get some frozen stuff from there, and we get some meats, whatever. S&R's okay, but it's not the best, really. It really isn't, but it's one of the closest things of getting a few Americanized foods and stuff like that. Nature's Choice Vitamin K and D3 is $19.99 USD. Buy one, get one. At Safeway here in the States. A lot more than that, I think, here. It's quoting how many tablets are in there. Safeway. God, dude, look. Dude, go to CVS Pharmacy. If you're in America, don't be buying your vitamins at Safeway. Are you crazy, man? Jesus Christ, Safeway is like the most expensive store ever on everything. They jacked their prices up 4 or 5 times the suggested market retail price. Oh, please. Don't ever buy vitamins. Yeah, buy one, get one, but you don't get it, dude. You don't understand their strategy. I did take concepts of advertising at New York Tech. Let me tell you something, dude. And I don't need to take that to figure this out. They up their prices on everything there. Then when they have a sale, buy one, take one, or whatever like that, you're still paying for that second one. Because they upped the prices either before the sale or a week or so before the sale. So when you think you're getting something for free from Safeway, and it's not just vitamins, it's any item. But people get sucker punched into that with Safeway. Believe me, I know Safeway very intimately. Blake is on here right now. How'd he die of a heart attack? If it's the real Drake. Well, I'm still trying to find out about Rickshaw. You know, the rumor mongers. They said that he passed away from his fight with cancer here, getting the chemotherapy and everything. I don't know what's true or not, because this is YouTube. You know, hardly anything is true on YouTube, unless you actually present the proof on there. Then people have said, "Oh well, shit. Okay, now we believe him. We figured he was a liar. We were going to jump on his ass for that, but then when you show proof, they eat crow." You know how many plates of crow's been served in the past 8+ years on YouTube since I've been on here? I can't even count. I mean, I think seriously that, you know, crows are going to become extinct at this point. So many crows were served. I mean, damn. How much crows can you sacrifice, you know? Everybody, please subscribe so you will all begin to thrive. Don't forget the Gcash number in the description. I mention it once whenever I do a show, and then, my friends, I let it go. Tom Sack, and donate to further this channel. Show your appreciation. We're not buying Xboxes here. That money's not buying cigarettes and booze, not on this show, my friends. Maybe the other guy did it, but not on this show. No siree. Well, what's the real story on? Come on, I just give me the true Hollywood story here. He hasn't been putting shows on. I know that he's having his family come out there, his wife, which he doesn't get along with. And what is the update? I mean, I'm guessing that the kid that he brought with him has got to go back to the Philippines just right after he's adjusting. That kid is going to go through shit because he's very close to the father. And that kid's going to go through a lot of emotional trauma. Able to complete what? Don't speak cryptic here, Trevor. Complete what? Give me complete sentences. Complete what? Clue me in. Now, I never heard that Blake had a heart attack. Jesus Christ, guys, come on. Ricky ain't doing that well. He came on a show and he said he had some bad veins in his brain. He had an image testing done. But then he turned around and said, "Oh, but it's okay now." But it's okay now. It's like a guy running around with a fucking samurai sword in his fucking heart.
And of course, the bleeding stopped. It's okay now. Well, when the bleeding stops, you're dead, actually. You don't bleed when you're dead. Bruce Monroe says the crazy idea of splitting up the siblings. Big no-no. Yeah, I thought that from the start. Bruce Monroe. I thought that from the start. Okay, we're going to have to tone things down on my show for a while, from now on after today. You pretty much know the direction that the mantis is going, the dog-faced cockroach. He's not a happy man, and rightfully so. He's making threats to me already when I see you in court, this and that. Yeah, but do it, man. Whatever you're going to, how many years are going to put you away? Don't just add a few or 5 more. Yeah, you do that. You definitely do that. Let's see how far that gets you with your handcuffs on, too. You should have seen him in that court, man, with his handcuffs on. He was trying to hide it with his black jacket. Yeah, right, it's only a flesh wound. You see that in movies all the time. Only a flesh wound. I mean, the guy just gets fucking shot, right? Or gets stabbed or something. A woman or something comes up, are you okay? Are you okay? Oh, it's only a flesh wound. It's only a flesh wound. Come on, you'd be screaming bloody mercy. You got stabbed in your arm or something, or shot or something. Only a flesh wound. He's unhinged. Yeah, he really is. You heard him on today's show, man. He'll do another one tonight, guaranteed. I'll guarantee it. Unless they took him already. But now that he knows his destination, I really don't think he's a happy camper. Oh, no, I don't think he's a happy camper at all. You reap what you sow. I can't say it better than that. You reap what you sow. Where did he think this was going to get him? He thinks by coming on, after he had the initial papers filled out on him and served, and that he was going to get 5 counts of cybercrime, and he has the balls to come on and continue the mania and do the same thing that got him into trouble in the first place. Man, this guy needs a clue. I mean, he needs a fucking clue. Molly Python's Holy Grail. You're back. Are you the real Drake? They're saying that you died of a heart attack. Someone just said. Well, there's a difference between pride and stupidity, Bruce. That guy, oh my God. And, I always say this, and I back it up by saying by his own demonstration. Legally, I have to say this. Because it is by his own demonstrative behavior that proves what he is. Pride, and stupidity are 2 different things. Oh yeah, he knows all about freedom of speech, but where does that get him? This should be the gong show here. Every time he tells a lie, hit the gong. This is the best beef on YouTube. We only serve decent sized pieces of beef on my show. It's the real beef. No fillers and artificial ingredients here. Dr. Gary Meyer, hello. Is there a doctor in the house? I doubt you're a real doctor. If you are, you ever have a patient come up there and say, hey, doctor, it hurts when I do this. Did you ever tell your patient, well, then don't do that? Yeah. What are you looking at? Oh,
Nothing. So,
you on my show?
no.
You look in the comments? Oh.
I
don't know if I'm going to this.
Yeah, that's the one.
I don't know if
He's texting me.
Who? Jun is?
Jen.
I don't know what to say. How do I get out of this one?
Yeah, just tell me so we will text him.
I know. I'm trying to think of how to get out. I'm trying to think of how to get out of this
No,
one.
because the kids is tired from school. It's so
Because the
hard.
what?
The two kids didn't want to go, so it's tired.
Kids don't want to go either. They had enough of the last couple of parties, which was a birthday party, which was turned out to be a bummer. Excuse the expression. Couldn't hardly get to eat. It was crowded and people were stealing food. Then they went to, of course, the Valentine's dinner and birthday the other night. They had their
So many parties.
so many parties, so many birthdays. And there's going to be another one in Cebu this month from Gilda's mom. Too much going on. So what could be my excuse? The restreaming of one another tonight was hilarious. Wasn't it? You know, what he had to say, it made no sense at all. But then again, there's nothing new about that. Oh, he's steaming mad. What was that carpet cleaner? They did the commercials back in the USA. Forgot the name of the... Oh, there's a picture of the... Okay. Are they going to have a lot of people there? For his sake, I hope to have people there.
We have a lot there. Relatives.
Yeah, I'm just not... Yeah, you know, I just don't really feel like going. I already ate, number one. I ate early than usual. And what they serve there, I can't eat anyway. That's why I don't like going. I don't like being around a crowd of people, and I don't like the atypical Filipino food. Well, most of it anyway. Oh, that's right, computer science. I remember that now. Okay. Computer science. I got a job for you, dude. If you write me personally, got an assignment for you. If you're able to do this or not, I don't know. If you're into computer science, you might know a little stuff. Huh? You might. You just might. Rather go to a party than sit in jail. Yeah, I got that. No, I'm just, you know, then when you're a white person there, you kind of become a novelty in a way. You got little kids that maybe never seen a white face before, and they're staring you down, or they're crying. They go, ah, what's wrong with your skin? I don't usually get that, just joking, but it's, you know, so many parties out here. And, you know, the guys are drinking and acting stupid, and then everybody's got their 1 gallon size freaking Ziploc bags in their purse. They're taking all the fucking lechon to bring home. It's ridiculous. They must have moved him already, or he would be on now denouncing Frank's stream. How you never know? Everything he said on there, I proved him to be wrong. Oh, and no one's going to catch me. I ain't going to no jail for no fucking immigration. Well, what happened with that? Almost 10 fucking months later, right? Right? They're going to drop the charges on me. No, they didn't drop. Well, no, the prosecutor. Hey, don't forget the one where he wanted to bribe the prosecutor. That's going to be introduced sometime too. $50,000 from CW. Need we forget that? Then another show when he was on the phone, a personal phone call that was put on air. He said that he was pissed off at Ricky and the others. He should have took some of that money and bribed the officials. Who has that kind of stupidity? Who? Said the owl. Who? Apparently, by his own demonstration. Yeah, he's been, the 27th of this month will be 10 months. But he's in the Ritz-Carlton compared to where he's going to go. After everything he said to me, I hope he suffers. The heat, the filth, the humidity, the crowded people, and he ain't going to get a cell by himself. In fact, over there, he don't have to worry about cells, as I take it, as far as bars. It's going to be open. There's different parts of that prison, and it has to do with different levels of their crime. 10 months, yeah, almost 10 months. Some people would say, hey man, that's punishment enough. Go easy on the guy. Well, you know what, guys? It was entirely possible that I could have gone easy on him. But Digger, as some people call him, he kept on digging with the shovel and buried himself. He just kept on keeping on with the insults and defamation, little dick and this and that and this and that and this and that. He didn't stop. Who would you do? Huh? What would you do? Would you go easy on the guy? No, you wouldn't. I have no reason to go easy on him. I'm taking this as far as I could possibly take it. The rest is up to the court, man. I have no control of that. Well, I still have control. I can say I'm dropping the case anytime I want. They probably would have to, but the truth is, it's not even really my case anymore. It's the Republic of the Philippines. It's against him versus. So technically, it's not even my case. If you haven't figured that one out, he has to deal with them, not me. He has something bad to say. Talk to them. Hell no, I wouldn't go easy. Wild Eye says, Dr. Gary says, same on my Facebook page. Oh, Andrew McNair. Frisbee the Hobgoblin Mantis Digger is facing justice. Yeah, finally. Well, look, you don't see what happens with this, man. Like I said all the time, I don't know. I could be cocky like him and say, he's going to get this, he's going to get that, and he's going to get this, but how could I say that? I really don't know. Even if they threw the fucking shit out of court, he still would have served whatever time he's done already, and he's still going to be blacklisted from coming back into this country. He's under the impression, two things. He's going to have his freedom, that they're going to give him bail. They're not going to give him bail because of his immigration status. He's not going to get bail. Normally, yes, you can get bail for cybercrime. Absolutely. That's a norm. That's a given. But in his case, he won't because of the immigration issues. Number one. Number two, and there's a three to this too. Number two, and where was I with this? Lost my own thoughts. Okay, one, but yeah, the bail situation. Okay. All right, the fact he served all this time. Okay, we got that. And how much other time, how long it's going to take for the case to be over. But like I said, even if the judge decided to throw it out the door, the baby with the bathwater, you know what I mean? Still would have served all this time already. And he's still going to not be able to come back to this country. He seemed to be under the impression that he's going to be, wait 1 year, and after 1 year, pay all his dues and stuff, and then he's just going to come lollygaggling back into the Philippines. That's not going to happen. Frank, you dealt with this admirable. Well, it wasn't easy, man. Yeah, it's my understanding that he will be blacklisted. He goes, I'm not blacklisted. He can't even leave the country right now, even if he ran away. He's got to hold the partial order. He ain't going nowhere. He can't even use his passport. So he's stuck here no matter what. See? Let this be a lesson learned to everybody out there. Don't think that somebody can't do something if they wanted to. It's according to how much time they have, how much money they want to invest into legal fees, all that stuff, how much patience they have, because this could drag out for years like it did. It's not for the faint of heart, I can tell you that. Yes. That's where he's from. And there's a three-part on this one. he doesn't understand that there's a 20-year, at least 20 years in Alabama in regards to his child support felony, as far as being a statute of limitations. He thinks it's 3 to 4 years. I don't know where he got that information. No, when it comes to child support, just about every state, including that state, it's an open book. See, when so many years go by and you don't pay and it adds up, it becomes a felony. So chances are, even if he was able to go back to the United States, no matter what the situation agreement was between him and the courts, he gets over on American soil with his passport, they'll probably take him from there. No, he doesn't like to pay for his kids. He's not paying for Cheyenne. That's his daughter, who he denies her existence or whatever. Though I think he might have admitted that recently. He thinks his son's going to come up to him with loving arms. When he abandoned his son how many years ago, didn't pay child support. He thinks his son is going to be, oh, his loving son. His loving son. White Eye says he's in deep shit, LOL. Jazzy says disgrace. Now you guys are picking up on this. Come on, how about the thumbs up, guys? I'm sorry, I don't really make a big deal of the thumbs up there. It's really not that important. But I like to keep you guys enthusiastic. For sure. Give me a little credit. I've been going through this for how many years now with this guy? I don't think a lot of you could handle that. I got the determination. That's one thing about me. I'm very determined. That's it with the thumbs up. I appreciate it. We're getting a few more on there. I'm a very determined person. I have certain values that I adhere to. When somebody comes and steps on my toes the way he did, it's not just words. Words don't come easy to me. When you call me a child molester, can't you see that words don't come easy to me? You're gonna pay for what you said to me. Oh yeah, I heard the craziness in his live stream. Oh my God. He was frantic Freddy, man. I thought he was going to bust an artery or some shit, man. Why did I say, imagine escaping child support for all those years? Oh yeah. Raining Cats and Dogs says, you could hear the pure, yeah. Jazzy says, court incoming. They can't stay in that place forever. No, that was going to happen anyway. The immigration was only holding him in there because of immigration, and because they had to hold him there too, because there was a pending case against him. And that's the reason even though he had a summary deportation that goes back to last July or something, it's kind of null and void. I mean, not the summary deportation, necessarily the concept that it's null and void. It's just that at that time, they didn't have any details. When they put that summary deportation, they didn't have the details of, they mentioned about a year in there and all that stuff. No, they weren't updated at that point because there was no case against him filed. That was in early stages. Okay. Well, the case didn't go through. We put in one because they forgot to put the videos in the envelope. They didn't accept it, so we had to redo it again. This time with the videos, and it was accepted by the prosecutor. Mm-hmm. Words don't come easy for me. No, you just can't say anything, man. I can't run in your house and yell fire, man. You'd be pretty pissed off about that. People could be tripping over the furniture, breaking their leg or something. You know, words, you just can't say anything in any society. America or here, man. Jazzy says he will never learn. We have seen that already when he locked up in immigration detention, pissed, talking smack online. Yeah, it's ways with people. He just talks smack. And if he drinks, it gets even worse. He even gets cocky. I heard he's gotten cocky in a few bars here and there when he was drunk. He's lucky that, well, I don't know, he had an incident somewhere where somebody busted a bottle over his head or some shit like that. Remember when he had his head all fucking busted up? He said it was a motorcycle, but there's another incident. There was two of them, which he both claimed to be a motorcycle accident. But then again, if you want to believe him, he's not got so many supporters now, huh? No, he doesn't. 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 Typically, hillbilly with no brains. Another moderator just handled this. I don't have any moderators. That's me. Okay. Don't come easy for me. Ah, man, you gotta watch what you say on here, man. There's a lot of people saying a lot of shit. You go to Swampcast and all that shit. They're all fucking keyboard warriors, man. They just want to yank people's chain for entertainment, man. That's all it is. Okay, can I do... Okay, here we go. Keyboard warriors. Nobody wants to get... Believe me when I tell you, nobody, by example here, let this guy be an example, right? Nobody wants to get in trouble in the Philippines. They really don't. Because their laws are not all that similar to the United States. There's a lot of laws that are taken from Western cultural law, but they have their own version of different laws out here. He thinks you can walk up at anybody and say, I got freedom of speech. Yeah, walk up to a cop and call him a pig. See how much freedom of speech you have with that, bud. Yeah, go ahead, try it. Attack me in a courtroom. See what happens with that. You should have seen him. He was embarrassed as shit. He kept on hiding his cuffs with his black jacket. And he had like a water bottle thing with him too. He was hiding his handcuffs. I saw his handcuffs. When my lawyer seen him coming in, he went right up to the warden guy that was accompanying him, and he needs to put his handcuffs on. And that's exactly what they did. Now he's ready to leave the courtroom. All right, they were able to take him off. He didn't do nothing to me. They took his handcuffs off. He didn't do nothing to me. He could have backtracked to the courtroom and tried to strike me, but he didn't do that either. Opportunity, man. Opportunity. Oh, believe me, he does anything in that courtroom. Judge will end the case right there and sentence him and add some time to whatever his sentence was going to be. That's why he had to be on his best behavior. But he was begging in that courtroom 2 or 3 times. I just want this over. Can we just drop this case and so I can go home to my family? What family? What family? He don't have anybody there that wants him there. He owes child support for 2 kids. Beat up his wife by his own admission. What, are they going to welcome him with open arms? Welcome home, Frisbee? I don't think so. I just don't think so. Just don't think so. Jazzy says, I'm amazed how dumb he is. But when someone talks about your loved ones, no mercy. He always talks about, we are American. You can't do that. LOL. Obviously, there was a bit of retardation involved. Well, maybe. I don't know. Something's going on with him. I don't know. I can't say. And legally, I don't want to say on here. For legal purposes on my statements. Something's going down. Yeah, that's pretty goddamn obvious. If he can't see the error of his ways, then holy shit, man. What does it take? Well, it's going to take him having to spend some time in a hard place. He'll have plenty of time to contemplate what he did. He's just trying to save face on YouTube. I bet he's crying in his fucking soup right now. Of course, when he gets on YouTube, he ain't going to cry. Well, one day, a couple of years ago, you remember that video? Was you guys leave me alone? He was about to cry or something, you know. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Well, leave everybody else alone. Who am I? I'm just a nobody, man. I'm an absolute nobody. I'm a nobody. I'm ugly, old, broke. What else? I got baggy eyes. I got orange hair. At least that's what they say. Okay. I gotta blow my nose. A couple of seconds. Well, I could wait a minute, I guess. He won't do shit. He had a chance at TGI Fridays, but his excuse was he knew the workers there. Yeah, and didn't. Yeah, and didn't want to cause them problems. Oh yeah, what a coward. No, he had Brian Hollywood there, a big guy that he befriended that comes into Cebu every now and then, and he kind of boards Barry now and then, and he gives them free drinks and shit like that, and they get together and try to chase girls at the bars. Well, he purposely had Brian Hollywood over there, who's a YouTuber, and that's why he came in. He would have never came in TGIFs. And he also figured out Ricky was going to side with him. And I don't think that was the case. Ricky wanted to see us fight. He thought that Ricky was going to protect him. See, Ricky knew he was coming over, but Ricky lied. It was a setup is what it was. It was a setup, complete setup. Complete setup. And Ricky was not going to come in and do anything. Ricky wanted to videotape it. He was hoping that we get into a fight. He was praying that we got into a fight. You think his habitual lying would stop as he's been caught out that many times? No, I don't. I don't think that at all. It's just like a nervous tick. You can't get rid of it or something or whatever. No. You know, a cataract in the eye where you're not going to see clearly. He's a cataract. That's what he is. He's a cataract. I did show a lot of restraint. I most certainly fucking did. You have no idea what was going through my mind at the time. If you knew, you would understand. Okay, I gotta go, guys. I got something that I need to attend to. Thank you for showing up. Don't forget, we got the, I'll say it once more, I don't give a shit. We got the Gcash on my description. You guys be kind enough to appreciate the channel, show a little appreciation. A little jingle in the pocket here goes a long way for the show. It kind of encourages me to keep on trucking. Goes a long way. So do make note of my Gcash number. And I appreciate you guys. It's been a very active channel lately, for good reason anyway. Poor Toby the dog, living with him. Oh, God. God. I know. Because I like dogs. I just don't like when they blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he talks about throwing hot water on them. He throws rocks at dogs. I make my judgment to people how they treat animals on a regular basis. That's how I make judgment. Just like I've never dated a girl that hates animals or would mistreat them. You know, I wouldn't have a friend, someone like him, that is so absolutely hateful with animals and people and everything else. Look, just know, guys, he's going to get whatever's coming to him. We'll end it at that. There's no more to talk about. Okay, if he when he winds up where he's going to wind up, you'll maybe know about it one way or the other. I can't really. This has been kind of dragging on a little bit too long. I don't mean the show today, but I think all this court business, we're getting to the point of an actual trial, so that's where we have to do our cutoff on here. You know what I mean? Yeah. Got to stop somewhere. Whatever's coming to him, he will get. Remember, it's the Republic of the Philippines against him. Technically, that's what's going on. If he has a gripe, he has to take it up with the court system or his lawyer or whoever they're going to appoint him to. Not me. It doesn't get him anywhere by arguing with me or doing bad shows about me. It just puts him in a worse position. But I tried to explain that to him. Not that I give a shit, but I think we all tried to. Saying, dude, come on, cut it. You've got the charges on you already. And they are charges. Keeps on saying they're not charges. Yeah, it's just like when he goes into jail. I'm not really in jail. I'm not really in jail. And one last comment I'll answer, Jay Jacobo. Regardless of what Brevis and Bud had said, Frank made the move at TGIF, and Bummer shit himself. Yeah, he wanted to pick up that liquor glass and throw it at me. Then he was reaching for his right pocket because he will not fight without weapons. That's the coward he is. He knows he'd get obliterated by me. Don't matter if I'm 20 years older. He's one guy I'm not worried about. I can't say about anybody else. I am older. But he's one guy I'm certainly not worried about, whether he's drinking or straight or whatever. Not at all. Okay, with that being said, I gotta get the hell out of here. I've been doing a whole lot of shows lately. Now I know I've been entertaining you. I understand that, but let me see. What was I trying to get here? Okay, hold on a minute. Let me see something on my computer I was trying to bring up. Words don't come easy to me. Don't go anywhere, folks, yet. Don't go anywhere yet. Okay, hold on. Words don't come easy for me. Comes easy for him, but look where it's got him. Jesus Christ, look where it's got him. Okay. Now, where is this damn thing? Where is this damn thing? Come on. When I'm looking for something, then I can't find it. Isn't that the way it works? Go to spam. Can't be in spam, no. No, sir. Go to trash. Don't think it's in there. Yeah. Hold on. Farming. Just hang in there. Well, shit. Hold on, man. Oh, what's this? Okay. All right, let's see what this is here. Okay, can you guys read this? Okay, hold on. That means he's going to jail. Commit you. I hereby commit you. There you go. Am I lying or am I crying? Huh? I know it is. You just have to turn your fucking head. What do you want me to do here? Okay. Oh, anyway, this is a short. Hello, peoples. Excuse me, please. It seems like people are dropping like flies. Did Rickshaw die too? I'm hearing that Rickshaw died. What the hell is going on? People are coming of age, disease, self-destruction. What the hell is going on? I mean, seriously. Wow. I'm not always updated on everybody here. I thought people gave a shit about Rickshaw in some way or another. I guess not. Because we had one person saying, or two suggesting that he passed away from his complications of bone cancer, which generally will, his type, particular cancer actually, in the blood affects your bones, but it can affect your kidneys and they break down. I know he was having some problems with that. Wow. Pretty crazy shit going on here. With that being said, a little bit too much crazy shit going on. People do stupid things and stupid things happen to them, and that's not anything out of my control. I'm not sure what you expect me to say anymore on my show, to be honest with you. Pardon my yawning. It's a natural reflex. I guess maybe that's a statement I'm making too, actually, that yawning. That wasn't put on. Maybe I'm bored of this whole shit on here, really. You get a little enjoyment of doing shows on here, but then, I don't know, in retrospect, you look back and say, what am I really getting out of it? But I've said this 1,000 times before. So don't mind me. See, another yawn coming. There we go. No, it's not confirmed. Someone said it, but I read what he had. Myeloma, I can never pronounce it. Multiple myeloma, whatever. Blood cancer gets in your bones and it affects other things. The kidney usually gets, or you get pneumonia. But he was having trouble with kidney. The last shows he ever did, all I know is the family, he got some funding to come over from the Philippines, his wife and the remaining kids. And I know he's been going into chemo treatment and radiation treatment and so forth. What he had was very aggressive. Very, very aggressive. Yeah, Fazio, Jack Thompson, and now, well, I don't know if he passed away or not. Somebody said it, but even with treatment, then they give a 5-year outlook. If you're not beyond stage 3 or you're stage 3 or above, it doesn't look good for him. I kind of seen, well, I didn't know what he had, to be honest with you. I'm not a wizard, but I seen from years ago, there was some telltale signs that something was just not right with him. Pains, stomach problems. There was a lot of things going on with him. And I knew something was wrong, and I just couldn't pinpoint it because he really couldn't pinpoint it either. Guess he didn't do enough testing, but he went in, but I don't know, they just didn't discover what was going on, I guess, whether it's a Philippine system or what, We're doing good, Biggie. We're actually doing good. We're just trying to get through all this legal shit and all that crap going on and just move on with our lives. We're moving on anyway. It don't matter what's going on legally. I mean, it's a bit of genuine pain in the ass, and so is the individual, but, it'll be over with. Things are moving smoothly, as I can see, and I'm not really going to be getting into talking to this much on here because I'm so burned out. You heard that yawning in the beginning of the show. That was real. Here's another one. Oh, my God, that's the way I'm feeling these days. Yep, Ricky is probably pretty close in line, I think, of something happening too, and go down the line, really. They're all disappearing. age has something to do with it, but it's not necessarily age. It's just what happens if you don't take care of your body. You get to be a certain age. That's what it has to do with it. And some people just don't do anything. Like Fazio. I know it's hard to believe that Fazio's dead. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it really is. Try to reach Rick today. You have his number? Yeah, give a call, see what's going on, because somebody, the rumor mongers on here, there's a lot of them. I mean, let's put it this way. I would not be surprised if that's true information, because what he has could be actually very aggressive. Well, Eric, I'm trying to do that exactly. Okay, I just need to get these pests out of the way so I can go on with my life. I mean, my life goes on either way. Don't matter. But I just want to take care of business and move on, because it's not been a cakewalk for me either. It certainly hasn't. And it's been more of a pain in the ass. It's been more aggravation than stress, really. That's the word I have to use, is aggravation. So with that being said, just let time heal, let wounds heal, and move on. Because I'm not getting any younger. That's for goddamn sure. I really don't need this crap. That's why I'm very aggressive in finishing off this so-called crap. Yeah. Met him 14 months ago, and I met him. I didn't think he would even last 1 week. I remember you saying that. Miko says, time waits for no man, Frank. That's true. Well, Biggie, I don't want to get bogged down with these things. Believe me, it was not my quest. It really wasn't my... It's just that it went on and on, man. You know everything that's going on. You're privy to all that. The guy is... he's a pest. He's more than a pest. He's a criminal. He doesn't belong in this country. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that hopefully he'll get sentencing, and hopefully he will get kicked out with a one-way ticket. And that's what I'm hoping for. Fazio will never be a problem to me again, ever. I'm sorry to say, but that's the way I like it. Okay? I'm in the fucking last quarter of my lifetime. I don't need these cockroaches around. They need to be stepped on. I have no compassion for people like that. I just don't. And nobody's going to convince me otherwise. I'm a very compassionate person for people that are righteous, but for those that are not, well, I got to do what I feel I have to do. It's just something I have to do. I don't know how to explain it, but I think you understand. I value my family, what I have here in the Philippines, and there's been too much shit going on that, there's some things you could certainly ignore, and there's some things that you can't. Yeah. The wounds I saw him, he showed me the other wounds that he didn't show on YouTube, the pain he was in. I pity the guy, and it's the saddest thing to see. Well, it's nobody's fault but his. He did that to himself, just like the other guy that's in jail. He's doing all this to himself, and then people attack me for things that happen to these people. It's self-inflicted. It's all self-inflicted. None of this had to happen with Fazio if he really went for the right test and took the right actions. Nothing would happen to the other guy if he would have shut his mouth. I just really don't like being called a fucking child molester. That don't work with me. That doesn't float with me. It will never float with me. I will die if I have to in an effort to get him to get the most solid punishment he could possibly get. Before I ever leave this earth, I want to make sure he gets what he deserves. And I've never done this with anybody in my life to this extent. Anyone. The second possibility was Fazio. and what I went through with him. You don't know what was going on through my mind. You don't know. Trust me. I became somebody else and almost became somebody else, okay? And I won't explain what that means. But common sense took over. So, here I am. We've all done stupid things, Frank, and I'm guilty of a lot of it too. Urge you to just let it go and move on with life because, well, that's the whole point. I want this over with. I want to move on. I mean, I am moving. I'm doing everything I normally do. Life didn't stop because I got a legal case going on. Life has not stopped. Shit, I'm inviting out the parties that I'm refusing. I'm supposed to go to one tonight. We didn't feel like going. I just, so many events going on. You know, I go to events. You know, we do things. We're not traveling all over the Philippines, but I'm happy in my little niche in life. I don't have a problem with it. I don't know why anybody else does, but it's really none of anybody's business, actually. You know? Well, there's a lot of people on YouTube that doing a lot of stupid things, and let me tell you something there, Big E. I got a good memory. For certain things, my memory sucks. I'll be honest with you, but other things, there's nothing wrong with my memory. For people who have turned on me and talked about my girlfriend, people who do shows about us, both of us, nothing wrong with my memory. Nothing wrong with my memory at all. And I won't talk about these other people because that's something I won't talk about. They know I'm good at research. Whether I have help or not, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. I told you. In fact, I was just watching Charles Bronson stuff. Death Wish. It was a bunch of clips of all his shows. No, I'm not going to become a vigilante, you know, as far as committing crimes. I'm not going to do that. But I'll do it in my own way, legally, the way I'm doing it right now. It's the best way to handle things. I don't believe in violence. I really don't. Can you accept those that you won? He did 10 months in jail. Is that enough to say, hey, let's move on? No, it's really not enough. And the reason it's not enough is, you know why? It's not enough because he could have stopped. And even after he knew he was being served with these charges, he just continued to do the same thing he did before. He had no remorse for what he did, what he said. None. He lied to you. He lied to everybody. All you people that had contributed to him, your money went to shit. That's where your money went. It went to shit. And any money in the future will also go to shit. They didn't stop his SSI. I looked into it in the rules and regulations. You can probably figure I would probably do something like that. And I did. No one stopped his payments. There was no reason to stop his payments. Every now and then, yes, there is a periodical thing that you have to go through. But believe me, because he was dependent on that money, there was nothing in the world that would have stopped him, even being incarcerated, that would have stopped him from finding a solution to contact the SS and get it straightened out. He's been getting this money all along. He lied to you. He lied to everybody. He lied to everybody. So, no, there's no forgiveness. 10 months is not going to be enough to me. I'll be happy when I see that guy rot in fucking jail, then get kicked out of the fucking country, and never be able to come back again to harm another woman, to harm another person, to take money from another person, to sponge off another person. He's not a nice man. He's problematic, and he doesn't belong in this country. That's what I'm saying to your answer. No, I didn't prove my point yet. However, I will make a statement that if all fails for some reason in court, I will certainly get pleasure from the time served by the time this is actually over, no matter what the verdict is. Oh, absolutely. He's approaching 10 months already, but he's living in he's living in a Ritz-Carlton compared to where he's going to be. Booze is being snuck in. He's getting drunk at his cell. You hear him on his fucking phone playing fucking Xbox games. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck that shit.
Fuck that shit. You pay for your fucking crimes if you really committed a crime. Everybody else has to. He ain't no different. If anybody belongs in jail, this is where this guy belongs. That's his setting. That's what he's all about. The kind of people that are in jail, he fits right in. He should be comfortable, but I don't know about being comfortable in a Philippines jail. That's a whole nother story. But I'm giving you long form answer to your question or suggestion. No, I'm not satisfied with 10 months, but I'm satisfied whatever the judge's decision is, wherever this goes. He may throw out the case for all I know. I don't know. Unlikely, unlikely, but let's just look at different scenarios, and I'm willing to look at that. I don't think that'll happen. But if it did, I'd have the pleasure of knowing that this man was basically incarcerated for the time he's been and will never get back into this country again. I will assure everybody of that, because I've been working very closely with my lawyer to make sure that does not happen. I'm not worried about the money. Money is replaceable. Your dignity is not. Sometimes you got to step on a cockroach so they don't reproduce. Wear Puerto Rican fucking shoes to get them in a corner if you have to. But you don't let a cockroach get away. Don't let him reside in your home, in your heart, in your soul, in your brain, in your mind. If it's a cockroach, you kill it. You squash it. That's what you do. In his case, he's a cockroach. He's a pest. And he belongs in jail. He needs to learn a lesson. Do not appreciate being called a fucking child molester. That's one of the worst things you could say to anyone just because you don't like him. Well, my feelings are not hurt, as he likes to say. My feelings are not hurt. But what you said to me, and the fact that you contacted my girlfriend's children in the past, and because for 3 years at least, he did a show mocking, knocking, slandering, defaming, intimidating, enticing other people, and everything against me. And he didn't stop. And if he would have stopped at some point, he wouldn't be at the stage he's at right now. He wouldn't be there. Miko, Frank, the big factor is in your favor, is that you made the main Philippines newspapers and PI, they want to keep face. And that's why I think they could do a big sentence. Well, you know what, as I said, I'm not going to sit here doing a show predicting the future. I can't do that. It's really not even my case anymore. It's really the Philippines, it's actually the Republic of Philippines versus him. It's not even my case. You have a lawyer to defend me, you have a prosecutor also to defend me. But it's actually the Republic of Philippines versus the dude. So if he has a gripe, he has to take it up with his lawyer if he gets one. And what I understand about that too is, well, shouldn't spill information, but even a lawyer ain't going to help him at this point. There's too much against him in combination with the immigration and everything else. A lawyer will gladly take his money if he could afford a private lawyer, but it'd be a total waste of money. I spoke to my attorney about this, and, well, somebody else too, but he was one of the people. He said at this point, considering his past, considering 7.5 years of running away from the justice system, in combination with the cybercrime, that it doesn't look good for him at all. And I don't think any judge is going to be lenient on him, but as I said, in all fairness, I try to be a fair person when I can, is that, well, it's not up to me. It's just not up to me at this point. I'm not going to change my mind. In fact, every time he comes on, he doesn't realize what he's been doing to himself, and I had a little bit of compassion. I tried to tell him that the more you do this, the more I'm going to fight harder. And the more you open your mouth, you're putting more nails in your coffin.
I don't tell him to come and do shows and say all these horrible things, the very same things that got him into trouble in the first place. I don't put a gun to his head and tell him what to do. He said, Frank, to try to take it easy, man, and learn to accept victory. Take a victory lap, but don't let it turn into vengeance and hate you one more. What more do you need? Oh, I'll be happy when this is all over. Oh, absolutely. You know, I won the battle, but I didn't win the war yet. Understand that. I won the battle. I didn't win the war. I'll win the war when the judge's gavel comes down and gives him a righteous sentence. And after he serves the sentence and all the hardships he has to go through, he gets kicked out of the country, never to come back again. I know that might sound harsh to you, but you're not in my shoes, sir. Now, a lot of people call you names, and even I had problems sometimes with you, and I even said a few things. But the one thing I never called you, and for 3 to 4 years even, on top of that, was a child molester. I've never said you were a child molester. I may have said a few things to voice my opinion like everybody else does, but I've never said that. If I ever called you a child molester, you have the right to come over here and pound me in the ground like a fucking railroad spike. And I wouldn't blame you. Sometimes people get mad, Big E, and they say things. You've done that too. But as long as you recognize, which I have the capability of doing so, of recognizing that out of anger, sure, we're all capable of saying things at the point of anger. But as long as you recognize what you said was wrong, that's a big difference. So the difference between me and him, there's many differences. But he doesn't recognize what he's done is wrong. That's what the problem with him is. If he recognizes what he did was wrong and it was really sincere about apologies and everything else, that's a whole different story. I could have changed direction. But he's not sincere, and you know that. You even talked about it yourself. Big E says, we've all said things framed that we shouldn't have said, including you, and I've also. And I apologize for anything I said. Okay, well, that's cool. Me too. I apologize for anything I've said too. I am a person who does voice his opinion, maybe more than he should. I admit that. It just happens to be who I am. I'm kind of out there. And I could be the most quiet, demure person that you ever met in your entire life. Or I can be quite opposite if the occasion calls for it. I'm a gentle person by nature, but it's really according to what somebody does. Then it becomes a lifelong venture to make sure that I seek justice. My determination is unlimited. My energy into this is unlimited. It's the best way I could explain it. When I set out to do something in life, I went out and did it. Everything from moving from place to place, and people didn't believe me. Didn't believe I'd own a house in Hawaii, and I did. Didn't believe I had a house in Seattle. I bought, I did. I remember all the people I met, even in Seattle. I had an old girlfriend come over. She worked for the electric company. I had to check the meter. She comes to my house, sees it with me. Beautiful oak flooring, beautiful fireplace, with insert. She had her mouth open. Because when I was sort of kind of dating her, she didn't think I had any solidity to myself at all at that time. She didn't realize that people can change, and I got my shit together after a few bankruptcies. I pulled my act together, man. Shit happens, you know. But you stand on your 2 feet. And since, all that time, owned a house in Seattle on a beautiful street, a nice house. Yeah. Owned a house in Hawaii, have a house in the Philippines. Don't matter what my income is, I got my shit together. And I'm happy. There's nothing wrong with my income. We do other things that bring in more income, legally, by the way. So I'm not suffering here. So I'm not worried about the legal money because it's replaceable. It's replaceable. No, he never did sincerely apologize to me. Dr. Gary Mayer. Oh,
What's the answer to that? Gary Mayer, you're a computer specialist, is what you told me. And what do you know about Big E? He said, this is Rick Shaw's wife's answer. Okay, what's the answer? Oh, you wrote something here. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Update is that Rick Shaw's last message from his wife, that is in Ohio with the two other kids. Last message, she said that no chemo because no medical insurance. What? No medical insurance? I said to her that he should go to Veterans Hospital. So he's still alive. That was just another fucking false rumor. Oh, wasn't he having some problem getting his Medicare back or something like that? What was the story with that? He's in Ohio with the other two kids. And what about the wife? Wait. Message from his wife. So the kids, the other two kids, last message, she said that no chemo because no medical insurance. Said to her that he should go to the Veterans Hospital. Okay, so basically, what you're saying is that he's still alive, and it's just another lame rumor. Well, I hope that's the case. I could understand the complications of medical insurance. Look at that, 46 and one thumbs up. That's why I have no enthusiasm on here, folks. I really don't. People just want to come here to hear the drama and the stories on my channel. That's all it really is. Okay, so I'll assume that he's still alive. Be nice if he did a show, if he's able to do it. I don't know what stage he has. Okay, if you think it's wrong, Big E, why haven't you called your Malaysian pal on it instead of praising him and glorifying him? Well, that's between you and Miko, you and Big E on that one, okay? Look, everybody has things going on in life they don't want to talk about. I'm sure even Big E does. I have a suspicion, I have an idea. And I won't get into it because it's not what the show's all about, and it's not about Big E. Everybody has some kind of problem in their life. A lot of people don't want to admit the problems they have, and for good reason sometimes, because it's actually really nobody's business is what it really comes down to. People will handle their problems as best as they can. That's what people do. Sometimes problems get out of hand, and you become in a situation that becomes pretty volatile, and your life gets totally out of control. Look what happened to Michael Fazio. You know, you have to find solutions to a problem. When you don't, the problem gets worse. There's an expression that a person here in the Philippines told me. Now, I'm not going to say who the person was or what his profession was. But what he said, if you want to get rid of a snake, if you want to get rid of a problem, get rid of the snake. Cut the snake's head off. Now, that's a very, call it an artist way of explaining a situation. That if you have a problem, it's a flowery way of basically saying if you have a problem, you get rid of the problem. And you won't have any problems anymore. Gary Mayer says, we went there the other day. A lot of things because they're jealous. Big E says, I agree with you, Frank. A lot of people say things because they're jealous of you. Let me scroll down. Because they're jealous of you, and I think a lot of people have said things about me because they're jealous, I'm sure. We went there the other day, Gary Mayer says, Veterans says he's only a reservist. But Matt said, not true. He's a regular worker guy in the Veterans before, though not yet finished the 24 months because he can't do some problem. Big E says, my point is you got a good thing going. You don't need to waste your life with vengeance. I know why you're doing what you're doing, but I just urge you to consider accepting the victory. Well, it's already been a victory.
despite what happens in court, it's already been a victory. I accept that. But when he had continued to do what he was doing, he was just, putting more fuel on the fire for him. And I think enough damage was caused because what he called me. He didn't just call me an asswipe or something. You know what he called me. You don't call anybody that and expect to live, nevertheless have the advantage of going to court to address this matter. There's a lot of times you say that to somebody and they're gone. They're gone. And I'm sure there's a lot of people lying dead in their graves that would call that they have called somebody that. I'm taking a legal route. That's the route I'm taking. Sure, I could have met up with him and kicked his wiry little ass. But wounds heal. And they go back to doing it again. Just like the minute he was doing this for 3 years with me, something like that. I don't know. It's going over a long period of time. All right. He gets served with all this shit. He came right back on. Right back on YouTube. Doing the same thing over and over again. Now he knows he's fully charged, and he's still doing it. This is a man, Big E. And you said it one time, talking about a situation, that you donate to people that try to help themselves, but if they're don't want to effectively change themselves, there's no reason to donate. There's no reason to respect them. There's no reason to back them up in any way whatsoever. So, if you think it sounds cold, anybody, 34 people listening to my voice, it's not cold. Considering that he doesn't stop and he doesn't have the ability to stop, something needed to be done. And I've talked about this till the cows come home. Okay? Sometimes you gotta sharpen your axe and you gotta split that piece of wood in half. Like, you got two sides. You got your conscience, as when it comes to a human. You got a brain, well, you got a heart. And somehow you got to bring these two together to make some sense. Think with your heart, think with your brain, not with your gonads. And he has a problem kind of assimilating all this. Whether it's a mental condition, I don't know. I never examined him. I'm not a psychological professional. But by his own demonstration, you could make your own assessment of what his problem is. Well, you're welcome on here. I mean, that's what I like. I'm human. You never met me. I'm actually quite human. You get to know me. I've been demonized so much on YouTube that, people think this and they think that, but they don't know any better. That's kind of the way it works. When you don't know somebody personally, there's certain people out there that I've never met personally, and they're real assholes on YouTube. Chances are they'll be an asshole off YouTube also, but I never had the chance to meet a whole lot of people on here. And some of the people I did meet were total fucking asswipes. Like Brevis. Total fucking strange motherfucker, man. Some fucking serial killer or something. I don't know what he is. Stalker. The guy is like off his fucking meds or something, or he's jonesing or something, man. But something's wrong with that guy, and I think everybody agrees with me out there. I don't think anybody disagrees with me with that. But anyway, I've been getting quite burned out on all of this myself. You could hear it in my voice. And if you've been listening to me long enough, you know me by my voice. I'm getting pretty burned out on this shit. But I refuse to have people keep on attacking Gilda with their thumbnails And you've heard what Havoc Master called her, a lot of names and other people too. And Popeye, boy, I'd love to meet that guy. Seriously, love to meet him. I wish he would have moved to the Philippines, because I can't guarantee I'm going to go to a legal counsel in his case. I'll shove that fucking corncob pipe up his fucking ass. That guy is a huge piece of shit. Disrespectful on every single level. He hasn't been laid in probably 35 fucking years. That's why he's so goddamn frustrated. Popeye's big mouth. You remember when everybody started attacking him, even from the hate show? He ran away when, who was it said they were going to come by his place? And he got off YouTube for a long time. He had his tail between his legs. I'm sure if you guys could think back on that one, you probably remember that. You probably remember that. Yeah, checkmate, I understand what you're saying. Sometimes you have to do things even if you don't want to do it, is what I'm trying to say. Big E says, I told him face to face that was wrong to call you that, and I believe it. I'm not minimizing it. I'm saying you won. Don't spend your life in vengeance and hate. That's all. I understand what you're saying. It's just in my system, man. And I'm one of these people that when he performs a job, he wants to finish it. I've had all kinds of jobs in my life. Some of them were really menial crap. But no matter what I did in my life, I did it the best I could. I was the guy that was painting a house, the exterior, and I was the last one to leave. I'm the one that said, wait a minute, I got to finish this off. When it was quitting time, that was me. I don't like to leave any stone unturned. No, someone said he did not pass. Well, he's got something wrong with him, Biggie. I mean, something terribly wrong. This guy really has something wrong with him. If people can't see that, well, they got something wrong with them. And he doesn't have the capacity for change. He's so cocky and self-directed that he creates all these problems in his life, probably from when he was a kid. I imagine he was bullied at school. He's a short man. I'm not a tall guy. I'm only 5'7". And realistically, I met the guy, and so have you. He's at best 5'4". At best. At best. He's not a tough guy, but he's got a big mouth, and it's his mouth that gets him into trouble. That's the problem. That's probably been the problem with him all his life. But one of his other problems is he just cannot formulate himself somehow to be honest about anything. I mean, about anything. I don't know if he's ever told the truth since he's been on YouTube about any aspect of his life. The guy's a chronic liar. Total denial of everything. So there, if you're a shrink, you'll be able to kind of put two and two together and figure out what's going on with him. I'm not a shrink. I know he has problems in that department. It's pretty obvious by his own demonstration. But I don't want his problems to be mine. That's why I need to take care of business. I'm going to take this as far as I can take. I don't care about the money. I don't care about the money. If I went broke doing this, I go broke doing this. I'll do whatever I have to do to get the job done. I got to put humor, as Kristen Sabu would say. I got to interject with a little bit of humor on this and just break the ice. Yeah. I'm watching YouTube 18 years. I programmed security for YouTube 19 years ago, so I know YouTube. Yeah, why don't you tell these people to actually fucking, when you make reports, to follow up on them? What is it, all bots that do this? Is there really anybody at YouTube that really reads your reports? Why don't you tell me that? I'd love to know about that. I think we'd all love to know about that. See. Oh, we got a Bible thumper in here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Bye. My God, I can feel the fire from hell. Jeez. So that's basically what I'm going to say. I think I got to cool down on this shit. And, realistically and truthfully, I have to. Just the case is just starting. And I have to kind of pull back on the reins right now. He could do whatever he wants to do, and I can't stop him, but, I don't think he's going to be able to use any of his devices anymore pretty soon. What I said was true about the transfer to another jail. He's not going to like it there, and he's not going to be able to run his mouth unless they gave him a little time or something. They only allow anything like that at all, and maybe not even from their own personal devices, but in these institutions, there's a lot of phones running around. There's a lot of contraband. And they're coming down pretty strong on this shit too. Happy Jail is a documentary on jail, nasty place. Oh, really? Netflix, Social Happy Jail. Well, if it was a little earlier, I'd probably watch it. I kind of conformed to a certain time that I hit the sheets, talk a little bit to my girlfriend, discuss this or that or this or that, and we have a routine we do all the time. If I could see that another time, it might be worthwhile. But for those people that don't understand what's going on, I'm not going to go through the whole story of what happened with this guy or anybody else. It's just something very unrighteous was done, and I could not sit back and listen to it anymore and not take appropriate action. And he should be very glad, in a certain sense of the matter, that I took this in a legal direction. Because the alternative he would not have liked. Guarantee it. Fuck the age situation. I'm sick and tired about hearing about my age. I know what my age is. But I also know what my capabilities are too, even at my age. I know I know how to start something, I know how to stop something. I'm very much into my own self-protection. I'm not going to get involved with something that I know is going to be disastrous to me, but I feel I could handle the situation. I will do what I need to do and get the job done. As Kristen Sabu says. Watch my smoke, and not from my cigarette. That's always been my little campaign slogan that I got from the Addams family. You remember when Gomez was on that campaign? He was running for some kind of office. There's this picture of him with a cigar saying, "Watch my smoke." It always resonated with me for some reason. It just still does. Do I believe that he's mentally ill? Well, that's not my determination. People can speculate all they want. You have to go by demonstration, which I always say. Does it act normal to me? Doesn't have the common sense of a dead mule. But I can't answer that question to what degree of mental illness he has or potentially has. But his behavior is certainly not normal. Not normal at all. Why do you want to keep on persecuting yourself? When you know the odds are against you and you did something wrong and you're denying everything you did wrong and you repeat your mistakes over and over again, what is that thing about the definition of insanity? I don't know exactly how it goes again, but it just basically goes that you keep on doing something over and over again and you don't get the results you want. And you just keep on doing it over and over again. That's insanity. I'm not being very eloquent about the expression, but it's something like that. The guy's got problems, man. And I don't want his problems to become my problems. He's threatened my life too. I didn't forget that either. Even at the courthouse, he's talking about shit, doing this and doing that, which of course he's not going to do. He'll never be able to do it. He'll be in handcuffs, but it don't matter. He laid a hand on me. I don't care if it's in a courtroom, where the hell it is. I'm going to do what I need to do, I think the court would understand that. Just let him do the first strike if he ever cared to do that. That's all that matters, especially in a legal setting. He's got a big mouth. He ran away from everybody on here that was supposed to meet up with him. Every single person, MJ, you name it, he was running away from everybody. He's got a Chihuahua complex. Big bite. Big bark, excuse me. Big bark, but a small bite. He's a wimp. It's been that way all his goddamn life. But that's not my problem. And I gotta go. So look, we're gonna start cooling this shit down on here, folks. We got 43 listening, that's enough. I gotta go on my evening. Hopefully you go on with yours. Justice will take place one way or the other. I think justice in part is already done. Almost 10 months in jail, being deprived of his famous bar hopping and outside drinking and women ass chasing and all that shit. That made a good little scratch or dent into where I wanted this to go. Now, I got to get off, White Eyes. Thanks for coming on. I've been on here for about 25 minutes. I don't know how long. I was trying to find out if Rickshaw was really dead. And someone's saying that he's not. Well, I'm glad if he didn't go on the chemo, because the chemo was going to kill him. People are going to be dropping like flies. They're starting to. One day, you're not going to have these famous trolls on we're so used to in the genre. Don't make me feel... I'm not going to feel sorry. I don't feel sorry for Fazio's passing at all. All I feel about that is I think, again, just like the other guy, he did it to himself. It's his own doing. He'd be alive right now, putting on a show, running his mouth of all the bullshit he supposedly did in his life and proving people that he's a real fucking man. You know what you're seeing on the screen right now? Something very interesting. And I don't know if it's just the optics. You see my fingers are on the camera lens. Do you see all that movement? That could be blood. I'm serious. It's got a sharp lens. Do you see all that movement on the screen? That's the only way I could explain it. It's quite possible. I don't know. Wow, that's pretty trippy. Okay, I study narcissists. I'll get your comment. He'll be famous soon, and the jail puts foreigners at the front when they do the mandatory dance shows for spectators. I don't think they've been doing that anymore. As I said, maybe they'll teach him knitting or something. I know you're listening, dude. I know you're listening. I'm going to tell you something. You put yourself in that position, and I'm not backing down, mofo. I'm not backing down at all. Go get religious again. Pray to your God. But I don't even think God is going to help you. You're too much damaged goods, dude. You're too damaged. You're just way too much damaged. Obama was good entertainment while he lasted. Entertainment? What? What did he do in his show? Except, oh well. Great material. Other than making an ass of himself when he's in a bar getting drunk or drunk at home or chasing some chick's ass or something and not getting what he wants. Okay, last statements. Big E, hold on. I thought he was mentally ill. I kind of think that could be the case with the other man that you're fighting against. Yeah, well, I'm sure somehow, somewhere it does play a part in there. I mean, how could it not? Because how could you keep on doing something that's getting you in trouble time and time again? He said one of the reasons I said never say anything about Fazio, because I thought he was mentally ill. He was wrong about everything. He believed everything he said was factual, but it was all bullshit. Exactly. Why I says it's so hilarious how reckless people are, isn't it? Really? Gary says I should go over there. I am 6'4", 210 pounds. and meet that gentleman you're talking to. I'm communicating on Messenger with his wife in Ohio. She's in the apartment. So his wife did come back with the kids. I know he don't like her. He don't get along. So how's that working? Fazio was smart. He had some smarts, but he was so self-directed and seemingly had to prove himself to everybody all the time, and that's part of his loneliness. And I've talked about it on my shows. He's a very lonely man. I think that was part of the problem. His loneliness just took advantage of, it just overwhelmed him. Biggie says, talk to him for hundreds of hours privately. Boomerang, I don't agree. I don't think he was smart at all. He only could regurgitate what he felt. Oh, yeah, somebody said that too. You're right. He just took things from Google and tried to pretend that he was really intelligent and knew about this, knew about that. You're right. Frank, that's the point. It is insanity. You're proving my point. Don't you grade on the curve with the person who's mentally incompetent? Well, a lot of ways of looking at that, okay? It doesn't change what they did. And whether you're mentally ill or not, there's a certain learning curve. You got to be able to realize that what you're doing is wrong. Hey, he could drive a motorcycle, okay? He knows how to eat, knows how to drink, knows how to use his arms and legs. His brain has some function. He knows how to chase ass. He's got a functioning brain, although it's malfunctioning in other ways. But he has enough intelligence in him, no matter what his background is, that he should be able to recognize between right and wrong. But I think maybe that's what the problem is. He has subscribers paid to take everybody e-begging. You would believe I only got 2 donations to my show. Would you believe that? I told people I got this Gcash next. That's all I have. See, I don't survive on this stuff. To me, it's just showing appreciation for the show. It's like, oh, that's nice. Cool, man. Like that. Somebody thinks enough about my show and my topics that they're willing to donate to chat. That's what it's all about with everybody's channels. Unfortunately, for some people, they depend on that income. I don't. But sometimes it's nice to see my many new and older subscribers say, hey, I kind of like this guy's show. I kind of like what he's all about. I'd like him to stay around for a while. And donate. It's just nice to see now and then, that's all. Okay, a study says he is mentally ill, suffering from a wide range of mental health disorders, affecting his mood, thinking, and behavior. Also, molecular structure of his brain was altered due to X use. Okay, whatever it might be. Okay, folks, I'm going to wind down here, and I need to get off. So, you kind of work with me on this too, on my show. The next time I come on, I know you're going to be extraordinary. Hold on, subscriber sent him $6,000 for a car, and Rickshaw bought a bike. Yeah, see what I mean? That's exactly what I'm talking about. $6,000 for a car, and he bought a bike, and he pocketed the money. And what did he do with it? He bought a lot of toys, didn't he? Guns, different things. It seems to me that he was not mentally ill, referring to somebody else now, when he scammed all those people. Right. He's mentally competent to go to trial. Absolutely. He knows what he did wrong. He just doesn't want to accept what he did wrong. He does not want to accept the circumstances. And I'm done. Guys, my next show, please, I don't want to hear his fucking name. I don't even want to hear his fucking name. I really don't. But again, if you guys like my material, let's put all these games to the side. I got a fucking Gcash on here. No, I'm not e-begging in the sense of that word. I'm trying to get a good feel for my audience, is what I'm trying to do here. You seem to be following me and you seem to like my show, but yet you're willing to donate to some fucking mentally ill fucking criminal. That's the part I don't like. That's it. This is a point being made here. I'm going to eat tomorrow morning. I'm going to eat for lunch. I'm going to eat tomorrow's dinner. And for the rest of my life. I don't depend on YouTube for monetary gain. But every now and then it's nice to see a little jingle, like Big Kevin would say, to show a little appreciation for my show. And what's the use of me continuing here? There really isn't. And I'm really close to that point right now. And although I've said that 50 million times, you just don't know it, me. This could be my last fucking show on here. And there ain't much people out there worth listening to anymore, so keep that in mind. Butter me up a little bit here. Maybe I'll stick around a little bit longer. Don't worry, I won't starve to death. I'm not going to starve to death if I don't get a lousy Gcash. Believe me, I won't. Just a point being made, that's all. Just a point. Just a point. Or I just turn the show into a totally non-comment show. I've got those choices. So keep that in mind. That being said, I'm out of here. He'll get what he gets coming to him. Like Fazio got coming to him. He's never going to be a problem again. Fazio won't be a problem to me or anybody again. God, the manipulative is an act of survival, yes. All right, I'm out of here, guys. I am out of here. I'll finish my job with that bastard, believe me. Okay. So, he claims he's not going to jail. Another wishful thinking. I hope the rotation on this thing is proper. Let's do this. Let's do this together. Receipt of detainee or detainees. There has been received in the prison the body, they call it, of Barry Lee Jordan, accused of the above entitled cases now pending in the court of Battaglia, charged with the crimes. The said Barry Lee Jordan will be confined by me, and this is coming from the judge, from the new jail during dependency of the said action. Huh? Oh, must be wrong. The boy's sure of himself. I didn't receive no paperwork. Well, thought you didn't last time because the system is just slow. I got it because my lawyer actually went all the way up to fucking Battaglia to get any current paperwork. Good morning. You guys looking at what I'm looking at here? So where's he going, Gilda? For what you reading on here, where's he going? Where's he going?
The big house, White House.
The big house, you said. Now, let's read this up here. I hereby, and this is from the Provincial Jail Warden, CPDRC, Colonason, Guadalupe, Cebu City. Detention during dependency of the case. I hereby commit to you the person of Barry Lee Jordan, the above name accused, now charged before the Regional Trial Court, Branch Battaglia, for the crimes of cyber libel under 355 of the revised penal code, section 4, who has been detained at the Bureau of Immigration, Cebu Detention Cell. Signed by the acting presiding judge. Now, is that real, or did I write this up? Did I write this up? Did I write this up? It looks pretty real to me. Okay, let's see. Do 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 do, and a do scooby doo. Oh, let's see. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, that's by the judge. Here come the judge. If you look up here, CPDRC, Calunasan, Guadalupe, that's not a pleasant prison. People of the Philippines versus Barry Lee Jordan accused. Suppose I wrote that up. That's got to be AI. It's got to be AI, right? Yeah. Detention during the pendency of the case. I'll read it again. I hereby commit to you the person of Barry Lee Jordan, the above name accused, now charged before the Regional Trial Court of Battaglia. Okay. Mr. Narizon, the acting presiding judge. He declared this. This is their language. There has been received in this person the body, wishful, the body of Barry Lee Jordan accused in the above entitled cases now pending in the courts. That said, Barry Lee Jordan is or will be. See how I do is or are? Can you see that there? Which means he hasn't been there yet. Is or are to be confined by me. And this is coming from the warden of the new jail facility. During the pendency of said action subject to the orders of said court, dated 2nd day of February. So they got the order in, coming from the jail warden of Calunasan, Guadalupe, Cebu. It's not a pleasant place. My understanding. Yeah, he was drinking again. Boy, when he gets away with it in his cell, but that's all going to be addressed. But where he's going, that ain't going to happen, brother. Gabriel says, you haters are pulling out what little white hairs they have left. I know. High five to the warden. High five to the warden. You got that right. Okay, we got a joint order. In today's setting for the arraignment of the accused, the court appointed this particular lady attorney, I won't give her name out on here, as counsel for the accused only for the purposes of arraignment only. For the record, the accused was brought to court by an immigration officer of the Bureau of Immigration Detention Facility in Mandawi, meaning the warden. After the arraignment, and as prayed for, the services of this particular attorney that was just appointed, basically, guys, for the arraignment, is hereby terminated. Don't believe me. He ain't got a lawyer. They're going to have to appoint him somebody again. Is hereby terminated by the terminator. And pursuant to circular blah, 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 considering the cyber libel is under the jurisdiction of specialized cybercrime courts, the entire record of this case is going to be forwarded to the RTC BR 27 Toledo City. So the change of venue, there you go. So ordered by the acting presiding judge here from the Battaglia, Cebu. Huh? Do I bullshit or I bullshit? I don't bullshit. I have no reason to bullshit. The boy's over there in his last night's show, running his mouth again. I love when he runs his mouth because it just makes me, want to do more. Just makes me want to do more. I love this part. I hereby commit to you the person of Barry Lee Jordan, the above name accused. to Provincial Warden, CPDRC, Kalunasan, Guadalupe facility. Receipt of detainees. So they are expecting you. Come aboard. We're expecting you. The Love Boat, located in Kalunasan. The Love Boat, going to expect the body of Lee. It's going to be a wild ride, and he will soon be seen. He will not have a phone to do all the shit he's been doing. The Love Boat. Okay. I'll have to watch that I Study. Well, anyway, I Study, they're basically saying, and Barry's saying that you are just some troll that don't like me, and you're playing up to me, so I would feel that you're my confidant or something like that. Anyway, I'm just repeating what the... Yeah, for those not aware, he did a show last night. It was late. I heard the rest of it this morning when I got up. I only got to the point where he was starting to sing, and that's when I turned it off. And my eyes were closing anyway. I didn't want to hear it. The last thing I didn't want to hear before I go to bed is his fucking voice. But yeah, he was pumping the iron again. He was doing it again last night. He don't learn. Even Big E and other people think he's a fucking mental case, and I'm not going to offer my opinion on that at all for legal purposes. That's up to my audience. But makes you wonder, doesn't it? With all this against him, he's putting on another show, saying I have a little dick, and telling me that I'm one of these people that shouldn't be around children. Really, I'm around children every single day. Every single day. Every single day. I go to kids' parties. I got 2 living here. They don't have no problem with me. He just has a problem with me getting the best on him. That's his problem. You all seen it. I presented on my show right here. There's the documents. There's the documents. I already showed it. He's on a show saying, I ain't going nowhere. You ain't going to get me to go. You ain't going to get me to go to no prison. Ain't going to happen. Ain't going to happen. Well, it's already happened. They're just waiting to take, as they call it, the body of Barry Lee Jordan to his new home. Honey, I'm home. You know about these facilities, guys? You get any visitors, they got to be strip searched. That's right. If a woman comes to visit him, they're going to look up her pussy, look up her asshole. You can't get through the pearly gates without, worried about, drugs and all kinds of shit like that, contraband. And they don't look very well on you having a cell phone and doing that kind of shit in that jail. Hell no. Yeah, I know. Vagrant has been giving me shout outs because I'm irritating him with his attempts to manipulate others. So am I making this shit up? Did I just show it on the screen? Am I making this shit up? No, I'm not like him. I present the evidence. This is the truth. And these are public documents too. You could look this up once they get filed and everything else. Let's see. I love this part. I hereby commit to you the person of Barry Lee Jordan, the above named accused, now charged before the regional trial court in Battaglia. So the judge from Battaglia, is now giving this over to this guy, to the CPDRC, where he's going to be going. He says he's in your hands now, is what he's basically saying, because the facility he's going to works with cybercrime more than Battaglia does. Look at that, receipt of detainees. I love the way he put it. There has been received in this person the body of Barry Lee Jordan, accused in the above entitled cases now pending in the court of Battaglia, charged with the crimes of libel under 355 of the revised penal code in relationship to Section 4C4 of RA 10175. That said, is or are to be confined by me. This is the warden saying that he is going to be confined by me during the pendency of the said action. Now, this could go on for a long time, mind you. So this boy, out of jail warden, this boy is going to be, his sorry ass is going to be in jail for a long time. Well, it's really according to how long this court case lasts. Yeah. Slandering an upstanding citizen like Frank, his wife, and their family is no joke. And hopefully soon he will understand when all his privileges are finally and rightfully taken away. Finally taken away. You got that right. He's laughing up a storm now, but he's not really laughing because you know damn well he's fucking crying right now. Don't even have his lawyer. He keeps on talking about my lawyer told me, my lawyer told me, my lawyer told me, my lawyer told me. What lawyer? He ain't got a lawyer. He's got to be reappointed a new student. That chick only came there just for the arraignment, just as a proper legal protocol. The only reason she came there, and then she's gone. Her services were removed from the court. Her services were removed by the court. He ain't got no goddamn representation until they appoint him one. They haven't even seen the evidence yet. But again, we're not going to talk about the evidence just to keep things legal on here. That part's going to keep very legal. We'll not talk about the evidence at all. And as I said, when that trial starts, that's it, boys. Your guess, well, it ain't going to be as good as mine because I'm going to be privy to a certain amount of information that you will not be. And I hope you understand that I may not be able to talk about any of this. You know, shit happens. Yeah, don't use any names on the show here, but you know, in this particular thing, I am not taking prisoners. Get it? See, what it is that he hasn't received the paper. Well, first of all, how did he know? He must have received the paperwork because how does he know? Well, no, he wouldn't know that part. That's right. Yeah, he would know that there's going to be. He's going to be transferred to the other courthouse in Toledo. Yeah, he would know that right away. But the other information, he had no privy to see that. I'm just shoving it down his throat. That's all I'm doing. So what he received, and he had to admit, is that he did receive the paperwork in regards that the court venue was going to be changed. They're going to force him to be the lead dancer in the front. Boy, I'd like to see that. Oh, it feels wonderful, man. I'm looking at it now on my screen on my computer. After the accused has been appraised of the information against him, his attorney manifested that the accused is waiving the reading of the information and he is entering a plea of not guilty. After the arraignment and is prayed for, the services of, and I'm not going to mention her name, is hereby terminated. He don't even have a lawyer at this moment. He's got to get another one appointed. Notified the parties. He was notified. Their counsels. He don't have counsel. He's running his fucking gums again. Oh, my lawyer says this. My lawyer says that. My lawyer says this. He ain't got a fucking lawyer. Not yet. They're going to appoint him some novice out of law school who don't have any trial experience whatsoever. Frisbee is a sitting duck in that prison, and that's an understatement. Yeah, you got that right, bro. You got that right. You got that right. Now, I know Frisbee's watching this, so are you going to deny this now that you're going to prison, buddy? Are you? Told you, man, you're messing with the wrong guy. I'm committed to this shit. I'm not going to leave this earth until I see this thing come to full fruition. I'll tell you that much. Black and white. Let's see him deny this now. Come on, do another show. Deny that your ass is going to a real jail. Come on, deny it. Do another show. I ain't going nowhere. He ain't getting me in prison. Well, you didn't know you're going to be in lockup for almost 10 months, did you? Got your ass in a basket, personally delivered to a fucking detainee of immigration. Almost 10 months. Talk your way out of that one. Did that happen? Or did that not happen? Oh, I'm not really here. And I didn't commit any crimes. I didn't commit any crimes. Really? Why are you in detention for almost 10 months? You must have done something. I just don't think they throw anybody in lockup for nothing. Now, he's been living a cushy existence. I mean, the very fact, and this is the funny thing, that he's been using his phone to commit the same crimes over and over again, and he's expecting a different result. Repeat, and rinse, repeat. Gets on YouTube, still defaming me, and he's expecting a different result. And this is a guy that's already been charged. No accusations. He's been charged. He's been charged. And he still goes on his phone. This is like handing me a pot of gold or something. It's like a gift he's given to me. It's a gift. You think all this is not going to be noted by the court that he's still... My lawyer made a point of this when he filed some motions not too long ago. He made a point of this. And we have the proof and dates of his shows. Whether he's on camera or not, don't matter. But I got a few of them that he is on camera during the period of time that he has been detained, and he's not supposed to use his phone for social media because he already at this time, charges were filed on him. Okay? Now it came to fruition, and they became real charges, solidified by the arraignment. Probably. Come on, deny this. Come on, Jordan. Deny this. Do I have to present this again? I'm not going to present it again. You already seen it. I know you're watching. I have no doubt in the world. You have nothing else better to do. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to go? Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters. Your goose is cooked, mofo. Your goose is fucking cooked. That's why I laugh at everything you say in your show, how cocky you are. Because where are you? And where are you going? Buddy, you're going to Colonasan in Guadalupe, buddy. And it's not going to be a bowl of cherries for you. I'll guarantee you that. You're going to see real prison life in the Philippines. And this place has been compared in some ways to Bicutan. Now, Bicutan could be his final journey. Doesn't mean he's never going to be there. But don't sugarcoat because they did Michael Jackson choreography in the jail at one time that it's going to be a fun place. Oh, it's not going to be a fun place. But guess what? You may not have bars this time because you won't need bars in that place. They got guards with guns. Not what you have at the detention center. Some guys dressed up in street clothes
not even a uniform. I've seen the guard. You remember when the cybercrime unit guy came over to talk to you? You remember? Do you remember? Do you remember that? And he said you shouldn't be using your fucking phone. You remember that one? He said, "Oh, I'm not using it. I'm not doing no shows. It's all artificial. It's all AI." You told him. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Like you're not in detention either, and like you're not going to jail, and that you're not facing a fucking trial. This is too good. This is just too fucking good. Special credits, Zone says, his ego gets him deeper. Weak men have huge egos and are too weak to control them. You got that right, especially in this case. Theodore Rebar says he had a brisket party in the detention center. LOL. Did you and you didn't expect to be transferred? Oh no, he was mouthing off on his show. I ain't going nowhere. But he said that how many times before? You're not going to do this to me. You ain't got the power to do this to me. I certainly fucking do. I proved that. I proved that. Toot sweet. 61 strong. I'm sorry, I didn't even look at the numbers. 60 was 61 a minute ago anyway. How do you like them apples there, Mr. Barry Lee Jordan? How do you like that? As you always used to say, how do you like that now? How do you like that? You're going to prison, bro. And this thing will be extended out, extended out. I mean, my lawyer, he might have, on certain dates, he just might have another case going, and that's not going to jive with a specific date. And if that's the case, you're still going to have to sit in there and wait. I might get sick or something, I got these bad allergy problems, man. I might not be in any shape to go to court on a specific date. Therefore, the case would have to be, forwarded up to a different date. I can't predict what's going to happen, man. Let's just face it. You ask going to be in jail. You ask going to be in jail. You ask to be in jail. You ask going to be in jail, buddy. You're going to be in jail. Like Fazio the other day. You're going to jail. You're going to jail. You're going to jail. You're going to jail. Yeah, I'd probably be in general population, yeah. Oh, wait till I get to America. This goes to show how sick this guy is. How he just can't learn to shut his mouth. Oh, when I get back to America, no, when you get back to America, you're probably going to jail again. It's no win for him. Absolutely no win. He's going to be in jail here, and he gets back to America. Immigration is going to see. There's an order out for him. Felony charges. He's going to go back to jail again. He ain't got no life for a long time. He better hope that his health holds up, because he's going to be spending a little bit of time in jail. And if he finally gets deported, God knows when that's going to be. Your guess is as good as mine, bros. Your guess is just as good as mine, because I can't tell you that. I have no ability to tell you that. As I said, they could slap him on the wrist with a fine and deport his sorry ass back to America with with a one-way ticket, and that would be fine too. As long as he's not able to come back in the Philippines, that's all I care about. That he's not going to come back here and do the same shit he's done with a lot of people out here. He ain't going to have that opportunity anymore. He thinks that he's going to get bailed out when he goes to jail, but what he don't understand a lot of things, but what he don't understand, bros, is that because of his immigration status, they're not going to grant. In fact, my lawyer even put a motion in for that. I'm an active boy. I'm telling you, man. Okay. I got my eyes focused here. I absolutely do. All the shit he said about me and he continues to say about me, oh man, that just gives me more ammunition. It gives me more drive. This sounds like Ricky. It gives me more drive. To make his life even worse than it is. Oh, please, continue your shows. Don't let me stop you. And I can't stop you anyway, but you will be stopped once you go into jail, bro. Once you go into jail, you ain't gonna be doing no fucking shows. I'll tell you that. And you won't be getting no booze snuck in either, you little motherfucker. Yeah, he was drinking last night. Of course he was. I guess he's got a good relationship with his guards. He must have, I'm assuming. I'm not accusing nobody. But sure sounds that he's buddy with the security guys. Which is going to be jeopardizing their jobs. All this is going to be brought out. So you be chummy with them right now, but when the law gets down on their asses because of what he did and how he's using these guards, which sounds like to me, I think it's more than an assumption here. How else is he going to get boozed in his fucking jail cell? Why are these guards going to allow him to continue? They hear him because he talks loud. They're right over there. They know he's using his phone for social media. So you're telling me that he wants to jeopardize the jobs of these immigration guards? Would he do that to them? Sure he would. He don't give a fuck. It says that jail is so overcrowded. Yes, they have certain openings. They actually announce openings, almost like getting theater tickets. We're now announcing a vacancy. That's the way they do it. We now have some vacancies here. And I've seen an article on that not too long ago. The vacancies are open, and that's why he's going in there. Some people are jumping off buildings there. Recently, somebody jumped off the fourth floor of the facility and hit the concrete and killed himself. Yeah. That wasn't too long ago, in fact. Gabriel says there's so much evidence against him, it must be difficult figuring out how to present it all in a timely manner. Yeah, that would be. You know, we got to understand a judge in any case only has so much time to look at evidence and on both parties, to be fair about it. So basically, you just got to give him what you got and hope it flies. And I'm pretty sure this will fly because, well, the prosecutor, the fiscal, would not have approved this to go to court unless he thought it was going to fly. Because they didn't want to stall the justice system up. Believe me, they get shit for that. Why are you putting this case in here? It's not worthwhile to take up the time of the Republic of the Philippines. But remember, guys, it's the Republic of the Philippines. It is the Republic of the Philippines. Let him have his gripe. The Republic of the Philippines plaintiff versus Barry Lee Jordan accused. The Republic of the People of the Philippines, they call it. The people and the Republic of the Philippines. The people of the Philippines against this goober. The people of the Philippines. The people have spoken. Oh, I'm going to get so much satisfied. I'm already satisfied. Let me be honest with you. I'm already satisfied with the status quo. He's suffering in there like he should, but not enough to satisfy me. However, all being considered, almost 10 months of his life, it's got to be worth something, and it is to me. Let's look at this again. This way when he comes on the show, he can't deny that he's going to jail. What does it say? Receipt of detainees. There's been received in this prison the body of Barry Lee Jordan, accused of the above entitled cases now pending in this court of Bareilly, Cebu. It says that Barry Lee Jordan is or are to be confined by me, meaning the warden of Calatasan Prison, during the pendency of said action. What do you say about that, Barry Lee Jordan? Come on. Okay, come on. Say that you're not going to prison. Come on, come back on. Come back on and do a show now like you did last night, denying the fact that you're going to be locked up in a prison. Come on, deny it. I dare you. You probably would. That's how fucking stupid you are. Come on, deny it. Here, I'll even make it in bigger letters here. Here we go. Is, which means you've already been transferred, or are
to be confined by me. Me, meaning the warden of that facility. Isn't that poetry? We the people, that's right, we the spoken, and smoking. You want evidence there, Barry Lee Jordan? Is your evidence. You're going to jail. 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 Real jail. No phone, no amenities, no ordering out food. And if your girlfriend comes to visit, she's going to have to strip totally butt-ass naked. Butt-ass naked. Cavity search. Nobody visits any prisoners in that facility or any other, quote, prison without being cavity searched. You think your old lady's going to go for that shit? You think your old lady's going to go for that shit? I don't think so. Unless, and I'm not going to finish that statement. I was going to say something, but I'm not. And this is coming from who, said the owl. The jail warden, CPDRC, Calunasan, Guadalupe, Cebu. Spread your cheeks and cough, please, sir. Yup. Yeah, I listened to part of his show last night. And he just kept on keeping on. Man. We had a number of people there, and I was doing a show last night. Even Big E came on, surprisingly. And I accepted him on my show. I'm okay with Big E. But Big E ain't going to be donating no cause with that guy. He had his chance. He chased people away as far as anybody wanting to help him out. But like I said, you're either guilty or you're not. The judge will decide that. But, you know, if evidence is presented, how do you, how do you refute that kind of stuff when it's presented? What kind of defense are you going to have? Maybe he needs to dress up as Klinger or something. Put some lipstick on and some pumps. But that won't work either for him, unfortunately. Maybe claim insanity, but unfortunately that ain't going to work for him either. This is bliss, let me tell you. This is bliss. Biggie asked me, well, do you think maybe you're just satisfied with, you know, what he's gone through already and all that stuff? I said, no. No. See, here's where the dude fucked up. And I mentioned this. Let me tell you where he fucked up. Did you know, and I actually mean this, did you know there was a time, that's why he's kicking himself in the ass right now. There was a time, I was going to say, time served, made my point, if he had stopped. But what happened was, dudes, he didn't stop. And it just gave me more ammunition to do more and more. The example, he ain't going to get no bail. And when he does finally, years down the line, hopefully, get deported, it's going to be a one-way ticket. It's going to be a one-way ticket. Hell, Gilda's putting her money in on this too, believe me, we're both. You think she ain't tired of this? He keeps on making references to her all the time. He allows his commenters to make things like mudflap statements and all this other shit. Then he's on his show talking about a woman with 8 kids. He said he don't talk about her. He's talking about a woman with 8 kids. It's a big deal. So what about it? She has 8 kids. Is that your problem? Do you have to support them? I got 2 kids living here. That's all I got. I got 2 kids. Good kids. Good kids. And they're not abused. I'm not singing any songs to them. Well, I do sing songs, actually, around them. And he put it pretty much straight out there on his show. he was still referring to me, and he didn't use the word child predator, but he used everything else to make proper description of what he was trying to say, that people like me shouldn't be around children. And he said that I'm convicted. Really? I'm convicted of a child situation? When am I convicted of a child situation? I didn't know that. Maybe he's telling me something I don't know or something, or maybe he knows better than me, but I wasn't convicted of anything. There was a civil case that really had nothing to do with children. Nevertheless, I wasn't convicted. I wasn't going to jail for anything. No conviction. It was a frivolous civil case. Somebody trying to make a couple of bucks off me, man. Oh, that doesn't happen. So he said on his show, which I will use against him, I already copied it. Do you notice the show before that he did? He took off. What do you got to hide there, Frisbee? What do you got to hide? Why are you hiding that? He called me a convicted. And I will talk to my attorney on Monday because I don't want to bother him on the weekend. And I'm going to tell him. I'm going to give him that recording. And it's okay that he's not on camera. It's okay because we could use that in the term of aggravated circumstances. They will accept it. It'll accept an audio. Where he is basically labeling me. That's just almost as bad as calling me what he called me. That's almost as bad. Or it's a good follow-up to it. He's calling me a convicted child predator. You would think this guy would learn. He doesn't have the capacity. And as a few people, and some very well-known people that got on my show said, let's just say the guy's got issues. I'm just watching what I say on here, okay? The guy's got issues. I could certainly say that with no legal ramifications of such. The guy's got issues. Issues and tissues. Yeah. It's almost like a light switch, you know? You say he's stuck on stupid, but it's like a broken light switch. It won't shut off. No matter how you flip the switch up and down, it's still in the on position. You can't shut the fucking lights off. That's the best comparative that I think I could do with him. Every single show he does not realize the ramifications of it. Which, you know, it works real well for me, but it ain't going to work real well for him. So let me ask you, sir, are you convinced now? Are you convinced now that you're going to jail? Because he was saying, I didn't receive the paperwork yet. Well, you know how the system is. The mail system is slow. Same thing happened last time. He didn't receive certain documents, but then he did. He didn't receive it in a timely manner, but you know the way the system is out here, getting documents, getting it delivered one way or the other, by courier, by mail, whatever it is. That's just the way it is out here. There were times I did not receive paperwork. I had to find out things on my own too. That happened to me a few times. Okay? My lawyer specifically made a trip the other day to Battaglia. Specifically. That's why he hasn't received it, because they didn't get sent out yet, Frisbee. But I got copies of them. They're real. I didn't write it up. Your ass is going to jail. 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 What do you think about that, Frisbee? What do you think about that? You gonna come on your show now and say, you're full of shit, man. I ain't going nowhere. Well, you didn't think you'd be in immigration lockup either, didn't you? You didn't think you'd actually be able to have cases filed against you, did you, Frisbee? But you were wrong yet again, weren't you, Frisbee? Weren't you? Weren't you? Weren't you? Your ass is grass. I own you. I fucking own you. I own you. I own you. Wave my magic wand and I could have other charges put against you too. And believe me, he already wrote up something on something else. I'm not going to talk about evidence. He already has all written up. Pay him a couple of thousand pesos for the work of writing it up and pay for his time to go submit it to the prosecutor in Cebu. Done deal. I'm just waiting to see how things go. That's all. That's why it's not in yet. Last night, you pretty much convinced me that you will never change. You have no remorse. None. He's kind of like, you know these serial killers and shit? And they find themselves in prison facing death row and all that shit. And they exhibit no remorse at all for what they did. They killed like 20 people or something, you know? They have absolutely no remorse for what they did. None. Zero. Zero. Miko says, Frank, what he says about Gilda's brothers enacting violence on someone, do you think this is frivolous claim? These claims have the affected Gilda? No. And I don't know what he's talking about. I do comedy on my show. I do parodies. I do comedy. And if such an event happened, again, where's the smoking gun? Where's the bodies? Where's the guns? Who died? And who done it? The who done it mystery. The who done it mystery. Who done it? Who? Where's the bodies? What's their names? What's the name of the person who supposedly did this? Where's the guns that are smoking? Where's the evidence? It was a fucking comedy. That's all. I do comedy on my show all the time. I crack jokes. I have fun. Smoking gun. Where's the smoking gun? Where? Who are these people that supposedly was being talked about? Where are the bodies laying on the street or the side of the road? Where's the bodies? Where's the gun that supposedly did this? Who are the people that died, supposedly? Who? He can't introduce that. He could try. It's worthless. It's absolutely worthless. Nobody killed anybody. We're not that stupid. And I'm not that stupid to say something like that unless it was a comedy. Because nobody would be as stupid as he does and put himself in a position he did by coming on his shows and, rinse and repeat the same shit that got him into trouble in the first place. I got a lot more intellect than that. I'm not going to put a show on like he claims I did with the intent of the actuality of a crime. Why the fuck would I do that unless it was a fucking parody or comedy? Nobody would do that. And I have a lot more intellect than he will ever have. He's scratching at the bottom of the barrel. Oh, you took pictures, he said. I didn't take no pictures of him in court. These pictures were handed to me, showing him in handcuffs. I seen it myself, yeah. It was introduced. That's not a crime. Even so, nobody came out and said you can't take pictures. It wasn't even in the courtroom. If pictures were taken, you could see. Anyway, it was not even in the courtroom. He thinks he's going to hold that on her. It's not going to fly. Nothing's going to fly with him. Nothing. He has other cases pending as well. Tim Stevens said, did you see the video Brevis did digging it? Yeah, I saw that. Oh, that's another sick case right there. The Brevis is irrelevant. He's irrelevant. He's old news. Anything new from John Blaze with his words of wisdom? Yeah, I saw Popeye's show. At least I saw part of it anyway. Popeye, when he gets pissed off at somebody, he'll do a show. But you know what? He's lucky so far. He really is. Everybody knows where he lives. He's lucky nobody's got a hold of him. But you remember that time? You'd have to have a good memory. when somebody, who was it that was so pissed? I can't remember. Who was it? Was it Russ Bunda? Who was it? When Russ Bunda was running around stalking people, there might have been another incident where somebody said they're going to kick Popeye's ass. He went quiet, man. Popeye went quiet. He wasn't on for a long while. The coward that he is. Popeye's a coward. He hasn't been laid. He hasn't been laid. God knows how many years. Shit, you heard of blue balls? He's got purple balls. All that guy can do is fucking look at pictures of my old lady and jerk off. He makes fun of her quite a bit. But I'll bet you goddamn that he's attracted to her, and there's a good reason to be. She's not a bad-looking woman, man. He only wishes he had any woman. Nevertheless, someone like mine. That guy hasn't had a woman in decades. Decades. So it gives him the right to be putting out all this shit about other people when he's got a track record himself in his own way. When he beat up his fucking wife when he was drunk, and she left his ass, and last I heard, was it Wally or somebody that had information that she married a really good guy and she's really happy and successful. Meanwhile, he's stuck at home in his daughter's house, drinking his scotch and smoking his Camels. And you could tell he smokes. You could hear his voice, the groggliness to his voice. You could tell he smokes. And he's talking about me. I'm going to be the next COPD to die or something. But admits that Ricky probably would go before me. Hey, man, there's ain't nothing wrong with my health right now. Hopefully never. I'll outlast all these motherfuckers. They're dropping like flies right now. They're all dropping like fucking flies. You couldn't believe the photo of Popeye I saw. Now that's what you call a frail man. Yeah, he's calling me frail. How could I be frail? I'm gonna sound like the bummer now. I'm gonna have to sound like him for a second, if you don't mind. And what was that line he uses all the time? I'm trying to think of that line. Well, first of all, how are you frail if you're like 174 pounds at 5'7"? How's that even possible to be frail? That's not frail. But, you know, it's the pulling the chain thing. That's what it is. I understand that. I'm not stupid. A lot of people said it themselves, Frank. They're just jealous of you that you're having a good life. They want to pull your chain. They've been doing it for years. I realize that. I'm not stupid. The best revenge is living well, and I think I'm living well. It's like the last man standing, the way they are dropping. Yeah, I'm not sure about Rick Shaw. I heard that he probably is still alive. I think he did not go under chemo because, I don't know, something with his Medicare, something's not straightened out. Oh, I know what it is. Okay. He had a problem. See, he got rid of his Part B, which I still have, and I was going to get rid of it just to get the extra money coming in because they take out about $150 a month or something for your Part B. I think he's trying to get that instituted again. And I think it's because his Part B is not intact. So they weren't able to give him the chemo. Yeah, I think that's what it was, actually. You know, guys, let me tell you something. If you're getting Social Security, you're from America, you're getting Social Security and you're living out here, don't. Ken Unger says, Rick is alive. I spoke to him this morning. I figured such. Yeah, I figured so much. Don't get rid of your Part B Medicare. I know you may want to save money. That's an extra, what, 140, $150 a month, whatever it might be. Don't get rid of that. Because you may need to utilize that in Guam or United States or something. And that's going to be critical. Don't cheap out, is what I'm trying to say. Don't cheap out. Keep the Medicare Part B. Yeah, they're going to deduct a little bit of money, but I would not do that. And I didn't do that. I'm not going to go to the poorhouse because they're taking out that money for Part B. Keep it. Oh, Rain Cats and Dogs, welcome back. We got 55 strong. We had over 60. Right on. But I heard part of his show last night, The Bummer, and it was pathetic, man. I ain't going nowhere. How many times have we heard that? Well, there's a presentation I made in black and white. So, you want to do another show? And you want to tell us again that you're not leaving your little lockup in Mandawi? Do you want to talk to us about that? Do you want to talk to us about that? Come on, talk to us about that. Go ahead. Talk to us. We'll listen. Andrew, yes, Frisbee, the Hobogoblin Mantis, is in a world of issues. He's cooked, can't keep his mouth shut. Well, that's part of the problem. No, his last show, last I checked, was still on, but I recorded it. But the show before that, he took down. And he's still trying to pretend that him and his girlfriend are not together. I mean, there's always that remote possibility that they are actually broken up. But he tries to cover up his tracks, and since he's such a good liar, he can get people to believe that they're actually not together. But like I said, I'm always a step ahead of him. I don't buy into it because he's a chronic liar. The main thing is things are going as they should. That's all I have to say, really. Things are going the way they should. So let the Republic of the Philippines, that's who he has to deal with. Not me. He has to deal, well, he's going to deal with me, but it's the Republic of the Philippines that he's up against. That's the bottom line. Okie dokie. Again, I will mention it only once on each show. I do got a Gcash out there in my description box. Please feel free to donate for the show. If you like my material and you support the channel, it's your way of showing it. I mention this one time on every show. That's it. If you're not in the Philippines, there's a way of doing it. Just sign up for Remitly and they can send it over to Gcash. Excuse me, I'm not monetized yet. When I am, you'll know about it. And that'll be another way of donating to the show. iStudy says your attorney could get a list of the visits, whatever. They could be witness. Yeah. Let's just say that the dude is doing everything wrong. And he's clamoring about, I want my freedom. I want to go home. I want to do this. But the guy is working against himself. Totally against himself. And he knows it, but yet there's something inside him that just drives him to continue to do the same thing over and over again, which is not getting the results that he wants. Some would say that's insanity. You call it whatever you want to call it. I'm not going to make any statements on here any other way. It's by demonstration. Yeah, there was a party last night. Birthday party we were supposed to go to, but we all decided, all of us, we don't want to go anywhere. Judging from the last parties we went to. Well, the one thing we have for Valentine's Day was great. Bummer was hoping and praying that I had a lousy Valentine's Day, but I had a fantastic Valentine's Day. In fact, it's not even over yet. She ordered me a gift. She's waiting for delivery for this COD deal. I have no idea what it is, but she ordered me something that she was hoping that would come a lot sooner than it did. No, we had a great time. It was pretty good food. I didn't make a pig out of myself for nothing, and when my stomach got to be full, that's when I stopped right there. I didn't care about what the hell we paid to get in that place. I even, as broke as I am, remember I'm broke, I invited 3 more mouths, which was my neighbors, my neighbor and his wife and his kid, to this little gala event. And no problem. Didn't go to the poorhouse for doing that. Yeah, he's got the idea that I'm going to go broke on this case. That ain't going to happen, not even remotely. And there are people like Popeye that are hoping that I would. Little do they know. Little do they know. Well, let's leave it at that. I will put out any amount of money I need to put out to come to a good conclusion for this case. Bar none. Bar none. Noise. Oh, you mean at the party, a lot of noise? I don't know what you're talking about. 63 strong, 11 thumbs up. 11 thumbs up. Gabriel. Says the hunchback is transferred. Maneuver here. We'll never hear from him again. Unless he finds a way to use the phone. Maybe he'll tell them, look, I got to call my relatives, tell them what's going on. And they don't supervise him. He'll try to sneak in a show. Because that's the way he is. To kind of shove it to me. But shove it to me? Shit, I think I'm shoving it to him. Where is he? I'm laying on my comfortable bed right now. The bedroom vlogger. I'm laying on my comfortable mattress talking to you guys. I do got bars on my window here, but you see, I have doors I can get out of the house. Yeah, I got bars on my window. But I'm not in jail. I can walk out any one of my entrances. How many entrances I got? 1, 2, 3, 4 entrances in this house. Exits. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, I got 4. Got 4. Okay, with that being said, guys, let me get out of here. Got to hit the treadmill. I was a bad boy. I didn't hit it yesterday, but I usually make up for it. Got to hit the treadmill, then shower, and I'm trying to figure. Actually, right now, I'm trying to think. I do want to have something for breakfast, even if it is just some cereal. Not just any cereal, of course, Yeah, Bummer has 2 entrances. But this is a great example, folks, of the mentality of the people on here. This is also great evidence of how stupidity presents itself with some people. When they don't know when to stop, they're seeking good, positive results. Understandable. But how do you achieve that when you're committing the same crimes that got you in there in the first place? I've said that so many times. It doesn't sink in with him for obvious reasons, because, well, I think you could read my mind why it's not sinking in with him. I think you get it. But he's going to pay the price, and I'm going to make sure that happens. And the more he does this, I'm just going to write the lawyer, release the forms, send the prosecutor.
I request.
All right, send it to the prosecutor. Let's get something else against him that's very valid. It could put him away for more years than he's going to possibly and hopefully get. He's working against himself. And I'm enjoying every freaking minute of it. Every freaking minute. Every fucking minute. That's right. Correct people to think that I said something like that about his girlfriend, which I never did. It's called grasping for straws. That's all it is. Anyway, see you at the jailhouse, bro. You're going to deny that now? You're going to jail, bro. You're going to jail, and there's nothing you can do about it. Remember, this case is against you. A lot of e-begging going on, too, isn't it? A whole lot of e-begging. Because they're going to do you. Oh, he has no money, but he kept on saying that he's ordering out food all the time. Are you going to fall for that shit again, folks? How is he ordering out food if he has no money? If he's not getting his SSI check, how is he able to order out food? Because he's lying. He's lying, as usual. Bottom line is you're going to jail, motherfucker. You're going to jail. And I hope you fucking rot. If I have anything to do with it, which I do, I'm going to make sure you get whatever's coming to you and more. You're doing a show again today, doing the same thing. I warned you how many times. The court is going to know about this. I hope they give you an additional 5 years, whatever the sentence is going to be. But you're not getting out of this. You ain't going home anywhere. You ain't going nowhere but incarceration. You're going to a real fucking jail. See what a tough guy you're going to be in fucking jail, you piece of shit. Ain't going to happen.